Site-42, Site-42, do you read me? This is Site-42. We are currently going live. I am checking the Discord server. I am checking, sending out the link. I'm setting the no mic so I can see the stream. All right, it looks like everybody can hear me. I believe that means that we are going live in 3, 2, 1. Boom, broadcasting. Holy cow. Hey, everybody. This is Sherman. You can call me Sherm. Welcome to a very special anomalous broadcast from Site-42. I am currently live on TikTok on my iPad for a short time to introduce the show. I am live on YouTube right now on the Site-42 YouTube channel. Let's talk for just a second. Let's get started. Today, it is officially Halloween. It is 12:03 a.m. on October 31st. This is using California time. We are now going to be streaming for the next 24 hours, 23 hours and 57 minutes. We will be reading SCPs. We will be talking to the SCP community. We will be live this entire time. I may go off camera to get a Red Bull. I may go off camera to get a White Claw. But I will be running this stream, and if I am not on camera, you will see my guests who are coming in from the YouTube, for this Site-42 Discord server. These guests will be SCP authors, SCP content creators, maybe YouTubers, maybe TikTokers, maybe cosplayers. Maybe they're just SCP fans who want to come on and say hi for a minute. But we are going to be streaming this entire time. This is the best Halloween party you can get without getting COVID. We will be doing SCP all day long for Halloween, and let me tell you why. Let me introduce the charity aspect. In the YouTube video description, we have a link to a GoFundMe I have created. This GoFundMe is for the San Francisco LGBT Center. Now, there is a litany of reasons we're doing this, but I'm going to narrow it down to the big guns here. What is going on is this. Number one, there's a lot of people in the world who think that the battle for LGBT rights is over, and that's just not true. Acceptance doesn't come with one court case or anything like that. Acceptance is a cultural battle that takes a lot of time, and that is not done yet. People are still jailed in certain countries for being gay. Certain people are killed for being gay. Here in America still, people are kicked out of their homes by their families. They are disowned for being LGBT. And I think that's not right. I'm not special in thinking that, I think. So, that is why I picked an LGBT charity. Now, why did I specifically pick the San Francisco LGBT Center? I professionally teach ballroom dancing as my day job. This is my YouTube side gig. Now, while I do that, I usually teach at the local YMCA near me. The YMCA has been hit very hard due to COVID, and so I can't teach right now, but also they're trying to live. And when I was looking for charities for this last year, community centers get hit really hard because people can't go to community centers in a pandemic. So the San Francisco LGBT Center is in trouble because they can't get revenue because people can't come use the facilities. So if we want resources that help LGBT, etc. letters people, we need to make sure that those resources are still there once the pandemic ends. I was also questioning whether I should help a local charity or a big national thing like the Trevor Project, and every person I talked to about it resoundingly said, pick a local one, Sherman. So the San Francisco LGBT Center does a lot of great work. They help people in need, and that is why we are donating to them. I'm very proud to say that last year we raised $650 for the LGBT Center, and while I want to kick the heck out of that, I'm happy about it. I want to get more this year. This year, you will see that we have on the GoFundMe $275 before we even started. I am so freaking excited about that because that gives me hope that we're going to reach our goal of $1,000 and maybe more. But in the meantime, if you are on the Site-42 TikTok below right now, I am going to let you all go. I'm going to check in with the TikTok community throughout. So I will be going live intermittently on TikTok, but really come to the Site-42 YouTube channel so you can really see what's going on, everybody. The YouTube stream is live. I am on camera. I'll see you guys on TikTok, on YouTube. That's phase 1. Phase 2, let me open up our guest windows. So today, I am opening up the recording room where I have on hand, let's find out in 3, 2, 1, Discord audio, Discord video. Hello, Etoile and Dr. Sumerian. How are you guys?
It's me, Sumerian.
It's so fucking cold. It's so fucking cold, and I'm mostly sober, and I'm excited, and it's 3 a.m. Raring to go.
Yes, this stream starts for people at 3 a.m. in some places. I'm expecting our night shift here to be a lot of the European contingent who are actually awake right now. And then as we get into the second loop, where I'm already exhausted, that's where the Americans show up and see what happens. So they're going to catch the worst part of the stream because I'm already dead by then.
Oh boy.
But you, since you're both here to start, why don't Etoile first, Sumerian second, introduce yourselves to the community at large.
Oh, all right, okay. I'm Etoile, Etoisle. I'm an author for the SCP Wiki. My pronouns are they, them. That's about it. I would say something funny, but I'm too tired to.
Sumerian, that puts you up to bat.
Fair enough. My name is Dr. Sumerian from the Dr. Sumerian YouTube channel, and I'm also an author on the SCP Wiki from time to time. I think I've got, close to 120 articles up there now? Something stupid like that. Anyway, my pronouns are he, him, and I'm happy to be here. It's, glad to help.
Sumerian was at the show last year and was there for a lot of the marathon with me. And I feel like
12 hours last week. Yeah.
Say that again. How long were you on last year?
Didn't I have like 12 hours in? Because I was going to commit to 12 hours this time, and I'm actually going to be available throughout the day, but I can only clear out like a block of 6 this year, unfortunately.
I believe you were there for 12 hours, which, God, I appreciate your help. I look forward to having a much better show with you this year because my tech is actually functional.
Less technical difficulties. I'm still hearing like the crackling on my end, but I don't think I heard it on the YouTube version, so you're good.
That is a Discord issue, so while my Discord guests will hear some technical glitches, the YouTube is coming in clear as crystal this year. And we do not have to stop every 2 hours to start a new stream. Yes!
Yes, I remember that. That was great. And by great, I mean terrible.
And this is no shade at my former promotional guests, Get Vocal. They are a wonderful platform for what they do. They paid me to do a live stream for a while. That was nice. And they actually helped us to get the nice laptop dual monitor system that I'm using both for the show last year and now a year later doing it again. So thank you to them for helping Site-42 be what it is. And now, without any further ado, one last thing is the Discord window has a capacity for 4 guests besides me. I'm number 5 and my video's off in there so you can focus on the guests. So people will be hopping in from the Site-42 Discord server to say hello, to share their LGBT experiences. I've got the GoFundMe on my iPad so I can see when people add to it. I will add to it myself starting now. I will add my donation. And let's start reading some SCPs, gang. The party starts now. Now, I did not prepare any SCPs for today because what happened last year is the guests chose a lot of them. There's 100,000 articles. I am hoping for a lot of requests. I am hoping for Halloween-themed ones. I want spooky. I want ridiculous. But I have to open with the single one that I picked for tonight. The single one I picked because it is one of my favorite SCP joke articles. It is spooky season, so what better way to kick off our stream than a reading of SCP Spooky J. So everybody can go to SCP Spooky J in their SCP tabbed windows. Hello, YouTube chat. I see you all. Very good to have you. Crackety Crackles. Hey, Fragmented Mind, Doomgeisel, All Dr. Clef. Hello, Lear Films. And Kayri and C-Jops. All right. It is time for SCP Spooky J. I will start off this reading, and I will request looking at the transcripts really quick. Sumerian, when we get to it, will you be the terminally frustrated and exasperated Dr. Filler for the interviews?
Sure.
All right. Our readings begin. Item number, SCP Spooky J. Object class, safe. Correction, Euclid. Correction, Spooklid? Spooky containment procedures. SCP Spooky J cannot be faithfully contained due to the nature of its being. In the event that SCP Spooky J manifests outside of its containment chamber, it is to be escorted back to its chamber and recontained. SCP Spooky J's containment chamber is a standard humanoid containment chamber with a single lock security door to ensure simple recontainment. Description: SCP Spooky J is visually identical to a typical human skeleton, standing 1.72 meters in height and weighing 5.44 kilograms. The skull, face, and jaw structure of SCP Spooky J is completely flexible and grants it the ability to make a range of facial expressions despite its lack of muscles or flesh. As well, SCP Spooky J is capable of vocalization and sapient thought. SCP Spooky J is capable of vanishing and manifesting at will to any location within 66.6 meters from its original position during the month of any major commercial holiday. The individuals in the location of SCP Spooky J's manifestation often report a subtle rattling noise originating somewhere behind them. Individuals exposed to SCP Spooky J and its anomalous effects are to be administered Class A amnestics prior to recontainment of the entity. When interacting with living human subjects, SCP Spooky J will typically display verbally aggressive behavior, often in the form of insults and challenges to physical altercations. Despite this behavior, SCP Spooky J has yet to seriously or purposefully injure a living subject out of observable malice. SCP Spooky J displays an anomalous understanding of individual subjects' mothers and sisters where these relations are applicable. Entry Incident, October 28th, 2016. The following incident took place between Dr. Randy M. Filler and SCP Spooky J prior to a recontainment incident.
Okay. I'm Dr. Filler.
That's right. Unless you want to be spooky, I'll give you that. What do you prefer? Take it away.
I'll do spooky.
All right, here we go. Okay. What the fuck again? SCP Spooky J, you insufferable fuck! Stay the fuck in your chamber before I beat your sorry ass!
You can't tell me what to do, you skin sack. Davy Bones does as he pleases.
Do you even care anymore? This is why nobody visits you anymore. Jesus, you're so fucking annoying.
Shut your dong slopper, fuckboy.
Is that good for YouTube? We may...
No, the stream's going to be demonetized, which is why you need to make sure to donate to the charity directly, because we're not going to get money for this stream.
No way. We've already started.
You can't rattle these bones. You can't rustle these jimmies.
Spooky J, if you keep this shit up, I'm going to call security down here and get you terminated if you don't.
You're going to what? Kill me? I'll fuck you up, bitch. Then I'll fuck your mother. I'll no-scope you, I swear to God.
Why do you have to do this every year? Jesus, you absolute twat waffle.
Yeah, suck my skelly balls.
SCP Spooky J and Dr. Filler proceeded to argue for several minutes before Dr. Filler was removed from the observation room and dismissed from active duty in Site-12 and has been placed on paid leave. Entry Incident, November 23rd, 2016. SCP Spooky J appeared in the cafeteria of Site-12 and began to collect all of the uneaten holiday food into several trash bags before disappearing from staff perception. It then appeared in the quarters of Dr. Randy M. Filler and smeared cranberry sauce across the surface of his desk before consuming large amounts of bread stuffing.
It's Thanksgiving. Ah!
You asshole! You ruined my novel! SCP Spooky J continues to consume excessive amounts of stuffing, where it exits SCP Spooky J's body through its ribcage and is now coating the floor. Why are you doing this? You don't even have a stomach, you fuckwit!
I do it because I love you, Dad.
SCP Spooky J throws the rest of the bag at the wall, where it bursts open above Dr. Filler's bed and proceeds to run out of the room before security can arrive. Dr. Filler has hence requested a transfer to another site. Request pending. Entry Incident, December 24th to 25th, 2016. Time code, 1900 hours 50 minutes. SCP Spooky J exits its containment chamber undetected. 2000 hours, 30 minutes. The hubcaps from all vehicles in Site-12 staff garage go missing and are not found for several hours. 23 hours, 14 minutes. Dozens of large gift wrap boxes appear in the common area of Site-12 while the room is vacated. 100 hours, 10 minutes. Spooky J reappears in its containment chamber displaying erratic, excited behavior. It is wearing a green Santa hat at this time. 700 hours, 50 minutes. An announcement is made that staff vehicles have been vandalized, and on-site personnel display warranted agitation. 1000 hours, 35 minutes. Various personnel enter the common area of Site-12 and discover the gift wrap boxes. On the wall farthest from the doorway is the statement, "Merry Christmas, fuckboys," is painted in expired gravy. 1000 hours, 55 minutes. All gift wrap presents are opened by an EOD team and are discovered to contain the stolen hubcaps from the staff garage. A request has been submitted to the administrative board on the topic of termination and archival of SCP Spooky J to prevent future nuisances and possible hazards to Site-12. Entry Incident, February 14th, 2017. Dr. Randy M. Filler received an anonymous package containing a human tibia and a letter reading... Go ahead, Doc.
This Valentine's Day, I'd like to be your fuckboy. From yours, spookily.
Contents of the package have been moved to forensic storage. Dr. Filler has requested an indeterminate leave of absence after receiving this package. Request, again, denied. Oh, I didn't see this footnote earlier. Where's that footnote? There's a footnote at the bottom. Dr. Filler reported SCP Spooky J having been in his closet for several hours, quietly singing the song Hound Dog by Elvis Presley, replacing the phrase hound dog with fuck boy. How did I never know that was part of the story?
Boy.
You ain't nothing but a fuck boy, rustling my bones.
You ain't nothing but a fuck boy, rustling my bones. You ain't never killed a skelly. You are a friend of mine.
This was SCP Spooky J, titled A Veteran of the Skeleton War.
They said you was D-class. Well, that was just a lie.
Oh my god, I love that article so much.
Always joking, yet it's like still funny.
I need to do a reading of every single tale Spooky J has ever been in.
I'm sorry. I hate to be a wet blanket. I didn't actually enjoy that article at all, but good on y'all.
It is definitely just immature. It's just curse words and yelling. And on that level, I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. And there's definitely an audience for that. It's just not me.
Dr. Maxwell, thank you for super chatting $5 in the YouTube stream. I wanted to appear, but didn't have time. Consider this my official appearance. Big props. Thank you, Dr. Maxwell, both for the $5 donation, which I will make sure goes to the GoFundMe eventually. I will tally all that up after the stream. And as well, sorry you can't be on the show, but thank you for donating and coming on. And everybody who wants to go see Dr. Maxwell's SCP readings, they're also on YouTube. You can go check them out.
Although I will say, if you're going to donate, it may be best to go to the actual GoFundMe, because the YouTubes take what, like 55%, or is it 45% of all super chats?
I do not know what their percentage is, but yes, please, if you are going to donate, go to the GoFundMe proper. The link is in the description.
It's 45%. I remember checking a while back. It's a lot.
I am being sadly informed that there isn't a single tale, including Spooky-J. Travesty. I am going to have to write one then. That way I can make my own dreams come true.
The thing I appreciate about that is that it's like a super outdated temporary meme from about 2016, and yet it's still... Oh, am I echoing? Whatever. It's still funny. It still manages to be funny without like running the joke into the ground too hard. I respect that.
You know what you got to do if you're going to write that as a tale, though? Pick an obscure holiday, like Labor Day or something.
Like that fake one from Seinfeld.
What was the fake one from Seinfeld?
I don't know.
Festivus. You're talking about
Festivus.
Festivus.
Oh, Festivus.
I was worried that I misremembered the show that it was from. Remember everybody was like into ironically celebrating that for like 3 to 4 years, and then we just stopped. What was up with that?
Whew, I'm taking my lab coat off. I am already sweating. It's warm in here.
I put my lab coat on because I was cold.
You're here.
Everyone's cold but me. I am burning hot, but it's probably because I am running on 2 Red Bulls already. I'm starting a pumpkin spice latte. And oh yeah, we're starting the 24-hour stream, so I have more adrenaline than God.
Hey, Rad, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, Rad. Suggesting doing a Spooky Day tale for Yom Kippur with Yossi Fossey and Henzoid. And I think that would be a real meeting of the minds.
Yom Kippur, that would be really good, yeah.
Obviously, Spooky-J shows up in a yarmulke for some reason. Oh, man. All right. Somebody tell me about spooky... What is the article that scares you the most on the wiki? We're talking Halloween. What do you find scary on the wiki?
Oh, this might be cliche, and I hope I'm remembering the number right, but 2718, that one about like being conscious after you die, fucks me up. I don't like it. Like, it's just straight up, like it's the kind of scary that makes it hard for me to read, you know? That and End of Death. Both of them are just like, I'm like, just when I go, I want to be done, I want to be over, like, I don't want that, it's fucked up, you know? Those are the scariest things to me.
This is going to be weird. I think I've said this to you, Sherm. You probably know this already. I don't like horror. It's not that it, it doesn't affect me the same way it affects other people. So I'd say body horror bothers me in a way that I don't want to read it, if that counts for anything.
Yeah, I love horror movies and spooky stories and stuff like that. I don't ever remember how I got into the wiki, but obviously I'm a fan because I like horror stories and stuff like that from the outset. I watch a lot of horror movies, and when it's like a thriller, when it's like whether it's a slasher no, Sherman, get out of there. A slasher flick or a suspense or a ghost movie, I love them all. But that being said, I can never think of anything on the wiki that has scared me, that has made me go, oh, that actually gave me a fear response. And that's strange because I know there are people who read them and are like, oh, that kept me up all night. But like someone's mentioned in No Mic right now, 3001, same as 2718. Those are 2 where it's like, I understand like the deep, dark part of my soul that would be afraid of that.
Right.
I just didn't get a fear response from them.
Yeah, it's like I'm scared to walk around in the dark. Yeah.
Wait, 3001 was which one again?
That is
Red
Red Reality.
Oh yeah, was that one of the contest entries?
Yes.
Yeah, I had a weird thing where I didn't read any of the 3000 contest entries, and I just decided to hold on to that for forever.
Huh. Good one. Check it
Well,
out.
since we got a couple good scary articles in there, why don't we go in on a reading of 2718?
Oh boy.
Get some of that horror in the soul. And real quick, thank you to IHP Ipples. Hipples is what you've called yourself today, for donating $25 to the GoFundMe.
Oh yeah, before we do that, there's one more, and I think it's been suggested as a reading before, the Gears Tailed Creeps, about 106. That did come close to like actually freaking me out, just because of how visceral it is. That's a pretty good one. You could probably read that at some point.
Oh, I remember this one.
Hold on a second. We have a problem with the stream. I froze again.
Uh-oh.
So here's a funny thing that happened. Last week on the stream, I completely froze. Like, as you can see on the YouTube stream right now, I'm not moving. Now, this happened last week on the stream, and it was frustrating. And then I, right now, use Zoom all week long with the same webcam, same computer, and I did not have this problem. So I was hoping it was a fluke. And now I don't know what to do with my frozen face here.
Oh boy.
Except stop streaming and start a new video. It's because I called out Get Vocal, and now we're going to have to start resetting videos again, aren't we?
I can see that the Discord that you have on screen is fine. Would it be possible to just go live yourself in the Discord and expand that instead of restarting the whole stream?
Interesting. That is not a bad idea. Let's give it a try. I will miss my pretty thing here, but if I go to... I'm going to mute myself and play with this. Do you guys want to get into the reading?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you start the reading?
All right. Well, it's a little bit difficult because the number is changing constantly. So, item number, SCP, static list numbers, object class, catastrophic abort at D09E2AD9, handle not found. Yeah.
You're not muted. Oh.
Oh, we're having fun here, aren't we? All right, so just keep going. Special containment procedures. SCP glitch numbers is the Dameron class cognitohazard. All personnel, regardless of clearance, are forbidden to expose themselves to the description of this article under any circumstances. Do not tamper with this warning without Dameron clearance. Do not discuss the existence of this article with any person. No disciplinary action will be necessary, provided you close this article now and clear your browser cache. Atypical software measures have been used to mitigate the risk of accidental exposure. It is only by an unfortunate coincidence of extremely low probability that you have stumbled across this entry at all. No disciplinary action will be necessary, provided you close this article now and clear your browser cache. Since creation, only the Special Containment Procedures section of this record has ever been editable. Due to the clearance of the file's original author and anomalous database limitations in effect, this record can neither be deleted nor effectively redacted. Access restrictions cannot be applied to the data in any reliable way. Of course, access restrictions can still be enforced. It is now too late to close this article. Do not discuss the existence of this article with any person. Notify the help desk that your workstation has a Dameron contamination. Turn off your monitor and seek immediate amnestic treatment. The following conditions shall constitute a breach. Exposure to any part of the description, however briefly. Failure to close this article within 18 seconds of exposure without codeword clearance. Turn off your monitor now. Notify the breach desk that you and your workstation have Dameron contamination. Await mobile task force processing. Oh my gosh. There's so many words here. You want to pick it up?
This is a very long article.
It is.
You want me to do the agent instructions section?
Yep.
Agent instructions. The breach to which you are responding has already been mostly contained by an automated system, and containment will be complete when you restart this terminal. However, your orders are to attempt to improve the current contamination procedures by any means possible within the time allotted to you. You have been temporarily granted administrative network access from this terminal. Use any resources you deem necessary to fulfill your mission, but do not expose yourself to the cognito hazard in the description. The following technical details will help you in your task. As noted above, this article ignores the delete command. It cannot be extricated from the database without extensive collateral corruption of other critical systems. Instead, the containment strategy is to minimize the probability of a user discovering this entry by chance. To this end, an unhaltable mainframe process, ID 9000013, repeatedly switches... Oh, he's back. Repeatedly switches the ordinal designation of this article with that of another randomly selected entry. Normally, when two article numbers are exchanged for administrative purposes, the two entries disappear from the index momentarily. A kernel exploit of processor erratum23 allows us to delay completion of the subroutine by deeply recursing the article renumbering with an intentionally terrible algorithm. Currently, Bogo's sort. Against a... What's that?
So I actually know a little bit about sorting algorithms. So BOGO sort is a complete joke algorithm, which is literally just switching things randomly until they come into the order that you want them to.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Against a corrupt stack in an extended memory until the thread aborts catastrophically. The index swap completes and the process restarts. This artificially inserts a delay on the order of 10 to the 17th power clock cycles between visibility, when a link to this article becomes momentarily visible, and accessible from the article index before the process repeats. Breach will occur in the unlikely event that a user with index privileges loads the main list at precisely the correct moment, and despite need-to-know best practices, follows the link to this entry, ignores the warning, and reads past the first paragraph. The intervals between visibility are indeterminate but finite. On average, the interval will grow larger by an order of O, parentheses, n to the second power, parentheses, close, parentheses, close. Oh, that's just... I forgot that was a parenthetical in the first place. I did two parentheses closed. As the number of available articles grows, but shorter as the mainframe's hot swappable processors increase in flops. This kludge, man, I have no idea what any of these words mean, has a gravely serious side effect. The SCP article randomly selected for the swap also disappears from the list for the same period of time until reappearing under a new ID. While O5 has authorized this detrimental effect as an acceptable consequence of containment, you are ordered not to verify it through the chain of command. As no other living living person is currently aware of this article, this process, or this authorization exists. If a validation is required, an inline O5 authorization of this order follows. Begin authorization key block. Version 12.1.0.007. PFZ.
No way.
Technical jargon. Technical jargon. It's fine. We get.
Oh, come on.
Only if you sing it.
You don't read it.
Only if you sing it.
PFZEFCAR or CACRTLZPK /K2 T7Y9 JZANAVPAV 7NNBCVSASYQMM OQNEWAKR E5 plus sign LANK 7U4LDN KWES 8AEIIR. I'm not doing the uppercase and lower cases. I'm sorry. R 2ER HUOEH. Oh, that's starting to. That's making me lose it. I can hear it. You guys are. I'm losing it. NRNKKIJYQ19CX JR GR8 WCCWWS QR5D 7AHNSBAE /QJVVX Y7QNYZX +sign bit AT 7EPH3 YAGQ /BOL9ZV WGO XPDZVLHGONK6ERV A5F WC1PTZMHHJRI AAORV RTZ IZAVC5I 8J1 FVTM. No, I'm sorry, VTGM 5D6 3NU3 MKC5 1KIL. Oh, some of those are L's and not ones. Unfortunately, I've already screwed it up. EYGHA 4MBHZRWLNO RST94UC93G YYOH1 OYCR HBT1BZQGWB D57DPA7PRI +sign VJX CHJN YOSBZR7T SQ1 GOQZM5NWOQDKS MC VDILKDOBMT +sign equal VYHX in authorization block.
Hope you don't mind my ukulele.
Oh, delightful.
The ukulele accompaniment was clutch. Thank you so much.
I'm not done with my reading section, am I? You are subject to summary termination by Trinonite class mimetic if you proceed past this point. Now someone else can take over.
Well, now that my video and audio are back, I will jump in the game. Damarong eyes only. Okay, now you can take it. Kidding. Editor's note. I had to throw that kill sprite together in a hurry. The one constructed and installed by my predecessor was clearly defective. Instead of the donkey kick I expected from a standard inoculation interdiction, I barely registered minor eye strain. Of course, under the circumstances, I suppose we're limited, aren't we? To a contaminated workstation and barely adequate tools. Anyway, if you survive that mimetic, hopefully it's because you have code word clearance, and not because I didn't get it right either. In that case, you're probably boned pretty bad, and I apologize for not killing you in time. But cut me some slack. When we looked them up 90 minutes ago, the only procedures for this code word read, randomly select one mainframe qualified coder from the Experimental Containment Research Group with level 3 clearance. Supply the designee with a behemoth-class amnestic and dispatch them to the affected terminal. They will find instructions there. If they fail to complete their task within 2 hours, or if, upon return, they can remember the year or name of the current U.S. president, terminate. Guess what? That is a pretty small subset of personnel to choose randomly from. Well, Spock smashes scissors, but paper disproves Spock, so now in return for containment duty, I get to blow a sizable chunk of my life out of my skull. At least I won't have to remember them processing the looky-loo who caused this breach. Assuming you're ECRG like me, you never heard of Damarung before today either. Here's what I can tell you. From the look of the source code and comments, you're probably the 4th or 5th to respond to this thing since inception. I made a couple of minor edits to the documentation above, but mostly spent my time trying to slow down the algorithm with the worst patterns I could think of. In the end, I was only able to de-optimize the existing recursion by a factor of 2. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about the underlying hardware, how often users follow unfamiliar links from the main list, to guess how much of a difference that makes. I'm sure on first implementation, they thought they had 5, maybe 10 years between breaches. But I know for a fact that they've introduced at least one quantum processor to the grid, which will deprecate deprecate this approach faster than you can say redacted. Hopefully you got a better idea for a slower algo than I or the last 3 did. Maybe upgrade to a quantum BOGO sort of the article numbers? On this hardware, that might technically be an XK algorithm and therefore forbidden. I don't know. I've used up most of my time already, and I can't risk another recompile in the few minutes remaining before I have to commit to these changes and wash down this stick of dynamite with warm, backwashing Mountain Dew. Andrews, out. P.S. I guess I got to thinking my brain was hosed either way, so what the hell, and I don't know why, but I just went ahead and did it. Couldn't help myself, really. Resist the urge. It's clearly a fridge-class cognitohazard, and already it's starting to sink in, so this horse pill better work right quick. And then we have description. Play.
Yeah, so this section's going to be a little complicated. There's a conversation between 2 people, but they're not, like, listed, but it's per paragraph, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
All right. Anyone got a particular want to be a voice in the conversation? Either the young man or the ma'am?
If my mic... Is my mic okay?
I am real. You are coming in loud and clear.
Okay. Can I...
Introduce yourself first. Say hi to everybody.
Oh, hi. One sec. I'll just...
Video loading. Video loading. Video loading. Video loading. I'm not sure if that's working. You might have to change your settings.
Well, I'll just wait while it's loading, but, I'm reality or real. I go by she, her, or any pronouns, really. And I'm too scared to write anything for the wiki, but I do have an art page.
All right, so are you joining us as one of the characters? Is that what's happening here?
I guess.
All right, so why don't you start with, there you go, ma'am, and I'll take ma'am.
Okay.
Doesn't matter either way. Go ahead.
Yep. There you go, ma'am. This interpreter is new technology, but we will allow you to forego the use of a keyboard for article creation. Just speak normally into the microphone. We can go back and revise any errors after you have finished.
I don't think so, young man. There won't be time. This must also be a permanent record, access restricted to L3s and up. Can you prevent anyone from tampering with this entry later?
Anyone, ma'am?
Anyone and everyone. You understand me? If there is ever but one article left in the database, this had better be it.
Well, I'm not senior enough to select the most appropriate technique to accomplish that. Maybe if we got Gephardt involved?
I want you to make an executive decision. I'm confident in your ability. We cannot delay.
Okay. There's a mechanism I could take advantage of. It's actually designed to protect against anomalous data corruption, but it would have the effect you're looking for, if you're certain. Ma'am, I could make this selection of the article right once and splice it into the database runtime. However, that means no editing whatsoever will be possible. If you misspeak, you'll just have to clarify and keep going.
Very well, do so. Fortunately, I'm a world-class dictator.
For the degree of security you have in mind, ma'am, I'll need to borrow your credential token. Thank you. One moment, please.
Keyboard sounds.
There, that's done it.
You've been very helpful. That will be all. For your own safety, I am ordering you to obtain amnestic treatment as soon as possible. Enough to forget this entire morning. Do you understand?
I do.
Good. You will likely be subjected to enhanced interrogation within a day or two. It will go easier for you if you have no memory of this.
Oh boy.
As a literal token of my gratitude for your loyalty, why don't you hold on to those credentials? I won't be needing them. If you act quickly, I suspect you can think of a way to put them to good use before they are revoked and you are detained.
Yes.
Now go. I foresee you have a fine career ahead of you. We will not speak again.
Thank you, ma'am. Goodbye.
Door opening, door closing.
My name is Miriam Prather. I have been 057 for 77 years. I will remain so for perhaps 7 minutes more, and that is not enough time to devise adequate special containment procedures myself. I leave that to you. Over the course of my tenure, I have witnessed 19 distinct anomalous methods to restore life. The devices and entities responsible take vastly different forms. But when you look past the science, the magic, the razzle-dazzle, there are fundamentally two broad but simple categories. The first type is replication, whereby a clone, simulacrum, or other copy is made of the subject's mind and body as it existed at some point during life. The second is temporal. With this approach, the space-time paths of the subject's constituent particles are reversed, and events literally undone, until the subject is restored to a functional state. These two categories have a crucial commonality. The restored individual has no memory or experience of death. To put it another way, despite 2.4 million years of hominid speculation, Foundation records contain no reliable first-hand testimony regarding what happens to us after we die. We have other sources of information, naturally. But in light of recent events, I believe that the SCPs we have interrogated on this topic over the years are guilty of either ignorance or deceit. For you see, we invented an exception. 6 months ago, we resurrected Roger Sheldon, formerly 0511, with a novel procedure. The theoretical groundwork had existed for some time, but for a litany of reasons, the complexity of the process, the technical skill required, the systemic risks, not to mention the enormous cost, only direst need justified the attempt. At 73, Roger was the youngest overseer when he died. He had two habits that were peculiar for an 05, only marginally tolerated by the rest of us at the time, and now forbidden. The first was an obstinate refusal to fortify, as we call it, to enhance his longevity with the supplements available to those of our station. The second was a penchant. The second was a penchant for taking his holidays unannounced and in utter solitude. When a stroke ended him 18 years ago, he was perched on a rocky promontory above marine iguana nesting grounds on Espanola Island. It took 14 years to find his remains. We would not have gone on looking for so long, but for two reasons. He kept on his person a certain key, of which I will not say more, except that it could not be allowed to stay lost, and that he held in his brain a secret word, without which we could not replace him. The alternating Galapagos rains and bright sun, and perhaps hawks, had reduced him to a moldering ruin? Is that a word or is that a typo? Moldering.
No, that's a word.
Okay, cool. The more I know.
Means lots of mold, basically.
Had reduced him to a moldering ruin of bone fragments and only the stubbornest sinew. The recovery crew used brooms and bags to collect as much of him as remained. The artifact was retrieved to our relief, but we were still faced with the daunting task of extracting his shibboleth. With so little original material to work with, none of the time-tested methods of recovery were feasible. It distresses me to say so, but it is unlikely that any records of our methodology will survive the impending purge. Suffice to say that having gathered his diaspora, we have set out to reconstruct a quantum approximation of him, physically, chemically, electrically, with sufficient accuracy that his heart would resume its beat, his synapses would fire, and his mouth would move, if briefly. As we required but one iota of information from him, we hoped, at best, that he would survive long enough to provide it, and then simply expire again. However, as is so often the case, we outdid ourselves. All the king's horses and all the king's men could indeed put him back together again. Roger was perfectly reanimated. He emerged from his cocoon looking a bit younger and healthier than my last memories of him. He sobbed uncontrollably for some time, unresponsive to any stimulus. Yet after about half an hour he relaxed. His expression suddenly turned to utter serenity, and he spoke two unintelligible but clearly joyous words. He was swiftly interrogated, but he responded to our questioning with candor, enthusiasm, and an unmistakable relief. We kept him under quarantine in a containment unit for 30 days. He offered no objection and cooperated completely. He behaved as any of us might under the circumstances, and in the end, after some light debate, we unanimously restored him to office. We were the ones who'd remade him, after all, and wouldn't each of us expect the same? He rewarded our hubris by resuming his duties with an inspired vigor, consistently displaying deeper insight and wisdom than ever before. In particular, we welcomed some of the changes to his habits. As soon as the rest of us allowed it, he began regular fortification treatments for the first time. He appointed a sensible entourage of medical staff and bodyguards that were never far from his person. Previously, empathy for his fellow man had never been his strong suit, yet suddenly he displayed renewed interest in the safety of our containment protocols, the healthcare benefits of Foundation employees, and a profound distaste for the sacrifice of D-Class. Under the circumstances, none of this struck us as particularly alarming behavior. But it should have. He had concealed the crux of it from us all, you see. At first. Naturally, in our initial interrogation, we'd asked him if he'd had any experiences or memory of the afterlife. He claimed to recall nothing, exactly as everyone always does, and defeated our polygraphs completely. Drinking sounds. He approached me first, about 2 months ago. He asked if, in his absence, we'd obtain any pieces, which I shouldn't have to point out is not our term for art, capable of sustaining life indefinitely. While breathtaking longevity is now within our power, it may surprise you to learn that immortality is not, and our best theoreticians have recently posited that it will never be attainable. The resurrections we can accomplish, even his, cannot be repeated more than once or twice. Sapient life is necessarily intertwined with quantum uncertainty. Localize a particle with perfect precision, and it attains infinitely uncertain momentum, lost in an instant. Just so, the longer and the more tightly a consciousness is bound to a specific vessel, the more likely it will scatter irretrievably on its own. Regardless of science, magic, or razzle-dazzle, you, your children, and your great-great-grandchildren will one day most assuredly die and stay dead. His disappointment at this theorem was palpable, and I experienced a moment of discomfort at his reaction. Not a week later, 052 received word of a severe breach of protocol. Roger, or rather 0511, had initiated direct contact with an ape in containment. For you L3s, ape skips are apex tier pluripotent entities. I imagine you can work out the euphemism. We kept our initial investigation off the books. He'd been clever in covering his tracks. There was no breach alarm, no record of the encounter in any log. But one of the skip's guard failed a random amnestic test, to his dismay, and that was trail enough on which to set our bloodhounds. We couldn't prove it, but we imagined he risked exposure to the skip to offer some kind of deal. This could not stand. As two of his oldest comrades, today 052 and I confronted him privately, but he caught us off guard, for he confessed everything and begged us for help. I surreptitiously recorded his pleas as a precaution. It is easiest if I simply replay it for you now. Click. Someone want to play Roger?
I guess I could. You've been reading for quite some time.
Take it away.
I dared not speak of this at first. You'd never have let me out of containment. And the truth is, I was aware of all of it. I suppose there was a sweet oblivion, like deep sleep at first, but in retrospect, I think it was no more than a day. Slowly, but unmistakably, I reoccupied my corpse with a dreamlike consciousness, numb for the first merciful hours, blind, deaf, and immobile. But then I seemed to reconnect to every nerve and became aware of every sensation, more so than I ever was in life. I perceived myself trapped within an immovable object, and the intensity of the struggle amplified, subtle, then acute, then racking. And I cannot describe it completely, but imagine holding your breath beyond urge, beyond pain, beyond desperation, head throbbing, eyes bulging, a dream of suffocation without end. My skin blistered and split in the sunlight. Biting insects descended rapidly. I felt their eggs hatch. Larvae crawl. Gases build and burst within me. Individual cells rupturing. Interstitial fluids souring and blackening. And somehow my capacity to experience and store these sensations grew. Even as I was keenly aware that my cerebrum was being scattered and devoured, my perception expanded into the gizzards of birds and the depths of fire ant dens. I was aware of every fingernail and strand of hair that pulled away in the wind, and my sensation clung to them as they settled in the ocean and dissolved in the maws of a trillion diatoms. I don't understand it. The more bits of me there were, the larger my capacity for the perception of pain. And as I decayed into pieces smaller than living nerves could possibly distinguish, the character of the discomfort changed from like burning and aching and breaking that I can relate to you in human terms to something worse that I can't fully articulate. A terrible, maddening stretching of every part of myself from every other part. Humans often numb to chronic pains in life, you know? But every year, every month, every second that passed, I swear, it only intensified over time. In my previous life, I ruminated on heaven and hell and the likelihood of my experiencing one, the other, or something in between. And as terrible as I imagined the torpor of heaven or the torments of hell to be, this was something completely different, something in between. In hell, at least, there would surely be a tormentor, some memory of my deeds, some sense of justice, even if my soul rejected the logic. I can imagine some comfort in hell for a mind such as mine, and I don't think that's punishment. I don't think it's caused. I deeply suspect it is simply our condition, our nature to go on this way. You see, in all that time, I was certainly, absolutely, totally alone, and before all memory of life had shriveled to a cinder, lost beneath my interminable anguish, alive again, I suspect I cannot recall even the worst of it, as if my living brain is just too small for the experience. As overseers, we witness, inflict, or even endure great suffering. And yet, what awaits us all is worse. The way an earache is worse than a bee sting. The way frostbite is worse than a burn. I was dead for 18 years, and my misery eludes description. Dare we try to fathom the collective agony of legions of ancient dead? Believe this: I will not return to that execrable existence. Not 100 years from now, not ever. Yes, I approached Araman for help. I'm sure he could extend us all if he wished. Offered him great concessions from the Foundation, perhaps even relief. But he laughed and he refused. Yet I can think of others willing to trade on a smaller scale, though the price may be nearly as... No. Nothing compares. Anything is better, so long as it is forever. So do you believe me? Will you join me? Together, we can escape this fate. Please, you have to believe me.
I apologize to the YouTube stream. Apparently, we are encountering some internet thunderstorms or something. We're having some audio problems / streaming errors. I hope that clears up soon, because I can't really do much with the internet. Ugh, fingers crossed. In the meantime, I'm picking it back up from where we are. We were dumbfounded and suddenly sympathetic. And an instant later, fearful. I can't remember the last time I felt my heart race so. But we do not operate in a vacuum. A revelation of this magnitude must be brought before the council for consideration. He was loath to admit his deception before the assembled council, but he was clearly desperate for action as well. We prevailed upon him to call an immediate session in teleconference. I knew anything less would constitute treachery. Still, as the three of us hurried to conference room Alpha, I suddenly found myself harboring subtle thoughts of... And so he gave his testimony again, nearly as frank and purpley prosaic as before. But the debate that unfolded in the wake of it? I have never witnessed anything like it. There were mostly skeptical voices at first, calm, concerned, and thoughtful. However, 058, whose face had grown increasingly pale as she listened to him, was suddenly a passionate advocate for action. We must declare human death a Keter SCP, she demanded, and contain it at any cost. That absurdity garnered an uproar, of course. But Roger had himself a sure ally now, and this spurred him on, shouting over the others to add even darker details of the intensity of his perennial excruciation. Imagery I cannot repeat. Sensations I must not contemplate. Coughing is part of the story, not me. I'm feeling lightheaded. 052, always a moderate influence, suggested we recess and collect ourselves. But then, 3 suddenly moved that we order the immediate systematic termination of dangerous skips to better protect ourselves and others. 056 seconded, but before it could be put to a vote, 13 suddenly clutched his chest in paroxysmal panic and was being evaluated by his medical technician when his feed abruptly cut out. As the fracas came to a boil, it was 10, I think, who was next convinced. Oh, is belief the key? It doesn't matter. At any rate, 10 started pounding his shoe on the table and hollering that we must dig a channel from the Astrakhan Spring to the Mediterranean Sea to fortify all of mankind. That was enough. Suddenly, 051 muted us all and stood, red-faced and shaking. Regardless of the truth of 0511's experience, she said, it is plain that we have lost all reason. There's only one possible explanation for this. Therefore, I am declaring Emergency Protocol 17. Remain where you are. We shall all be administered Class A amnestics. Except you, Roger. We made a grave error releasing you from containment, and it will be corrected. She pointed at her administrative assistant to act, but before he could lock down the conference room from which 211 and I were dialed in, Roger had already bolted out the door. I was after him in an instant, and nearly crushed by the bulkhead as it slammed into place. I only wanted to stop him, I think. And now I was outside the safe room too, but he was already out of sight. Superlative idiot. They couldn't see me, couldn't hear me. They couldn't know that I wanted back in. How badly I wanted to breathe that red gas that was surely already streaming into the room on the other side. One instant of poor judgment, and my fate is sealed. And now that I know what's in store, what was left to do? I ran to the help desk. Help enough, eh? For this, my final act. I love the Foundation as I would have loved a daughter. I do this for the security and protection of mankind. And so I beg you, this gnosis must not be erased, forgotten. That is not containment. That is madness. Bring us back. Get us out. I'm so frightened. What's wrong with me? The The door bursts open. Automatic gunfire from 3 distinct sources. Clear! Clear! Clear. God damn this job. Bag that Oscar quickly, Sergeant. We still have one to go. The breach alarm sounds. What now, Specialist? Talk to me. Sir, I'm getting a report of a Keter breach in the AR2 compound. Ah, hell. Those 2 rogue Oscars, and now on top of it, the old man is on the loose? This is a shit sandwich, sir. Contain that chatter, Sergeant. Stand by, sir. Negative on 106 escaping, sir. I'm getting details. Say again, please. It's the other way around. The other Oscar. He went in. Sir, he went in. The hell he did. They have visual confirmation, sir. Procedures dictate we treat him as killed in action, Specialist. I know. Let's finish here, then. Sir, this Oscar had recording equipment here. It's still running. For the love... Shut it down, Sergeant. Shut it down now. Specialist, get an audio hazard team down here on the End recording. Ah!
There are a few words for how little I like this article.
No, I like it. I wouldn't say that I like it, but it kind of gets under your skin.
I mean, it's definitely... it's just like a thought I've had, like, what if when you die, you just feel everything?
No, I totally get that. It's just this article is basically a lesson in how to tell instead of show, which is the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. They did a pretty damn good job of telling.
It would be interesting to see a version of the article that Sumerian is thinking about, where we could see these things rather than a monologue from an O5 who's in danger, so to speak.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, it would be hard to put that into a clinical tone, probably. Just with the...
Difficult, but not impossible. That kind of thing is done all the time on the wiki. It's just some guy is like, hey, let me tell you, in as purple prose as possible of what it's like when you die. And then immediately thereafter, like a couple paragraphs later, I think, they literally call back and be like, point out how purple his prose is. And then everyone's like, yeah, and that's just how he talks. Yeah.
I where clinical tone totally carries the horror. I think a lot of the best examples of horror are prose. Like it just carries it better. Sometimes now I'm like, are there any really good clinical horror things? And I can't think of any. So please inform me if you think of some.
I think one of the better things the wiki teaches us is that you can do this exact thing, but better. I've never really liked, because it's essentially a tale. I mean, that's what it is. Mm-hmm. This is a tale, but somebody wanted to post it as an SCP. If they'd have posted it, then we get that a lot. Somebody just posted this as a tale, I'd have no problem. It's like When Day Breaks is the same way. It's an SCP technically, but it's really just a tale.
I disagree with that assessment slightly, and the reason I disagree is because I am a fan of format breaking. I am a fan of when things stretch the format rather than just strictly adhere to it. And at least in this case, they really went through the ringer justifying why this is this monologue at the end. They gave us all these security features, like the article itself, the up until the prose part, is why we have to have the prose part. We have security, we have programming, we have this, and this, and all of it to justify the one-time uneditable recording of an O5 speaking. At least to me, that makes sense to fit it in the format the way they did it. Like, I can see the story from inside the database because of that.
Oh yeah, and that's another plot point that bothered me too.
Their tech is solid. Like, as someone who's in tech or STEM, all of their justifications and technobabble, it's very solid. It all makes sense. Like, this is well researched. Which I'm surprised at, because normally they just kind of make some stuff up. So,
That means it's a bit more than just technobabble then, I guess.
right. No, I mean, yeah, like I said, it all pretty much makes sense except for like the quantum computing, which we aren't quite actually there yet in reality, but everything else is like totally solid. And I think like they either know what they're talking about or they did a lot of research for it, which I respect that a lot. Just the dedication to that accuracy.
And then, of course, there's the plot points that don't really make much sense. Like, oh, this is, they basically hand wave in the, this is uneditable because, yeah, their tech talk is correct, but obviously a database is always going to be like...
No, it's uneditable because the O5 specifically requested it to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's uneditable. It can never be removed, except if you give someone that ability. Wouldn't that have happened before? That doesn't seem like a thing that would actually exist. But regardless of all of that, it's the interaction, I think, right after Roger does his thing in front of the O5 Council. What's the line? Let me see if I can find it exactly. Let's scroll up real quick. Oh, yeah, here we go. Regardless of the truth of 0511's experience, it is plain that we have lost all reason. There is only one possible explanation for this. Is there, though? I feel as though there may be multiple explanations for that, and it's not what this guy is trying to drive home.
I've seen, and I don't remember if I saw it in a D class or like a discussion or what, but I think part of it was partially intentional that everybody reacts so irrationally to it because it is literally a cognitive hazard. Like, it makes people react in polarized, freaked out, panicky ways. And I think that was part of the conceit of it, that people are reacting in kind of
Oh, it's not a
ways
plot hole, it's a plot feature. Yeah, I've never been a strong believer in that kind of thinking, but there are people who enjoy that kind of thing, I suppose.
So I have been waiting for a chance to introduce myself. I didn't want to interrupt any of you. I've been.
You're coming in pretty quiet. Can you turn your microphone volume up?
Oh, I actually turned it down because I was worried about being too loud.
Yeah, now I can hear you a lot better. Hi, who are you?
I am Harry. I am not that big a SCP fan as I used to be because reality does basically all that for me. Here, let me turn my camera on because everyone else has theirs on. I probably will have to move to turn my light on. The sun is going down. And I go by both he, him, and she, her pronouns. And,
Radio.
if I'm honest, this is actually the first SCP article I have read in like 3 years.
Well, welcome back to the community.
Yeah.
That's what they got me.
I'm just gonna have to mute my mic again for 1 second while I turn my light on.
I forget if I said before. I joined when I was 12, and then I was like on for like 2 months or so, and then I quit for a long time, and then I came back randomly in like 2017ish, and then wrote something, and then like immediately forgot it existed and left for another 2 years, and then now like I'm here.
I found the SCP Wiki when I was 11. I read a lot of stuff on there and I was a really big fan, and then I just sort of lost interest. And then, literally this time last year, I was at my school's art show and I saw a bunch of SCP fan art and I recognized a bunch of the characters, and that's kind of what got me back into it. And
I think I got into the
posted something, but yeah.
I got in the SCP Foundation when I was really, really young, like 29. So, you know.
Like a baby.
4 years old than me.
I mean, I think I was 3 years old. No, 4 years. 1 sec. Oh no, 6 years old. Wait, no, sorry, I'm bad at maths. So it was 2007 that Wiki was created, right? Or was it 2008?
It was
2007 to
Okay.
2008.
I was four. I was four
Oh,
then.
okay.
4 when the Wiki was created.
Ay, ay, ay.
Um,
While our guest tries to
children.
figure out their camera situation real quick, let me give us an update on the situation. I managed to get my GoFundMe donation to work, which means we are sitting at a total of... The window didn't show up, pardon me. That was supposed to be a dramatic reveal, not a dramatic failure. There we are. So, let me get that centered properly. Gosh darn it. Good enough. You can see it. It is currently at $400 of $1,000 because I dropped in my $100 donation. So we are 40% of our goal. One thing I didn't mention earlier that I should point out is that for everybody who donates a number of $50 or more, we have right now approximately 23 guests, and if I need to, I'll recruit some more. 23 members of the Site-42 wing of the SCP community, authors, artists, content creators, who are making gifts to give to people who donate $50 or more. Those gifts include art commissions, short story commissions, poem commissions. We also have a couple props from the web series SCP Declassified, which I think is like 2 episodes in right now. We also have, this is one of the bigger gifts, someone's going to get lucky for this one, a approximately foot-tall doll of SCP-3090, which is a person who has a television set for a head. And so we have just a lot of different prizes that are going to be assigned via spreadsheet, gifter to giftee, once the stream is over. So if you donate $50 or more, you will be contacted and you will receive something as a thank you for your generous donation. So please go to the GoFundMe and donate if you are going to do so. Obligatory plug gone, and the camera's still not working for you, huh?
Yeah. I think Reality just told me a fix on.
Well, in the meantime, someone wanted to share their LGBT experience with us, and so I'm trying to find the username or the person. If they want to hop into the empty
Ash,
slot.
if I remember correctly.
Say again?
It was Ash, if I remember correctly.
All right, so I am real. Do you mind stepping down for a second as a guest so that they can hop in and share?
Yep.
And actually,
I'll pick up on that.
boop, here we are. Is that Ash joining in? Nope, that's Harry again. All right, Ash, this is your opportunity to jump on the stream. We're in between stories, so this is a good time to do this.
Yeah, we're to the point where I'm not complaining about how I dislike the SCP we just read.
Probably also post in town about as well. Similar topic. Similar.
Hold on, I'm going to mute while I'm fixing this because I make a lot of weird noises when fixing shit.
Related, but I spent a large chunk of my day today making a Twitter bot that just posts quotes from 3999. And one, I'm really happy with it, and two, it's like spitting out the creepiest stuff first, which is really freaking me out. Like, it's spitting out the creepier ones, like, before anything else, before any of the funny ones and the surreal ones. Which is worrying me a little bit, but, you know, if my creations become sentient and kill me, that's kind of what I deserve at this point, so. Anyway, hello.
That actually is a good question for chat here. Was at any point, did the audio go laggy, or was it always just the video?
I saw some people saying it was wiki, but the number went out.
For me, it was the video.
Okay. Because I've noticed, I mean, I've got the stream up myself on both of my computers, and I've noticed that the video has definitely been laggy, but I don't have the audio on because I've got the, you know, Discord, and it would be an echo.
Hi, I'm Ash. I use he, him pronouns. Yeah, I'm not from America, but I'm sure a lot of people can hear my experiences and probably learn from them to not come out too early. Because I came out early to people at school, I posted something on my TikTok, which a bunch of people from my school follow. Basically saying, I'm trans, hi. And one of my friends accidentally gave my number to a transphobe without knowing, thinking that they were just wanting to tell me something. And now I get phone calls at least twice a day saying that I'm just a confused lesbian and that I'll always be a girl and that I should just grow up.
It's horrible. You know how to block numbers? Or are they using like a spoofer?
They turned caller ID off, so I can't do anything except just. And once they called me 30 times in one day.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
So it's
That's
just things that
so
come
bad.
out.
That's like that is some hella harassment.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and just know who you're coming out to.
Have you had a chance to talk to? I don't know how old you are, but have you had a chance to talk to any adults about this problem?
Yeah, I'm 12, almost 13. I'm 13 in like 2 weeks. And no, because my school's out for a holiday, and also a couple of kids got COVID, so we're out for that as well. And my household is not the best place to be. And that means if I tell my parents about it, I'll have to come out to them.
It could be possible to get them to change your phone number without having to do. But more importantly, solutions aside, and there maybe you can get your phone number changed regardless. It's important to understand that the community around the SCP, I should say at least the SCP community, I can speak for them, support you 100%, and that that kind of behavior is not only unacceptable there in your life, it's unacceptable everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my experience.
I hope that gets better for you. It's horrible.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna hop off now so someone else can hop in.
It was great talking to you.
Thank you so much for coming on and sharing. That's brave to do that when you're getting harassed for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's so, as I said in the beginning of the stream, a lot of people who are like me, straight mostly, I guess, don't really even know there's a problem. When I announced that this stream was going to happen, a lot of people were going, why would you donate to LGBT people? They don't have any problems anymore. And it's like, guys. Yeah. So yes, hopefully raising awareness, which we need to do, will over time help us with this. Thank you so much for your story and sharing.
Yeah, it's kind of cliche to say it, but it is absolutely 100% true. And speaking as someone who is now in their mid-30s, life always gets better. That the worst moments you're ever going to have in your life, always at the time that they're happening, seem like it couldn't. This is the lowest point of my life, and all these other things, and it always gets better. It's always transitory. It never lasts, and there will always be happy moments afterwards.
Yeah, I have a series on YouTube with some of my friends about mental health and saying that even though you're fighting a journey now doesn't mean you'll lose the fight, because all of us have one mental illness, and we just wanted to spread awareness because one of our friends did lose the fight,
It was,
and they lost their life.
That sounds really good, and it's really nice of you to do that. Do you have a link possibly that we could share to your channel?
The channel got taken down about a month ago
Oh,
because we did an episode about suicide attempts and how you can see the signs, and the entire channel got taken down.
That is incredibly stupid.
Ay,
I'm
caramba.
sorry. It got taken down for you telling people how to notice these signs?
Yeah, I think and it was a couple of other videos. I think he accidentally used copyrighted stuff because I did go through the videos because I had the video saved on my computer, which I don't have anymore because my brother destroyed it. So I had a few videos and I did look through them, and I think in one of the videos we used one copyrighted image. And
yeah,
the
that
entire channel.
sometimes, yeah, and there may have been other ones that you didn't notice about, but that's just a lesson for future content. You can create a new channel and do the same thing, do the same work you were doing. Just be cognizant of anything that's not owned, or that I should say that is owned by other people, and you should be great.
Yeah.
That's a really good message for you to get out there. I think you should keep going.
Yeah, we did say that we're going to start using our own art because two of us are artists, so we can start using like our own art interpretations of things.
That's great. It was wonderful talking to you, Ash. Thank you.
I'm gonna hop off now so other people can join. Bye.
Farewell. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Oh, bye.
Best of luck for any future experiences.
Do I get to talk about myself now? Just kidding. Like, I think I brought this up at the end of the Portraits of Your Father stream, like my personal experiences with being an LGBT person alive on the planet in this year and day and age. But now I'm like not as fucked up and emotional as I was then, so I can probably recount the events with more clarity. But the TLDR is that my dad found out I had a girlfriend, and kicked me out. So that was a real fun time. And my parents are divorced, so I just like kind of went to my mom without a lot of issues, but it's still, you know, it stung a lot. And it's not like we don't talk anymore, but it's just this tension between us. It's like, you know, I know if I ever get married, he's not going to go. None of his side of the family is going to go. They're not going to approve of it. There's just this connection between us that's just been permanently severed, and that I think affected me more than I knew at the time. But, you know, I used it for my college essay, so how fucked up really was I about it? I don't know. But that's, you know, these things are happening every day in real life, in present day. And to say that it's a thing of the past is narrow-minded at best, I think. So.
And honestly, that's, I know you have experience with that. A lot of people have that experience all over the place. And that's actually a really big reason for our charity today, the LGBT Center, because
exactly,
resources for people who are in that dire situation and maybe don't have another parent to go to.
Right. There's a similar organization near where I live that does absolutely fantastic work. I went there regularly for a good 2 to 3 years. It was absolutely they're doing absolutely fantastic work. Every charity like that is indispensable. So I'm really happy to see them getting supported.
Looks like we have somebody new in here.
Yes,
that was
there's a
Cecilia.
Yeah, hi.
Yes, Cecilia, introduce yourself.
Hold up. Give me a second to start the camera.
Speaking of camera, I couldn't get mine working, so I'm probably gonna have to leave in like 2 minutes.
Very slow.
I mean, there's probably people more interesting than me, so. Like Cecilia.
Hello there.
Cecilia, what pronouns do you use?
I actually go by for a little bit. My pronouns are they, them. And yeah.
Oh, Everett from TikTok. Hello.
Oh yeah. Oh god, I'm sorry. I have to keep my voice down. It's 2 in the morning right now, so I don't want to wake anyone up. So I am so sorry. My heart is.
It's all right. If people didn't want to be woken up, they shouldn't have gone asleep.
Yeah. Big up game.
I'm literally. This is gonna sound funny for some reason, but like I'm literally hiding in the closet right now.
Oh, we can see.
Both ways.
It's a metaphor.
So, about my experience, how do I start with this? Basically, the thing is that, I don't know about this, but personally, I think that schools, like, if they find out that you are, like, part of the LGBTQ community, or, like, in general, like, anything, they shouldn't really out you to anyone. Because, like, that can get very dangerous very quickly. I sadly had that experience with my uncle, because at the moment I was living with him because my parents were having some problems, so I had to go live with him. And my school outed me to him as non-binary, and it went south very quickly. I actually, since I still couldn't go back to my parents' house, I actually had to stay at a friend's house for like almost like half a year, if I'm not incorrect. It was like, yeah, it was half a year. So yeah, I just feel like schools don't have like, they shouldn't have the right place to like say anything about like any of their students if the students obviously say not to. Because like it's serious, it can seriously get very, very dangerous, and it really concerns me because there's like a group of people in my school that are part of the LGBTQ, like literally the friend group. We were all like very scared at first because our school literally outs everything to our parents, and it's not very pretty sometimes. I had a friend come live with me, and she's still living with me right now. She's asleep, so that's why I'm in the closet. But yeah, it's just that schools, man. Way to get out. Because, like, it's seriously, it's like very damaging in general for like students, and people don't realize that.
I don't think people realize
Obviously,
how different
sometimes-
schools. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they actually are. The thing is that I'm not in the United States, so I don't really have a say on the schools of the United States. But like, over here where I live, ay Jesucristo de mi vida. How do I? Like every single part of where I live is like very conservative. So there are no movements for the LGBTQ community like at all. Like the opposite, people get like harassed on the daily. If you're like the person's gay, trans, bisexual, they get like harassed on the daily. And like it's very, very tiring to see everything happening in the community, especially when you can't really say anything. Because again, over here where I live, women don't have a say that much in things. So yeah, like I was saying, like very conservative. So whenever like someone, hold on, I'm trying to remember. We started the protest where I live, the feminist movement, and I remember like first joining because they were supporting the LGBTQ community, and I first joined and I went to protest along with other people. But like once I joined, they like started being extremely like transphobic and homophobic in general, and I was like, oh damn. Well, there goes the support, I guess. It really, really sucked. Like no matter where like we go, we still managed to get like no support at all. Like we're literally like in the hiding all the time. We can't come out. We can't do anything. We're all scared. There's like on the news that there's daily like people getting like killed for being gay. And we can just at this point we can just sit down and shut up. Like we can't do anything, and it's really frustrating. Um, I've tried to speak out a few times myself, especially with my parents, which I'm living with again right now. I've tried to speak out like again with them and against them sometimes, and most of the time they shut me off real quickly. Like, no, kid, not your time, not yet. And usually the way I try to like grab their attention, or at least grab the public's attention, so I can like more or less speak out against the problems, is like actually academically. So oh my god, I'm gonna sound like I'm bragging. Uh, but it's usually like um I have two schools like I'm going right now. I'm going to college and I'm going to like the last year of high school. So I'm going like two things at the same time.
Dual enrollment.
And yeah. So when I was like my parents like, hey, look at my grades, they're perfect. Look at my life, it's basically perfect. I talked to you about something, and so I sat them down and I was like, hey, I want to help the community. I want to help the LGBTQ community. I haven't come out to them yet because I'm scared. So I talked to them and I was like, hey, I want to start something and I want to help the community of the LGBTQ community. And they like shut me off real quickly because I don't know if they're scared for me speaking out or they simply just don't want me to because they don't support it. I've never known with them, to be honest. It's kind of weird. Oh god, I'm gonna sneeze. So sorry.
All right. So just before I leave, I want to say that a lot of the Dr. whatever your name is, whoever the person in the stream was, they were talking about sorry, I'm terrible with names. They were talking about how a lot of people, when you mentioned this stream was for LGBT plus rights, they said that's not an issue. I feel like a lot of that is from a very, American perspective, and even then in America, there's still being oppressed. There's still hate crimes, and you can't. For some of these people, they just bigotry doesn't make any logical sense. So sometimes when you think, oh, if you talk to them, like explain how, well, it doesn't make sense in any way that you hate a person for how they are, they won't listen because it doesn't matter to them. They just hate you for being you. And hopefully with more funding and more education and more, support resources for everyone, you can have less of these issues. So I don't want to be one of those people who asks you to donate, but if you can, please donate to the fundraiser that is happening. Thanks.
Hear, hear.
What was that thing you said about having a baseball bat and then so the ones with the baseball bats and some of us are the ones who can talk people through it. Something like that.
Honest to God, it's still, people talk about American perspective on this as though somehow in America it's like perfect and fixed and everything, and it absolutely 100% isn't. I live in Alabama, and this state in particular, and I know only so much about this state. I'm sure if it happens here, it can happen elsewhere. It's legal elsewhere. But job discrimination on the basis of sexuality or any of the LGBTQ plus issues that the employer disagrees with, like they can straight up just not hire you. Yeah. And that's still a thing. That's discrimination, plain and simple. And it still exists, even here in America. And I'm sure it's not just the Alabamas of the world, of America either. I'm sure it exists in plenty of other places. So this is not a fixed issue. This is something that people need to be talking about, and we still need to be working on as a country and as a world and in a community.
I'm in California, the quote liberal bastion of America. I'm right outside of San Francisco, and we have a rise in hate crimes against LGBT people in San Francisco of all places. So you hear about all the time how liberal San Francisco is, how so much gay pride stuff is out here in the city, and it's still like that here. So imagining it outside of there, thinking America, thinking like Alabama, going outside the country to places where things are even harder cracked down stresses me out, and I'm a cis white guy.
Yeah, I feel that exact energy right here.
If you see it happening and you're the group that it applies to, it's hard to describe if you are not currently experiencing it, but you see it happening on the news or online. It's a kind of existential dread is the best way I could really describe it. It's just, oh yeah, people just fucking hate me. Like, it's not a fun feeling. It is not a fun feeling.
It's very
and
easy
at this
for...
point, in this point, Lucy from the Discord is going to hop on, our dear Void, and they are going to be our last little experience sharing moment for now. We'll go back to some SCPs, and then we'll come back and forth and bop back and forth. Yes, Void, you are free to jump on if stressful, nervous, I feel it. Remember, you do not have to share anything with us. If you want to, that's fine. It can be, outing yourself can be dangerous, as we've heard tonight. All these things can be very stressful, so no one is obligated to do anything that makes them uncomfortable. But if you want to, then yes. And I see Lucy has joined the chat.
Hello. Welcome.
Sound check and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Lucy.
I need a little more volume from your side. You're coming in way quiet.
Hear me a little better now.
Still need more volume if you can get it.
Okay, hold on.
Can you turn her up, like, in the Discord?
Could be a microphone setting on the computer. Could be a microphone setting on Discord.
Also, her name is still Baby Eater. And I completely forget the inside joke that spawned that, so now it just looks weird.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Awesome, all right. Hopefully my voice isn't disgusting.
Oh.
Go ahead, introduce
Alright.
yourself to the stream with pronouns.
Yep, so my name is Lucy. I also go by Void Lady on the SCP Wiki, and my pronouns are she, her. So, yeah, that's me.
All right, and you mentioned in the chat that you did want to share something.
Yeah, I just wanted to share my experiences a little bit with like the LGBT community and, well, more specifically just like transphobia. I also mentioned that this isn't like a thing of the past, like this is an ongoing part of my life. Like this is a daily thing for me. It's not fun. So I trying to think of where to start, but like I guess I first realized I was trans when I was like 7 or something like that, like very young age. It was back when I lived in Chicago. We were playing like some game in gym when I kind of had this thought like, wow, I really hate playing on the boys team and I hate playing with boys and I feel like my life would be easier if I were a girl. And that thought came into my head and then it just kind of left for a while. So that kind of buried itself in my subconscious. I didn't really think about it again until I was like 14 or something like that, because that's when I really started to like be more active on the internet and, you know, explore all these topics and ideas that weren't available to me beforehand. But when I started off, I didn't even really know what like being transgender was. I didn't know what transgender people were. I actually I kind of had my trans awakening when I found out about like characters like Astolfo and Felix Argyle. So I felt like that was the other way of presenting yourself, that like you could just be a really feminine guy. And I really like that. I really kind of enjoyed that way of expressing myself. So I kind of started to adapt it into my personality. I became more flamboyant, more like gay, I guess. uh, and people around me did not react very well to that, especially my mom and her boyfriend. So I don't want to be graphic about it, but like it essentially got beaten out of me over time. It was, yeah, it was bad. So I kind of pushed that down too, and then like time went on, and I turned 16, and that's when I started feeling like actual gender dysphoria. Uh, I would have nightmares about my own face and how people perceived it. And I mean, like, literally nightmares about my own face. Like, it would just be me staring at myself, and they were the most horrifying dreams I ever had. um, then one night, I had this dream that I was a woman. That, yeah, that I was a woman. And it was the best I'd ever felt. It made my day. I rode that euphoria high for the entire morning. It was incredible. But and that's when I kind of like started to realize that, maybe I wasn't just a feminine guy. Maybe I was like, like a girl. And it freaked me out at first. It's not a easy revelation to have, especially when like you realize that no one is ever going to accept you for it. And so I started researching it. I started looking into it, and a lot of it I realized would never be available to me because I'm not a financially stable person. I don't have a lot of money. My family doesn't have a lot of money. We're lower middle class, and I'm probably going to be lower middle class. And so that was definitely very soul crushing. But then I kind of started to express it. Like, I don't want to get graphic again, but I started to express it on the internet in like a more sexual way. Like, I started looking into transgender pornography, that kind of thing. And one day, I came out of my room and I left my computer up on my bed, and my brother came into my room and he went up to my computer and he looked at it and he found some of this transgender pornography I was looking at. So then he started telling people about it. People at school, people at my family. And I didn't really have a lot of friends beforehand in real life. I was always kind of a drifter. I never really got along well with people, especially large groups of people. But, now I was like a weirdo. I was like yeah. And this would happen a few times every few years from then on. Like, my brother would get into my computer or get into my phone, and he would find evidence of me wanting to be a woman or, identifying as one, and he would share it around with other people. He would out me to everyone. Like, even recently, my dad has a new girlfriend who's never met me before, and the first thing my brother told her was all about that. Like, just wanting to actively ruin my life and my relationships with people for no reason. And just, those are my experiences with being LGBT. Kind of, not fun, not happy, but, that's life. I didn't want to get like, oh.
No, you're good. I am hugging you through the computer screen right now. I am doing it in real life. I am hugging you so tight. I'm so sorry.
No,
if you could see the amount of hearts that are currently in the YouTube stream live chat right now.
Well,
yeah, you said somewhere in the middle there that you didn't think you were ever going to be loved. You should understand that not just the community, but personally, plenty of people love you. So
that means a lot.
I love you. You're a dear friend to me.
I
think you're a wonderful person.
That means a lot to me.
I'm happy.
Well, I didn't want to get too depressing, and I think I should note that there are good things too. Like, I've met a lot of nice, good people, and I have a boyfriend who has never misgendered me ever, which is awesome. And, like, I don't know. Like, I kind of get caught in this feeling of constant dread and hopelessness, and I'm sure that's what a lot of people like me experience, but I think even if everything, is bad sometimes, I think that there's a way out for all of us, and I think we're all gonna be okay.
Yeah.
It is
always gets
it
better.
Is just Cimmerian, you talk. I'm stuttering on my words right now.
It always gets better. Just remember that. I said this earlier to one of the other people that came on, and I'll be clear about this. The worst point in everyone's life, whenever that time comes, always ends because it keeps going and it gets better.
Yeah, that's my philosophy too on life, I think.
It is horrid that those bad things have happened to you. It is horrid that you are treated that way. And on the other end of that, it is very positive that you have this community, this family here for you, ride or die.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take us through the most rapid change of pace you've ever experienced. Are you ready for a segue?
Oh boy.
Oh wait, are we going to talk about SCPs I hate again?
Whoa, it might be. It might be an SCP you hate. I'm not sure if you know about it. You see, my partner, Goose, is here in the room. By the way, Goose is also Katie, is also Boo. These are a lot of names. So if I say Goose or Katie or Boo, that is my partner who is back here. They have their favorite SCP, their favorite story on the wiki, and they want nothing more right now than for Dr. Sumerian to read it.
Oh boy.
And so,
Okay.
if you will indulge me and Goose over here, will you turn in your wiki to Director Rosie overcomes his sour cream addiction?
Oh, this is one of those, isn't it?
This is
boy.
one of those.
Oh, I'm very excited.
Oh boy.
I'm
Righty
gonna hop
then.
out.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
It was great talking to you, Lucy.
Yeah, it was nice finally getting that experience out, I guess, because I don't talk about it a lot.
Thank you
thank
so
you
much.
for
I'm so happy you were
indulging me.
able to.
Yeah. All right.
And Goose says your voice is dreamy.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you. I'll hop out and I'll go to the YouTube live stream and watch from there. See everybody. Have a nice Halloween and a safe night.
Great talking to you. All right. Director Rosie overcomes his sour cream addiction. Plus 41. Let's just I scrolled down to see if this was one of the ones that actually has Dr. Sumerian in it. It is not, so that's a mark against it. All right. The office. Site Director Rosie was slumped in the corner of his office, armed with a large spoon and a half-eaten jar of fresh sour cream. In fact, it was his third jar that afternoon. Site-214 was an absolute mess, and it was partly his fault. The Foundation facility had been completely overrun by an outbreak of anomalous sour cream, and the stuff was horribly addictive. He knew that downstairs, staff members were practically swimming in it, painting the floors white in their feeding frenzy. At least up here in his office, he was able to conceal his shameful lack of self-control. Director Rosie heard someone sliding a keycard outside the door to his office, and hastily shoved the unfinished jar up his ass. In entered Supervisor Quinn, his assistant and friend, who was also brandishing a container of the evil dairy product. Between slow mouthfuls of cream, he reprimanded Director Rosie. Rosie, you have a serious problem, and so do I. I know you've been up here for 3 days. I've been keeping watch over this corridor. Quinn threw up the contents of his stomach over the tiled floor before continuing his rant. I'm getting you out of this office, whether you like it or not. This isn't like you. Put your pants on. We're going to the Euclid wing. Director Rosie fell to the side and landed in a pile of cream like a pathetic child. That's not my job. I haven't been to that part of the facility in over 2 months. Supervisor Quinn walked over and pulled him off the floor to his feet. We're all suffering here, Rosie. You're hurting. I know, but right now we all need your leadership. Please just get out of your office for an hour. Quinn pulled 3 sticks of butter out of his pocket and handed them to the crushed site director. I brought you these to hold you over. All right, Quinn. You've never failed me before, I suppose. I'll go with you, but only for an hour. And together, the two stumbled out of the room, trying to resist the temptation to lick the floor. The Euclid wing. The south entrance to Site-214's Euclid wing looked like the gates to dairy hell. Dried sour cream was caked over every surface, to the point that stalagmites were beginning to form. Rosie and Quinn stood before the abyss, before the latter gave his friend a gentle slap on the back.
I thought we needed to segue from that to something good.
What? Oh, he went off screen and is talking and he doesn't realize his mic is still active. Fair enough. You first, Rosie. I want to see you go in there. Director Rosie sighed and marched towards the checkpoint. He was only able to walk a short distance before 15 containers of sour cream materialized on the ground in front of him. blocking his way and threatening to pull him back into a vegetative state. Rosie leaned down to pick one up and... Oh, there's a typo. And as he removed the lid, Quinn bolted forward and tore the forbidden substance from his hand, hurling it against the wall. Rosie, control yourself and eat a stick of butter. We need to stay focused down here. Quinn reminded him as he licked spilled sour cream off of his fingertips. I only have one stick of butter. No, did I get the name? I think I've reversed their voices at this point, haven't I? Yep. Yeah, I certainly have. I only have one stick of butter left, Rosie muttered, looking down at the sad, squishy bar in his hand. Could I at least take one just in this case? I don't want to have a withdrawal headache if something chases us. Quinn threw up his arms in defeat and allowed Rosie to give in to his addiction so long as they were able to keep walking. As it turned out, the state of the Euclid wing was much worse than the rest of the defeated facility. The sour cream there had been mutated by something, and it was pulsating as if alive. Both Rosie and Quinn became grateful that they had a jar of the normal stuff, not wanting to touch anything, even in their broken state. Most of the cells, observation rooms, and laboratories were blockaded by a wall of the anomalous sour cream. The ones that weren't wide open and eerily silent, save for the slurping sounds that could sometimes be heard through the walls. God, that is a tongue twister. It was entirely possible that whatever was living in this corner of the facility had also fallen under the spell that all the staff had. Damages aside, at least it kept them somewhat contained, Rosie supposed. However, something made him soon stop in his tracks. Quinn, stop. There's something in the dark over here. Rosie held onto his assistant's arm and readied the container of sour cream to his side. Soon, they could hear the quick tapping of footsteps down the hall, and the dim light revealed a tall mass approaching them. Actually, we can inspect the Euclid wing later, Rosie. I think it's time to go. Supervisor Quinn spun around on his heels and began to charge in the opposite direction. Before fleeing himself, Director Rosie took aim and threw his sour cream container at the creature's ankles. He quickly followed in Quinn's direction while the monster bent over to lick the fresh substance. The two men slipped and slid across the halls as they fled to the exit. As soon as they reached the gate, they locked up the Euclid wing until a proper cleanup crew could arrive. Let's try the communications hub next. The communications hub. The entrance to the communications hub looked clean enough compared to the rest of the facility. But hope turned to fear when they saw what was inside. A full pool of liquid sour cream had formed in the lower regions of the room. And floating in it were the corpses of the communications staff. They had drowned while attempting to absorb the substance into their skin. The only survivor was a woman huddled under a desk at the end of the room, dipping her fingers in and out of a large jar. Oh, Director Rosie, it's you. She recognized her visitors quickly. I'm sorry, but there's not much left of the communications center. Most of our equipment is jammed, and the computers don't work anymore. She suddenly took a big glob of sour cream into her hand and shoved her entire fist into her mouth. One of the control panels broke away, and more of the white cream spilled out onto the floor from the gaps in the wires. Is it all right if I take some of these? Rosie asked as he gathered an armful of jars off the floor. Take whatever you need. I have plenty here, the woman replied before choking on the large mouthful. My God, Rosie, have you learned nothing? Hold the door for me, Quinn. I'm taking the stairs to the roof and I'm getting things under control. Once on the roof above the communications center, the director forced his assistant to help him spread a thick layer of sour cream on top of the concrete, in which he carved a distress message for any passing aircraft. It's, something, I guess. Quinn wasn't really sure how to feel about the makeshift sign. Don't worry. This sour cream is some pretty strong stuff. The cafeteria. Tired from their journey and slightly more sober than before, Rosie and Quinn took shelter in the cafeteria, hoping to eat some proper solid food. Rosie sat at a table while his friend prepared something for the both of them in the kitchen. It sure was taking him a long time. He acted like he was the tough one, but Rosie was sure that his fat face was deep inside a jar of the good stuff. Just as he thought that, Quinn appeared smiling and holding a tray of homemade tacos. Sure enough, he had caved and layered on spoonfuls of sour cream. Sorry about the wait. You did get out of your office for an hour like you promised, so I guess it won't hurt to give you a break. Quinn set his tray on the table. Rosie wasn't complaining. He and his friend quickly devoured the tacos, grateful to taste the good sauce again after an awfully long wait. As Rosie wiped his hand across his mouth, he noticed his friend staring at him with a smug look. Is something wrong? I was experimenting with something. You didn't notice, did you? Quinn revealed a hidden cup of plain yogurt. I didn't put sour cream on the tacos. That was yogurt. What? The director was surprised. He hadn't noticed at all. Maybe it was because of his hour-long withdrawal, but he was positive that he had tasted sour cream. Wait a second. You know what this means, right? Quinn finally had a plan that might actually work. Oh, wait. No, this is a little difficult to figure out who's speaking here, but that's not Quinn speaking. That's actually Director Rosie. You know what this means, right? Quinn had finally had a plan that might actually work. We can't prevent the sour cream from appearing, but we can use this yogurt as a replacement to break the staff's addiction. Then bring me a crate of that stuff and let's get going. Awkwardly waddling as they attempted to run while carrying crates that were too heavy for them, Rosie and Quinn set off to feed the facility. Significantly more sober than he had been in the last few days, Rosie's brain was functioning again. He had passed by the door to the basement at least 4 times in the past 2 hours and had noticed something off about it compared to the rest of the facility. Not only was it oozing sour cream at a constant rate, but the stuff looked surprisingly fresh. And unlike everywhere else, the cream surrounding the basement had not dried or gone stale. Let's leave these crates here for a moment. I think we need to check the basement. I think there's something awful down there that we don't know about. What's wrong? Do you think there's some sort of wild sour cream orgy going on down there? The bottom of the crate that Quinn was holding collapsed, and the yogurt containers within rained down on his shoes. No, probably not. It might be nothing, but Rosie had to be sure. My push-to-talk button is on my mouse. I need to make it on my keyboard so it doesn't hurt as much to hold it down this long. Halfway down the basement stairs, the boys were hit by a wave of intense hunger. Their mouths watered and cream flooded their imaginations. This time, it was Rosie's turn to urge Quinn onward. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. We're nearly there. When they reached the bottom, the hunger became painful. The floor of the basement was lined wall to wall with unopened jars of sour cream, leaving only a thin path through the occupied space. The basement had become an undiscovered treasure trove of dairy delight. If the rest of the staff had discovered the place, it would have been nearly impossible to save them. Clutching their stomachs, the director and his assistant traveled through the void. In the darkness, the sour cream jars formed an ellipse around a larger jar alone at the center. It was beautiful, pure, and absolutely mesmerizing. Rosie and Quinn stood before it, and saliva poured from their mouths as their eyes became wide. This had to be the source of the anomalous sour cream infestation. It threatened to permanently seduce them. However, Rosie had not come this far to be dragged back into his addiction. He reached into his pocket, and he took a single cup of plain yogurt, which he proceeded to swallow, cup and all, while staring right at the large jar to assert his dominance. It ends here, you creamy demon. Rosie yelled while pointing his finger at the jar in an accusatory manner. Recognizing its defeat against the site director, the source of the sour cream horde abandoned its army. It immediately dematerialized, off to find another nest of weak-minded individuals. The oppressive aura of hunger surrounding the facility disappeared. After a moment of silence, Rosie and Quinn burst out laughing and embraced each other hard. Rosie, you idiot. I knew you could do it. But the fight wasn't over yet. It would take weeks to clean all the spilled sour cream, and someone would need to find a way to safely dispose of the dangerous substance. At least, in the end, Site Director Rosie was finally able to overcome his sour cream addiction. And you're right, I did hate that.
I don't even fucking like sour cream. That was horrible.
Sour cream is now ruined forever.
I did not enjoy that whatsoever.
100% a terrible story.
just a normal thing. I'm being 682 for Halloween.
That's a neat trick. Are you like wearing a ghillie suit or something?
I have a thing. This is the thing for it, because I cannot be bothered to do it when I'm going out. You do it early in the morning and wait.
I will say this is about as adult as I would expect to read on this stream, and it's actually a little bit over the line, but
Sour cream is not ruined forever.
I am currently eating a bagel with cream cheese, so my white substance alarm is going off the entire time.
Oh my god! Wait, no.
You have an alarm for that?
As one must.
I'm really still reeling from the second paragraph. I don't think I've recovered from that yet.
wait, like in the part that said was staring right at the large jar to assert his dominance. I don't know why it came through my mind. She's like standing on a T-pose, asserting dominance. Like
I thought he was like T-posing, like. Yeah.
Like a straight up T-pose. Like I stopped there. It ends here. You creamy demon. Just like T-posing and staring right at.
Creamy demon.
I think something that you can say about this tale is that it is definitely a sequence of words arranged into sentences that someone put into a narrative for some reason. And that is all I can say about it, I think.
I now understand. No, I now understand this. The author of this has that kind of... You remember I said, oh, this is one of those kinds of articles? This is the author of several other articles I was thinking of when I said, is this one of those kind of articles?
Oh
my god.
You know what? I've got a request. I want to see... We've heard a lot in this stream tonight of Sumerians' dislike of this article, dislike of this, or this. I want something Sumerian likes.
I mean, you're just teeing me. You're just teeing me up to suggest something I wrote, right?
Give me the quintessential you article. If you had to take your 120 something articles and say this one gives you the best idea of who I am as an author, what do you think that would be?
That's a interesting question. Let me think. You're gonna have to give me like a second. Oh, you know what? This is perfect. This is a Halloween one. It's not necessarily the quintessential me article though. I guess. Hold on. See if I can come up with something here.
While you're thinking of that, two things. Number one, I am informed by Goose over here that I asked that question incorrectly. The correct way to ask that question would have been, if you had to put one of your articles on a dating site, which one would it be?
Oh, okay. I think this is it. It's the perfect one because it's a monologue from Dr. Jeremiah Sumerian, the character.
And which one? What's it called?
The orientation for the pasta physics department.
Oh, what?
I'll link it in the No Mic channel. It'll be easier for you to find that. And unfortunately, as hilarious as the title is, it's actually pretty serious.
Interesting.
Yeah, orientate. Well, the pataphysics department. I just decided to make it pasta physics, but I'll go ahead and go.
Oh, I remember liking this one.
My name is Dr. Jeremiah Sumerian, and I am a member of the SCP Foundation's Ethics Committee. Some of you look a bit confused, which shows that you're not stupid. You might be asking yourself what the Ethics Committee has to do with the food service staff. Well, first of all, I'd like to ask you how much you enjoyed the stale donuts, cold coffee, and warm soda. Probably didn't enjoy it much yesterday either. Every meal you've had this week has been terrible, and that's by design. Some of you were recruited directly from the military, and some of you are trained civilian chefs. Others have worked in fast food for years. Treat those stale donuts as an object lesson. A good meal can make a world of difference in both mood and morale. The people you are going to be feeding are going to be working with some of the most dangerous objects in the world. If Dr. McDoctorson is working with a potentially world-ending artifact every day, he's bound to get a bit listless. The wrong mood at the wrong time, and maybe the good doctor makes a mistake that no one can recover from. Now, what if instead they wake up thinking about the pizza you're going to be serving at lunch instead? The effect a good meal has on efficiency and safety cannot be overstated. But that's only half your purpose, and it's not why I'm delivering this orientation. The SCP Foundation is a sort of research organization. The world is much stranger than we let on, and some of you are even on track to receive security clearances of your own. You've likely already learned, at least around the edges, what kind of strange and wonderful items we keep in containment. But what you haven't been told are the living anomalies. Yes, murmur, I get it. That's not in the brochure. Sadly, We're Also a Prison isn't a good selling point for hiring the best of the best, even with a six-figure salary. But to protect the world, we put people under lock and key. Some of them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this causes problems that you need to find some of the solutions to. This is going to... I want to give a content warning. This is a content warning for self-harm coming up. So just to give you about 5 seconds to, if you want to click off for a second or mute it. Let me talk to you about Jacob Mackenzie. He was an accountant, born with an anomaly that caused local seismic disturbances if he experienced any pain. The disturbance worsened depending on the severity of the pain. His anomalous nature was discovered, and he was contained by the Foundation in his mid-20s. He had a number of dietary restrictions. He was not allowed frozen foods for fear of a brain freeze. He was not allowed sharp or hard foods on the off chance he might cut the inside of his mouth, and he was not allowed spicy food of any kind. Unfortunately, his favorite type of food was Mexican cuisine. And at the time, the people in charge of his containment also kept him under the effects of a narcotic pain medication almost around the clock. His nutritional requirements reflected the reality, of course. He required higher than average hydration due to the medications he was using, for instance. And those in charge of his care didn't need to enforce the dietary restrictions. However. At the time, the Foundation fed the same meal to every sentient object, some poorly flavored mush that was cheap and could keep a human alive indefinitely. Jacob experienced a period of serious depression and took his own life in 2004. The entirety of Site-134 was lost in the seismic event that occurred during that incident. Now, would a meal from Taco Bell have solved Jacob's depression? Probably not. But if we'd been paying attention, we'd have noticed he wasn't eating as much anymore, and maybe a meal combined with a host of other precautions could have helped. Now, you're still going to run into old school Foundation staff who treat the objects under our care as prisoners. I want you to understand they both are and are not that. We're not jailers. We're caretakers. Most of these people have done nothing to deserve punishment or imprisonment. They are in containment for their and the world's safety, but they should be treated with gentle dignity and respect. And this is why the food service staff were put under the Ethics Committee's purview in 2005. And it's why you attended a number of orientations this week with the newly hired entertainment staff as well. Each of you will be in charge of a site or a project's food needs. And some of you will have a staff of dozens. Others may work alone. But no matter what you do, you will need to study the objects under your care, their wants, their needs, their mood. This is all your concern. You will not, however, be alone. You're one of many fail-safes that we have put in place to save the life of the next Jacob Mackenzie. If you need more information about a person's history or preference, more than the dossiers already tell you, then you should contact the intelligence department. They will help you. If you run into a particularly stubborn researcher who you think is negatively affecting the psychological health of those under your care, you will contact the Ethics Committee liaison for the site or project you are assigned to. There will be many more meetings this week, and many of you will be receiving specialized one-on-one briefings for the object or objects that will be under your care. I'll leave you with the food service staff's motto: be polite, Be professional, but have a plan to feed everybody you meet. You may have smelled the pizza in the next room. We've got bread-free and vegan options, and hot coffee and cold sodas. Have a nice day.
I like that.
I like that. I'm going to +1 that right now.
I really need to change my push-to-talk key for my mouse. My hand is going numb.
Is everyone having to push to talk, or is that just Sumerian?
I don't push to talk.
Just
I think that's just him.
Might be worth turning off that setting for this, for the duration.
Oh, no, it's fine.
All right. And please remember, everybody who is a Foundation website member, if you enjoy the stories we are reading today, make sure you upvote them. And if you don't like them, you can downvote them, but I'm not going to tell you that one as emphatically.
I think with my regards to like what makes for me, what makes a Sumerian article is to take a concept that you would not have previously considered, and then turn it around on itself as well.
I finished drawing the story.
Can you repeat that, but louder? Sorry, Ash, I just didn't hear you is all.
Oh, I was saying I finished the thing sorry, because I was reading along with it.
Good.
Well, that's good.
The makeup for your 682. I got you now.
Ooh.
Fantastic. We are going to have at least a couple cosplayers on today, so we should see some interesting Halloween costumes in the mix.
better than our lame doctor costumes that we're using.
Better than our lab coats, which I can have back now that I'm not sweating to death.
My lab coat, like
lab coat.
Yeah, I do a lot of cosplays. So.
There we go. Back in uniform, Sherman.
I went to a bunch of the SCP wiki and was like, which one am I doing this year?
Ooh. Yeah, I wish I could do stuff like that.
I've done SCP. I've done SCP themed Halloween costumes for I think 4 years now.
Wow. Oh my god. Amazing.
When you wear a SCP Halloween costume, except for this year where we can't go anywhere, do you know anybody who recognizes it, or are people just like, what is that all night long?
Well, I have a group of friends which also love SCP, so we do like group costumes, and we all used to go out in groups, and one, I think he was like 5, looked at me. I was in, oh my god, what's it called? I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm got a really bad memory.
Do you remember what it is rather than the number?
Peanut.
173?
Yeah, I think it's 173. Yeah, I was in Peanut, and I think it was about 5, pointed at me and went, "It's the Peanut from the website!"
Oh my god. The fact that they recognize it from the website, not the video game, is a good thing.
And then reeled off every single SCP number we all were.
Oh my god.
Lord. My nephew's like 7 or 8, and he's aware of I've tried my best. First of all, he constantly wants to know what my YouTube channel is, but my YouTube channel is for 13 and older people. So I'm like, no, you don't get to know what my YouTube channel is. And also he wants to go to the wiki, and I'm like, no. But the only reason I know for sure that he knows what the SCP Foundation is that he did he was talking about Siren Head recently. I think it was a Labor Day barbecue. Maybe it was July 4th.
Oh god.
And my dad goes, "What's Siren Head?" And he goes,
"Oh god."
He goes, "It's an SCP."
Oh god.
And then I had a long conversation with him about intellectual property and a whole bunch of other stuff that he certainly didn't understand. But
I'm getting like secondhand stress during that. Also, none of you get any points because none of you have noticed the fact that I've switched hats 5 times during the stream. But all of you failed. All of you have failed me.
Let me just make myself look even nerdier than I already do. I'm just gonna get some, like a hat and something else.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out soon, and I want to make a reading request before I do pass out, if that is okay.
That is perfectly okay. What do you got?
Flag. Okay. I think I mentioned this to you earlier, but I literally just yesterday finished this 3999 tale. It's not actually published or anything, but it's emotional. It's 3999. It has it features a narrative device I have lovingly entitled the transgender footnote. I don't know what else you could want from it. So I will pop off the link.
I'm a Ravenclaw. I made
Oh yeah, there's I put the content warnings at the top. There's heavy depiction of violence and allusions to suicide. So if that is not something that you are okay with, please mute for the time being.
Ooh, I'm taking it all over my head.
I am currently just downloading Discord to my iPad where my scripts for these readings are so that I can actually follow all these links you're posting, because y'all are like, I'll post the link in the Discord, and I'm like, I can't use that. So, are you going to take this reading then?
I was going to ask you because I feel like I'm about to pass out.
Then, if anybody has anything to talk about in the moment while I try and log into Discord here, please feel free to rattle off some improvisational jazz or something.
This is a particularly long one, so if you don't mind, I'm going to go AFK for maybe 30 minutes, maybe less, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Well,
Sounds fantastic.
I'll sing a song if we need to fill up time.
Well, I think
How are you
maybe
feeling?
I can do while we're waiting is explain some of the weird shit in this tale, because there is some weird shit. Like the title has a character that is in English, and there's like formatting, etc., etc. So I could probably explain some of that. Like there are footnotes, and all of them are in line and should be read as in-character thoughts. Hover over some things later on. It might be obvious, but it also might not. So if you skip over it without meaning to, then I will point it out. There's something that should be hovered over, and there's also I am real mentioned. There's art that I put there, and I guess you can show that if you want. And there's also bits that are crossed out, but it's like in the 3999 way, not the SCP article way, if that makes sense. So it can still be read. It's a little
This is a question for people on here and on the YouTube thing. I've currently found out that art is a huge coping mechanism for me, and so I'm doing free commissions for art pieces at the moment, because I have no way to accept money, and in the country I'm in, I'm too young to accept money for work, so it would be illegal.
Well, I know people who do what's the word I'm looking for? They do art commissions for Discord, Nitro. You can probably do that.
Yeah, just if anyone wants something, because I'm not having the best time at the moment, so the times when
That's completely understandable. I honestly, damn, wait, what was I gonna say? I'm so sorry. I've been awake for exactly not 24, not 25, 26, 27 hours now. So I'm trying to pull 48 hours. Why? Well, I don't have an exact reason why. I just sometimes I go without sleep for who knows.
Yeah,
I hate sleep.
21 hours
It's
now.
currently too early in the morning for me.
Right now it is 3 in the morning, 3:30.
Yeah,
for me, it's earlier for you. For me, it's 9:30 in the morning.
And oh, I'm gonna what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something.
I'm an awkward human being.
Oh, don't worry, me too.
Oh, sober by now. I'm probably sober by now. I think I'm sober.
All right, real
Come on
quick,
now.
I have got Discord on my iPad now. I know Sumerian said he's going AFK for 30 minutes, so I am going to disconnect
Get it up.
them from this for now, and they can jump back in at that point, so I can let Synthetic Alien in. So let's remove them. Hopefully, I just removed them from the chat and not from the server in general. Oops.
When we do
Synth can jump in.
when we do another SCP reading, could I help read it out?
I am definitely all for that. My question right now is, Etoile, this article you wrote, this thing, does it involve, does it make allowances for that character-wise, or?
I have literally no idea. I really actually don't know. How long have I been in this call? 2.5 hours. I don't worry about. I don't think. I think it would be better read by one person, just like thematically and physically. And I don't. Did you hear me earlier when I was like explaining some of the formatting weirdnesses because they were formatting?
I did. So what I'll say then is that this one is particularly emotionally resonant. How about I take you up that on the next one, Ash? Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right. Let's roll into this. And remember, everyone, rotating out for when we have guests in the no mic who do want to come on who haven't been on. I suggest being conscientious of that just so we get people in when they are here. I say that because I'm going to be reading for a little while now, and that gives people the opportunity to pop in later on. So, here comes Sherman's... What is this? And Etoile, you need to be here for this one simply because I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions, I feel like is going to happen.
I'm cool with that. It's question-inducing tale. So the title is the character there, the character in the title, I can paste in the chat if people are unaware. It said just the beast that shouted "I" at the end of the world, and that's an Evangelion reference. The character there is Japanese for love, which is spelled AI, but it's also just pronounced I. So it can be interpreted as shouting love, like as the concept of love, or shouting I as in asserting your individuality. So.
All right, so the beast that shouted I at the end of the world.
Yeah.
It's content warning, this tale contains themes of violence and suicide. Be warned. We are starting with a show block. And when I show that block, I am then shown this picture.
Yeah.
And then we begin.
I put that in right before the stream because I finished that art yesterday.
The night is cool and dark and heavy. And researcher James Talleyrand is at the center of everything, staring into his boyfriend's strangely dispassionate eyes and wondering what the odds are of falling hopelessly in love with the same person over millions of lifetimes. He has to force himself to recognize Draven's features, and that scares him. He stares at his face for a while. Green eyes, dark brows, deep olive skin, slightly crooked nose, deliberately taking note of everything to force his brain to register, "Oh, I know you," and then, "Oh, I love you." Draven. Talleyrand mumbles. It comes out more desperate than he'd wanted it to, and he reaches for a hand that he hopes is still there under the sheets. What day did we meet again? Draven's eyes open, but not at the same time, and the rest of his face is too still. That's not important. And it's uncannily calm, like a voice from behind a one-way mirror. Go back to bed. Talleyrand blinks, and Draven's eyes open, and then keep opening, and then keep opening, and then keep opening, and his maw... Scratch that word out. There it is, he thinks.
Scratch out. You can just read those without noting that they're scratched out if you want, because what that denotes is kind of complicated, but it essentially means something that Talleyrand is intentionally denying the reality of. So you can just read over it like it's nothing if you want.
Well, you say that now, but I see 2 paragraphs from now that I'm going to have to repeat myself for a couple of these.
I think that could be read like you're correcting yourself, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to play these as they come in the way that seems to make sense.
Yeah, just whatever.
If I go completely out of mind, then you can correct that. There it is, he thinks, as he's pinned to the bed and something that burns like cigarette ash drips onto his neck. He's learned to look without seeing by now. Their teeth are burning, and they feel something clawing at their neck, par for the course whenever they get too close to it. A pit of dread sits unhelpfully deep in his stomach, but it's not deep enough. But it's not deep enough anymore. Draven stares at him for a long moment, breathing heavy and deep and animalistic, his handsome features twisted and twisting further. Then, his head furls up like a wilted flower, unfolding into several thousand spiders that skitter, fluid-like, over his shoulders, and Talleyrand muses, "Oh, this is a new one." For a moment, as Draven, 3999, it gets a firm grasp on his leg with a warm and familiar, appendage made of legs and barbed talons. Talleyrand finds himself wanting. It's an odd state of mind, like the fuzzy haze between wakefulness and sleep where you're still trying to catch and keep your dreams. The years and years of life spent on edge and waiting are nothing but another form of torture. And yet he misses that stupid, empty dream, misses the thoroughly false sense of comfort and companionship it offered. Ignorance isn't bliss, but it isn't pain either. At this point, ignorance feels like the comforting embrace of absolutely nothing at all, lying thickly in his mind. His head hits the floor. A window shatters, and the lilting cacophony of glass scattering across the floor strikes him, as sounding something like a song. Talleyrand's dragged across the floor?
What?
There's an apostrophe after the S on this Talleyrand. Oh, Talleyrand is.
Yeah.
Duh.
He is being dragged.
Duh. Sherman knows how to read good. Talleyrand's dragged across the floor, face first through the glittering shards, and for a moment he scrambles for purchase on nothing. But it's nothing, of course, so he gives up, lets his hands curl as his lip splits open down the center. Blood stains the pieces embedded in his palms and neck, a brilliant ruby, and he coughs up copper as he's dangled over the streetlights below. It drips down his brow in beads that catch the fluorescent streetlights. He feels like vomiting, but doesn't. His leg is starting to dislocate. Talleyrand lets his body go limp and looks down for a moment. And for a moment, it's beautiful. 3999 leers at him in the corner of his vision, something covered in smaller somethings that's both indistinct and overbearing at once, and it stares with things that are not eyes. Does it even fucking matter anymore? That is the transgender footnote. Stares back, head pounding and heart still, and mouths, "Do it. Do it, you fucking coward." It pulls its lips back, showing off too many teeth to fit in something that could be called a mouth, all hollow and dripping with liquid words. Talleyrand idly considers the notion that they've offended it, a possibility so distant it almost makes them laugh. The sound shouldn't be familiar, but it is. The simultaneous scuttling of hundreds of thousand tiny legs working in unison to slam their limp, pitiful body into the pavement. Their vision blurs the world together in a lovely way as 3999 rears back, cracking their hip joint like a whip on the pivot. It throws them down faster than gravity can carry them, and they fall up. They aren't killed instantly on impact, which is either a miracle or a freak accident. Talleyrand's not sure if there's even a difference at this point. The feeling of their bone shattering under their own weight is difficult to compare to the flash of pain before death, The darkness between reality resets they distinctly feel that a human mind isn't supposed to experience. Calmly, they assess the damage. There's not much else they can do, mangled as they are. The dull agony in their chest registers to them correctly, as a crushed ribcage. And besides that, they're losing blood at an alarming rate, internal and external. Their glasses are shattered, but their vision is still unnaturally clear, graciously allowing them the privilege of watching themselves bleed out. It's always been like this. Footnote. There was a time before this, and there will be a time after. You have to keep telling yourself that. Go away, footnote. I can't read the next paragraph because you're blocking it. How strange, Talleyrand philosophizes tiredly, that their heart, in its frantic attempts to push life through their body, is killing them faster. They're distantly aware of the fact that if this were a movie, they would have gotten up about now, spitting out a mouthful of blood and a pithy one-liner. This isn't a movie, though, and their too conscious for its own good mind is extremely aware of the fact that one of their ribs just punctured their left lung. 3999 leers over them, staring and staring and staring, and Talleyrand's lungs are swimming along with the rest of the world, and they just can't bring themselves to care. It scrambles down the building, which is angled impossibly, and grabs them by the broken ankle of their dislocated leg, and they just can't bring themselves to care. It feels all too familiar, and not just because they've experienced this hundreds of thousands of times. And then it clicks, as the shifting form of teeth and spiders drags them along the concrete. You fucking hack, Talleyrand thinks, trying to project their thoughts at it because they know it lives in their mind too. You think you're some comic book supervillain, don't you? The world wavers. Reality flickers like a candle, and something crawls into their throat. 3999 can talk. They've seen it happen. Deep and heavy words that crumble in their ears like concrete, fraying reality at the edges with their raspy tenor. Always calculated. Always cruel. It doesn't speak now, though. It waits, stares, breathes down their neck, waiting for them to react, to lap up the sights and sounds of their pain. It's paused in its shifting erratic movements, apparently waiting to see if Talleyrand will keep talking, daring them to. Talleyrand's never seen it stop like that before. Not from anything they've said or done. They cough, thick and sticky with blood and pleural fluid. A spider skitters out of their mouth and down their neck, and they don't blink. At first, 3999 was hell itself. Worse than that, hell folded in on itself, chewed up and spit back out and chewed up again by a vile, petty god. 3999 was the universe deciding suddenly and violently that it hated them. 3999 was the world they knew, twisted on itself at the last second, hostile and incomprehensible and impossible to even begin to cope with. 3999 was a slow, permeating rot of everyone they knew and loved and everyone they didn't, laughing and lunging and dying in a rotating cast of mockery and manipulation. 3999 was a dance with death, a touch and a kiss that they didn't want but couldn't refuse. 3999 was dead gods speaking in unintelligible tongues, puppeting them on writhing strings of viscera. 3999 was an itemized list of torture implements, procedures, and checkboxes designed to kill their loved ones in the most efficient way possible, over and over. 3999 was missing memories, an empty bottle of pills on the counter, and a vague, distant feeling of utter nauseous disgust with themselves for what they'd done before the last dose. 3999 was hands around their neck that left angry purple bruises where earlier there'd been gentle caresses, empty apologies, screaming late at night. 3999 was flames, teeth, eyes, love, no, not that, vomit, talons, blood, hate, not that, gazes that were loving until they weren't, faces that weren't familiar until they were. 3999 was everything and nothing forever. No. There could be nothing else. Footnote 3. But you have to keep asking. The past few thousand years, though, things have become strange. Repetitive... Sorry, I got distracted. Repetitive, borderline fetishistic rituals. Bizarre nightmares, creepy fanfiction, liminal spaces, rapid fire, and clinical. Oh, those are all separate links to things, by the way.
You want those 3 cross links? It's 3969, 5403, and 5093. And the backstory behind those 3 specifically is that I asked both myself and 2 of my friends for old articles that they were embarrassed by but didn't necessarily hate. So that's what those are.
All right, so where were we? There we are. Bits and pieces cribbed from popular media, shoved haphazardly down Talleyrand's throat in sharp fragments. Strange, humiliating punishments that felt like they were orchestrated by disturbed kindergartners. Cliché lists that looked like they were written by a crazy person. Striked out. Good. At the time, it had all blended together. Just more of the endless torment. Now, though, as they bleed out with fragments of bone scattered on the pavement, they see it for what it is with sudden, startling clarity. 3999 is starting to run out of ideas. They focus their thoughts, direct them pointedly, anemia addling their mind. You. It'd be letting them talk normally. Their ribs are crushed, lungs punctured, and yet they've been through worse and found themselves on the other side with inexplicably functional vocal cords. If 3999 willed them to speak, they could. But it wasn't like Talleyrand had much of anything to say. Those times their lungs refused to give out. Maybe it just wanted to hear me scream. They mused morbidly. It doesn't seem too far from the truth. 3999 is hard to look at directly. Something about it just doesn't compute correctly in their brain, leaving them with that awful burning itch in their throat behind their teeth, threading their consciousness. They don't care, though. They're dying again. They don't care. I'm done with this. I'm done with you. The cracks in reality exacerbate, and it's trembling, wavering, struggling to maintain its form. Talleyrand wonders how unhealthy it is to inhale spiders and teeth and tongues, then remembers that they're done caring. It's clicking, hissing, on the verge of words, rearing back like a snake about to strike. Their heart lurches violently in their chest. It's reacting, they realize. It doesn't want them to talk because they've pissed it off. Somehow, in the utter depths of their apathy, they've managed to anger a god. Their chest contorts in something approaching a nervous laugh, and 3999 whips around and pierces their right arm straight through to the bone, sending bits of itself crawling under the skin. It doesn't matter. 3999 notices. 3999 reacts. 3999 is angry, and Talleyrand has to will their heart not to beat out of control because this is something, anything. This is what they've been looking for this whole time. A way to fight, a way in, a way out. They breathe, steel themselves. Willing the fluttering, terrified hope out of their chest isn't much different, practically speaking, from how they've been deadening... Sorry, distracted. Practically speaking, from how they've been deadening their overwhelming despair for millions of years to keep 3999 out of their mind. Excitement is an emotion, something it can exploit, something they can hang themselves on. Sound crunches deep in their ears. An interview begins. Interviewed, Researcher Talleyrand. Interviewer, SCP-3999. Begin log, integer, overflow, error. SCP-999. System error, data corrupted. Please see a network administrator for more details.
Right.
Researcher Talleyrand.
So this is where you can start hovering over things.
I, on an iPad, don't really have that ability, though.
On iPad, you can tap on it, and it'll reveal itself, I believe.
Oh! Oh my!
Does it work?
Well, that's dope.
Thank you.
Okay, so then what I should say here is that every time 3999 talks, you should assume that there's a system error, data corrupted, but then I'm going to actually say what it is. Okay?
Yeah.
So, here we go. You're sick. Or, you're sick. Researcher Talaran. No. SCP-3999. You sick, naive, self-absorbed, insignificant little asshole. You can't make me play along with this anymore. You're making this difficult for yourself. Acting like a stubborn fucking child. It would be so easy if you just gave in. It would be so easy. Aren't you sick of it? Makes two of us. Don't you just want to fucking end it all? Throw yourself off a bridge, run and jump and fly, and then there's nothing. It won't hurt. You won't feel a thing. Distantly they worry, but not for themselves, for someone else. No, what's wrong with you? You're talking to yourself. You find yourself in me and it angers you. The thought comes from somewhere foreign, but it feels pointed, deeply relevant. There are things falling from the sky now. Razors, ropes, pill bottles, bullets. They ignore it. Fucking coward. They don't move. They won't be baited, especially not by something this petty and obvious. There's a wordless understanding between them that if Talaran gives in, if they die by their own hand, their release from eternity will condemn the rest of reality to their fate. Maybe someone else, someone less stubborn and naive, wouldn't have cared. But they refuse to commit such a selfish act of cowardice just to spare their singular, insignificant mind. You can't do anything else, and you know it. They don't move. I know what you are. They don't move. ... They don't move, don't react, don't even blink. This is how I fight. They think just to themselves. A personal vow to keep safe in their thoughts when their head gets too crowded to breathe. What are you? Why are you doing this? Aren't you tired? Scared? Lonely? Sick? What I am doesn't matter. What matters is what I will be, and I will be the end of you. Their chest seizes, forcing up blood and bile from their throat. A sensation almost like peace, like relief washes over them. 3999's finally letting them go. Giving up, at least on this reality. And if all you want from me is a reaction... They're numb to it now. Their tolerance for pain and insanity having reached past a point that could be called human. Talaran will live again, and die again, and again, and again, and fight again, and again, and again, and again. Because ironically, they don't have anything better to do. Footnote. Or maybe there's never been anything more important to you. Or maybe there's no difference between those two things anymore. Then we're both going to be stuck here for a long time, aren't we? Fuck you. Likewise. This isn't over. I know. They don't care either. It's freeing not to care. To know that all they need to do anymore is sink into apathy so deep and violent that it becomes decidal. Decidal? Decidal.
Decidal. Like God killing.
I'm learning all. Deacidal. Deacidal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me because I didn't. I'm going to say that again because I like that. They don't care either. It's freeing not to care. To know that all they need to do anymore is sink into apathy so deep and violent that it becomes deacidal. The air is growing thick. 3999 lashes out, piercing their body again and again and again. Only. I'm okay, they think as they lie dying. I'm gonna be okay. only. End log. Closing statement. Someone, somewhere, breathes their last, but it is not R.E. Talaran. Final footnote. Because in the end, really, it's your choice. We reached the end. Woo! Now, before we talk about this article, I feel like I need to say a thing. Because I am being openly hypocritical here. And I'm going to lay this down. I'm going to tell you why I'm being a hypocrite, and then I'm going to move on. So number one, on my channel, Site-42, I have a rule that we stick to stuff that's on the wiki. Whenever someone suggests another fan fiction or some other thing, I always say, if it's on the wiki, we'll do it. And if it's not, we won't. And there's reasons this is an exception. I am a hypocrite because I am only human. We're all hypocrites about something. This is my thing. And the reason why is, number one, this would be on the wiki if not for certain dramas that we're not going to discuss, because this is a happy place. I mean, it's also a horrifying, monstrous place, but a happy, horrifying, monstrous place. So we're going to leave that drama out of the stream, but I am going to say that this could have been on the wiki otherwise. And it's also, 3999 is one of my very favorite stories on the wiki, and this is an offshoot of it, and I adore that article, and I adore this. So, thank you for writing it.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it.
Now we may discuss that thing.
Yes. I'm sure you have questions.
There's currently a huge storm happening outside my window.
Oh.
So that's when you might be able to hear it if it gets any louder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm glad you preempted discussions of why this isn't on the wiki, because my first question was like, why isn't this on the wiki? I have no idea what the underlying story is, and I suppose I will never know.
Don't worry about it.
It's not a big at all. It's just a da-da-da. But for this story, number one, I love the way you utilize the format gimmicks. For those who aren't familiar with 3999, it is a very surrealist piece. There are a lot of format screws. There are a lot of strike through and replacements of phrases. There's so many weird footnotes and random entire SCPs inserted into it for reasons. And if you want a 10-minute explainer, I've got a video on this channel called What is SCP-3999? What's going on here? I did a whole video on it, so I'm not going to get too much in the weeds here. But this article, The Beast That Shouted I at the End of the World, it uses those, but it doesn't abuse them. It uses them just enough that we get the references, we get where they come from. You even harken back to the interview log, which I thought was cool in the first place. But then, and I thought it was just cool that Talaran was responding to those things. I thought that was cool. Now that I can click on these and see what the secret dialogue is, I'm like even more freaking thrilled. I love the gimmicks. If you're looking at, please read this article where it is, because it's so much different when you are looking and clicking and seeing how the format is functional. Okay, rant complete.
I'm just saying that article actually gave me chills.
Oh my gosh, really?
Like listening to it, I was like, holy heck.
Oh, and again, Etoile, your grasp of writing people in despair and emotional states and trauma never ceases to amaze me. Every single time you hit it out of the park for me.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
I'll say it's somebody coming in from a different perspective. I've never read 3999. And I only came in on the second half of that. That was I could tell just even out of with no context that was very well written.
Oh my god, thank you so much. That means a lot, really. Oh my god.
While you were reading that story, one of my really toxic ex-friends messaged me saying that I should commit gunhead. So just while you're reading that story, I was like, why now? Why today? I was having a good day.
And just on that note of the hideous abuse that people get for being LGBT in the first place, I hope that the chills you got from this story are inspiring, because we can all be like Talaran here and grit our teeth and fight our way through this and keep on, even in the face of untold cosmic horror or idiot abusive assholes.
I
Well
was gonna
said.
say, I lost my train of thought. Oh my god. So, well, yeah, while I was getting this critted, someone didn't like recognize the hover over format thing, and they didn't say anything about it, and they said that it read like a one-sided conversation just fine, which really, really surprised me because I wasn't expecting it to be read like that. Like, I was meaning for it to be a whole complete thing, with the hover over being like an integral part of it. So I was really surprised that it reads okay even without it. But I do think that it adds a little bit more. And there's one thing that you missed because I intentionally made it really, really hard to find. Because I'm a little bit embarrassed about it, honestly. But I'll say that I had the idea for the interview log part after I finished Like Clockwork, which is an absolutely incredible tales series that completely devastated me emotionally, like really, really, really bad. And I wrote that bit that required the suicide content warning, and then I was like, oh fuck, and then I like went to bed immediately after doing that. So I was genuinely not feeling very well when I wrote this, and I'm doing better now, and that's why I was able to kind of finish it off on that what's the word I'm looking for? That resigned, sort of determined note. That I didn't want it to be sad. I didn't want it to be depressing and like like I didn't want it to be. I didn't want people to come away with a sense of hopelessness, because I just don't like writing things like that.
Yeah,
you know.
From that story, I actually you can take away the thing that it can get better, that you can like win the fight, because he won the fight through the story. He was stubborn. He was there.
The transgender footnote. We're all big fans of the transgender footnote. I realized when you were reading it that I screwed up the pronouns at one point before that, but my intention was that he is used consistently before that footnote, and then they is used for the rest of the tale. And the very last box, like at the very end, there is a long dash before Ari Talaran, and I got the name Ari Clockwork as well, just because it like resonated and I like it. But there's 5 blank characters before it that are crossed out, and that would be James, James. That's crossed out, you can't see it. And that's a very intentional sort of statement on being trans. Again, the footnote after it being your choice, is both relevant to the situation at hand and relevant to the deliberate construction of a new identity, which again goes back to the title. It's all connected.
Chef kiss from Goose as well. Goose also chef kisses from the couch.
All of you are so inspiring as human beings. Like, just being there and existing and like doing what you want. Gives people hope every day.
Not making sense that I'm talking. I'm tired.
Is it time for me to start saying go to bed, Etoile? Is it that time?
Maybe.
We have a new person in the call too.
Good.
I feel like there's something about this that I didn't talk about, but I don't remember what it is. And maybe I'll think of it later. I don't know. Oh yeah, this went through a bajillion different titles. Also, that was something I really struggled with, was giving it a name. And this is the one that I settled on, but you can see that the URL is different. It's not both because the character isn't available in the title, and because I couldn't decide what to call it. And it was just called 3999 Tale for a real side on a name to give it. But I'm pretty happy with what I settled on. But I guess my takeaway from this is read Like Clockwork if you think you can handle it, because it absolutely destroyed me, and it's one of the best things I've ever read in my life.
And on top of that, let's shameless plug, Like Clockwork is one of the first series that I read on this channel. So there is a playlist for that if you wish to listen to it.
I
And by the way, hey, Synth, I see you in here. Synth, start piping in, my friend.
Oh my god, I had no idea. I was gonna be like, you should read this, but it's also like super, super personal, so I would want to be like disrespectful by asking for it, but the fact that you've already, that's sick. I have to go listen to those like immediately after this.
As we say in Monty Python terms, we've already got one. He's very nice. That was the worst French accent I've ever done.
But, on Twitter, when someone said, "What if Dr. Ray was a cat boy?" and you replied with that, I'm so tired.
All right, so we did a sad, we did a happy, we did a sad, a happy. We've gone back and forth. So let's find a happy for the next one, eh? Let's find a happy for the next reading.
I got some funny ones.
Give us some
I
funny
think I'm
ones.
gonna go to bed.
But are we gonna introduce the other person in the call first, or?
Yes, we are. Synth, turn your microphone on and introduce yourself to the people if you are present. I see you said hi.
Hi, microphone working?
We can hear you. You're coming in loud and clear.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. I wasn't sure because a snowball is still in my room, but I can't speak there since there's a sleeping person, so I'm using my laptop microphone. But yeah, anyway, I'm Synthetic Alien. I'm a YouTuber. I am now also one of the editors for Site-42. I do the video readings, or if there's going to be anything else video-wise that at some point I'll be doing, but I'll talk about that in a bit. Pronouns he, him. And did I forget something, or is that pretty much everything?
Who you are, what you do, pronouns. You're golden. Welcome. How you doing tonight, man?
Pretty good. A little bit tired because I woke up early just for the stream, and I'm not exactly a morning person, so
no.
I just had my breakfast, so still waking up a little bit, but otherwise I can't complain. It's a nice morning.
On that note, I'm gonna go to bed and probably come back in like 4 hours because there's something wrong with my sleep schedule. So, good night for now.
Nighty night.
Good night, Etoile. Have a nice nap.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't turn the video right on because I was still checking everything to see if the webcam was working, but seems all good. So yeah, I am a YouTuber, SCP YouTuber as well. I first was also doing more readings at first, but then within the readings I was also spicing up the video material more and more, and eventually I just grew over to transitioned, is a better word, to just straight up making videos, which is either about more visualizing SCPs or just making my own stuff. As of right now, I have this sort of formula in which I'm between found footage stuff or leaked stuff, or like video logs of mobile task forces or anything of the likes. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I also wanted to do a SCP series, and I did do the first episode, but I didn't quite like the way it came out, so I unlisted it actually, and I'm gonna be doing a couple of more edits to it, and then just re-release it better. And yeah, I wanted to do a second episode on that as well, but given the situation, it's a little difficult, unfortunately. So I don't know when I can do proper actual filming again. So yeah, things are a little difficult, which is to say that this year by itself is a lot difficult, and by little I mean particularly difficult. So yeah,
if I can give a little plug for Synth myself. First of all, he mentioned that he's the editor for the Site-42 Friday videos, which is where I'm actually on camera, whether it's a reading or whether it's the other series, if X were an SCP. But on top of that, one of my favorite things he's done on his own YouTube channel, a while back, a long time ago, I made a video about SCP-3999, and it's a reading, and it's like an hour long because it's such a long document, and there's a lot of sound effects editing. There's a lot of trying to make it as surreal as the reading it is, and I'm very proud of that video. But from there, I sent the audio to Synth when requested, because Synth used my vocals in that, as well as a lot of found footage and self-filmed footage to make, I think it was like a 10 or 20 minute surreal mood piece about 3999. Like, it's not like the story of 399, but it's like being stuck in 3999 for a little while. And I highly suggest checking out that video if you are interested in that kind of stuff, because it's just really cool.
Yeah, the video was quite something to work on. I worked on it for, I don't know how many months. I usually don't count how long I work on stuff, but it took a long while, and it's involved all kinds of footage. It was quite something to film. And it's actually, I just checked, 34 minutes long. So I usually say that it can also serve as a sort of summarized version of 3999, or maybe even like alternative version might be a little bit too far-fetched, but the author themselves actually contributed to it as well at the very end, you know, where the author is leaving a piece of the mind. And there's a couple of new additions from the author themselves as well, which they're talking about their experiences with the results of 3999, that they've talked to some people, what they've thought of it, and without giving too much away, basically some stuff that came after 3999 was written, some positive feedback, I think. Yeah. So by itself, it was quite something to work on, and it's also, as of now, my most popular YouTube video with 46k views, so not bad. That's pretty cool. So yeah, that was pretty fun to work with, and overall, I think I'm very pleased with it.
Sweetness. I want to make us have us make way towards that funny, uplifting article, but before I do, let's just have a quick pimp for the reason we are here. Remember that this is the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream to benefit the San Francisco LGBT Center. The GoFundMe is sitting at a pretty, let's check, and let's refresh. Bring up the browser. It's sitting pretty at $400 out of $1,000, so we are making progress. If you will donate to that cause, I would very much appreciate it. We want to make our way to a total of $1,000 by the end of the day. We are 3 hours into a 24-hour live stream, and we're just gonna keep chugging along. Did anybody have a fun article in mind?
I do.
Just tell me what you got, Sim.
Right on.
Could I just,
All right, it's here in the no mic chat. It's called Dr. Bright is no longer allowed to use temporal anomalies in order to travel back in time so he can kill Hitler.
Oh boy.
Absolutely wonderful.
Off to a good start.
I have vocal tics, so if I make little noises, I'm sorry, I'm trying to suppress them.
That's all right, and go ahead and mute your mic if that is necessary. You can mute when you're not talking if you want to cover up those noises. That's groovy. We all got our things.
Exactly. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't doing all kinds of weird stuff. In fact, maybe while anyone's going to be reading, you'll see me do all kinds of stuff. So, yeah. Don't worry.
Oh, and I should probably put the GoFundMe away and bring us back on camera. There we go. We're back. So, Sim, are you taking this one?
This is actually multiple people. So we need a Dr. Sumerian, which I can do. We need a narrator, and we need a Dr. Bright, and we need a Dr. Clef.
Ash, you mentioned wanting to read, right?
Yeah, I tried to say I could read a little bit.
Can you say that again? Can you turn your mic up a little bit? You're coming in a little quiet.
Sorry.
Oh, much better.
Yeah, I was talking quietly. I just need to get the article link. Yep. I've got the article link. You won't be able to see my video at the same time because I'm using my phone to do both.
That makes sense. So Sim's going to be himself. Synth, who you taking?
Who's available?
I think it's Bright and Clef, right?
Yeah, I'll be Bright. Hell yeah.
And if Ash takes Clef, I'll do the narrator.
Sounds good.
Great.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Yes, can be.
Dr. Bright materialized inside Hitler's bunker, wearing a full SS uniform and carrying a Walther P-38. He pulled the gun out of the holster and moved towards the steel door in front of them.
Halt!
Came a voice from behind. He spun around and leveled the pistol. In front of him was Dr. Cimmerian, in a similar outfit, looking very confused.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Bright said with a touch of anger in his voice.
What? Who are you?
Cimmerian's hand rested on his hip.
Dr. Bright, motherfucker. You told me I couldn't go back in time to kill baby Hitler, which was bullshit because I hadn't even told anyone I was considering it.
Oh. Right, yeah. I remember you now.
There was a slight pause for several seconds. Bright's eyebrow raised.
Why are you here?
Cimmerian looked off to the side.
I'm here to stop you from killing Hitler.
In his bunker? Really? He's gonna be dead in minutes even if I don't do anything. And I figured that your ethic eggheads would be fine with that.
Bright trailed off.
Wait. They wouldn't send you to stop me. They would send like an agent or something.
A small tremor from the battle going on outside rumbled through the floor as the lights flickered.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, but I was the only one available for...
Bullshit.
Bright said.
You're here to kill Hitler.
I am, in fact, here to kill Hitler, yes.
Motherfucker. You're late. I called dibs.
What did you call dibs?
Bright waved his gun in the air.
Like, just now.
Cimmerian pursed his lips.
You can't call dibs on killing Hitler.
Bright shrugged.
I mean, we could both kill Hitler.
Cimmerian's nose scrunched up for a few seconds as he considered it.
Right. So how do we get through the door?
The two of them looked at the door. It was made of steel, with no visible hinges. Bright pointed at the door.
I mean, we can just bash it down, right?
They looked at each other, and then turned and slammed their shoulders into the door. Both of them bounced off one after the other with a grunt and a grimace. Bright clenched his teeth to speak.
Okay, that's a strong door.
Cimmerian grabbed his right shoulder with a gloved hand.
Yep, strong door. Ow.
Think maybe we need to coordinate better. If we hit it at the same time, we might get it.
Cimmerian nodded.
You want to go on 3?
They both readied themselves, and Bright started to count.
Okay. 1, 2...
Wait.
Cimmerian interrupted.
Are we going on 3, or is it like 1, 2, 3, go?
We go on 3.
They got ready again, and Bright counted.
1, 2, 3.
As they both put their shoulder into the door, they bounced off again. This time a loud crack came from the other side. A gunshot. Both of them closed their eyes and let the pain and failure wash over them. They just blown the only chance they had of... The handle of the unlocked metal door turned. Dr. Clef, in full SS uniform, opened the door from the other side to see both Bright and Cimmerian reaching for their shoulders. Dr. Clef smiled widely.
Ha, were you guys here to kill Hitler?
Before we go into this story, I'm just going to apologize to Ash, who really wanted to read and got the last singular line of the piece. That's
the money line.
It's fine. I had to mute myself for most of it because I was actually ticking, so I had to mute myself most of the time, so it wouldn't have been good anyway.
Well, I guess that worked out perfectly then.
Yeah, even better.
Yeah, that's yet another one I wrote, because that's all I ever suggest to people, apparently.
Yeah, I
Nice.
couldn't suppress them, but that time it was like, right, you've got your chance now.
Chick. Checking for articles in the list here. Sim, did you say you were bringing us another one?
I could. Sure.
Give us another funny one. Yours, the ones you bring up are always just like short, punchy. They get the job done. They're in and out. I appreciate that about your work greatly because I have 4 jobs. I do not have time to read long articles all the time. And so whenever I can get something short and punchy and done, I'm like, all right, let's look at Sim's archive for a bit.
That's fair. Sure, I'll grab even a Halloween one. This one's called Mugging the Monster.
Intriguing.
Let me link it so everyone can read along. I'll do all the voices for this one. That's easy. Dr. Sumerian stopped as he reached the Applebee's bar. His mind raced. The restaurant door was 8.5 meters away. It would take him maybe 3-4 seconds to cross the distance at a dead sprint if the floor was clear, but the floor was not clear. A mass of people stood between him and the nearest exit, some clad in costumes like Sumerians, some clad in costumes and some like Sumerians, straight from work in their lab coats. After last year's mix-up, the rule came down. No SCP cosplay. But there, right across the room, was a sexy plague doctor as well. Well, he hoped it was a sexy plague doctor anyway. Dr. Foster had asked him to come and then fucked off as soon as they had arrived. But a pretty researcher from the 20th floor dressed as Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz sat alone at the bar. He glanced over to her nervously, and she smiled back. Yeah, this is going to be just like last Halloween. A complete disaster. He could feel it. The pulsing sound of music began to hammer into his head. A headache was all this basically amounted to. But if he was going to have a headache tomorrow, he might as well have it for a good reason. Hey, he got the bartender's attention. Can I get a 7 and 7? She nodded and started pouring his drink, and he turned back around and caught Dorothy eyeing him from the side. What's in that? Dorothy had said with a slight squint. 7-Up and whiskey. She blinked, smirked, and nodded. Nice. You know, it does the job. The bartender set the drink down in front of him, and he took a long drag from the straw, trying his best to look cool while doing so, and given the straw failing. So, you're the ethics guy? I am. You work on the 20th floor, right? She put her hand out. Yes, I'm Megan. He shook her hand and finally sat down at the bar. Jeremiah, my friends, and you, I guess, can call me Jerry. We're not friends, she pouted a little. We'll see. He immediately undercut the line by drinking from a straw again. He got to know her a little better as the night progressed. She was a biologist with an expertise in pinnipeds. She hadn't said, but he figured that put her on the SCP-3213 team, which was nice. He dated people at the site before who had, let's say, issues due to the seriousness of their job, so it was nice to have a conversation with someone who didn't have that much baggage. She just needed to make sure the SEALs didn't kill Carl, and she could go home with a clean conscience. He told a joke. She laughed. She fired back. He laughed. It was fun. It was different. Almost relaxing. The pulsing music and the dancing people seemed to fall away for an hour or two. The two of them didn't notice as most of the partiers left and the party wound down. She was still nursing her first drink when he ordered his 5th. The bartender was giving him that, get the fuck out, we're about to close look. Sumerian stood up. He was a little wobbly, too drunk to drive, but not much worse. I'll call an Uber. Are you all right, or do you need one too? Megan looked disappointed. She shook her head. I barely touched mine, and I can get you home if you want. You're off-site, right? He told her where his apartment was as they walked out into the dimly lit parking lot. It was about 1 a.m., and there were still monsters wheeling about. As they got to her car, she pulled out her keys and unlocked the door, and a man in a zombie mask walked far too close and pulled something out of the back of his pants. Sumerian pulled a Colt 1911 out of his shoulder holster, and Megan pulled a Walther PPK out of a thigh holster under her blue dress. All three stood in silence. The zombie's pistol was still aimed at the ground. He hadn't even lifted it before theirs were pointed at his face, and he dropped it and ran. The two of them stood there for another few seconds before putting their own weapons away. They laughed, and they got into the car, leaving the zombie's gun on the pavement. They both already had one, after all. Megan cocked her head to the side. Your place or mine? Mine is fine. And then she put the car into drive.
I have a question.
Sure.
And my question is simply that because Megan asked your off-site right, that leads me to believe either that does this site, is this like a citywide site or like a block-wide site where they have an on-site Applebee's?
No, they have on-site dorms.
Okay.
So some people live on site because for some people it's either cheaper because they get it provided to them if they'd want, or it's just necessary for security reasons.
Perfect.
It's a little background
I like that. It's a little,
I'm putting in without being explicit about it, basically.
It's a good little slice of life you got there. The Foundation people have to actually live lives too outside of work.
Could we
It's nice.
do the staircase SCP?
087?
Let's do it.
Yeah, never ending staircase.
Right on. Go for it.
Pulling up my link here. Yeah, if someone will drop a link so I can get that.
Good.
I've got the wiki already on my phone.
Or no, I can just question mark.
What I ended up doing is I go to the wiki, I click a random SCP, it doesn't matter which number it is, and then I just change the number to the number it needs to be in the http www.scpwiki.com.
I forgot we have a bot for that, so I can do it myself.
Oh, also there's the bot. Completely forgot about the bot.
Oh yeah. Let's forget about the bot.
What's the SCP number again? I have a really bad memory.
087.
SCP dash 08.
Oh, I forgot all the exploration logs are separate pages.
They are indeed.
Oh, me oh
There's
my.
a lot, I believe. It's this is a long read, I believe. Let me look here. That one's not
Why
so
did I
long.
think they
That
were
one's not long.
collapsible?
Because in a modern article they would be. It's just so
Right.
old that wasn't really a
Serious one. Yep.
I'm going to inform you all before we start this reading that thanks to you, I have a goose on my couch singing, "This is the staircase that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on."
Some people started climbing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue climbing it forever just because this is a staircase that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friends. Some people started climbing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue climbing it forever just because this is the staircase that never ends.
Yes, it goes. All right, I am going to grab a bite, so why not, you know what? This is your request, Ash. Why don't you start off with the item number through maybe, why don't you take the first document and then we'll start working out the exploration logs along the way. Sound good?
Yep. Item number SCP-087. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-087 is located on the campus of Redacted. The doorway leading to SCP-087 is constructed of reinforced steel with an electro-release lock mechanism. It is disguised to resemble a janitorial closet consistent with the design of the building. The lock mechanism on the doorknob will not release unless redacted bolts are applied in conjunction with the counterclockwise rotation of the key. The inside of the door is lined with 6 centimeters of industrial foam padding. Due to the result of the final exploration, see document 087-4. No personnel are permitted to access SCP-087. Description: SCP-087 is a unlit platform staircase. Stairs descend on a 38-degree angle for 13 steps before reaching a semicircular platform of approximately 3 meters in diameter. Descent direction rotates 180 degrees on each platform. The design of SCP-087 limits subjects to a visual range of approximately 1.5 flights. A light source is required for any subjects exploring SCP-087, as there is no lighting fixtures or windows present. The lighting sources brighter than 75 watts have shown to be ineffective, as SCP-087 seems to absorb excess light. Subjects report and audio recordings confirm the distress vocalizations from what is presumed to be a child between the ages of redacted and redacted. The source of the distress calls is estimated to be located approximately 200 meters below the initial platform. However, any attempts to descend the staircase have failed to bring the subjects closer to the source. The depth of descent calculated from Exploration 4, the longest exploration, is shown to be far beyond the possible structure of both the building and the geological surroundings. At this time, it is unknown if SCP-087 has an endpoint. SCP-087 has undergone 4 video recorded explorations by Class D personnel. Each subject conducting an exploration has encountered SCP-087-1, which appears as a face with no visible pupils, nostrils, or mouth. The nature of SCP-087-1 is entirely unclear, but it has been determined that it is not the source of the bleeding. Subjects exhibit feelings of intense paranoia and fear when faced with SCP-087-1, but it's undetermined whether said feelings are abnormal or just simply natural reactions. Addendum: over a period of 2 weeks following Exploration 4, several members of the staff and students from the redacted campus reported knocking at variable rate of 1 to 2 knocks per second per knock, coming from the interior of SCP-087. The door leading to SCP-087 has been fitted with 6 cm thick industrial padding. All reports of knocking have ceased. Authorized personnel may refer to documents 087-1 through 087-4 for transcripts of Explorations 1 to 4.
All right, document 087, number 1. I think I'll take this one here. Exploration 1. D8432 is a 43-year-old... Fifth word, Sherman, fifth word. D8432 is a 43-year-old Caucasian male of average build and appearance, and unremarkable psychological background. Class D designation is a result of demotion due to mishandling SCP redacted. Oh, that's a throwback. D8432 is equipped with a 75-watt flood lamp with battery power capable of lasting 24 hours, a handheld camcorder fitted with a transmission stream, and an audio headset for communication with Dr. Redacted at control. Dr. D8432 steps through doorway onto initial platform. Despite the wattage, the flood lamp only illuminates the first 9 steps. The second platform is not visible. It's fucking dark. Is your flood lamp functioning properly? D8432 shines the light out the door and into the academic building's hallway. The light reaches significantly further. Yeah, it's working. It just won't light these stairs all the way down. Thank you. Please continue. D8432 descends for 13 steps before reaching the second platform. The platform is in the shape of a semicircle with an apparently concrete surface and walls. There are no distinct markings, aside from nondescript patches of dust, dirt, or wear consistent with that which is found in typical concrete stairwell. D8432 rotates 180 degrees to begin descent down to the second flight, then pauses. Reason for stopping? You hear that? There's a fucking kid down there. Sounds like one. None of the described audio is feeding through the camera or mic at this time. Could you please describe the sound? It's young, either female or a very young boy. It's crying and sobbing and saying, "Please, help, please." Yeah, it keeps repeating that and crying. Can you estimate its distance from your current location? I don't know, maybe 200 meters down? Please continue down to the next flight. The subject descends another 13 steps. As he reaches the landing, audio of the child as described is picked up. The child alternates between sobbing, wailing, and the words, "Please, help," and "down here." The level of audio is consistent with D8432's report of it being approximately 200 meters below. Can you still hear the crying? Yeah. We're picking it up as well. Please continue down. Stop if you notice any changes in the audio or environment. The subject descends another 3 flights of stairs before stopping. Keep going. Please. D8432 continues down another 17 flights, total of 22 flights, before stopping. There are no visual changes in the environment, and each flight has been a consistent 13 steps. I'm not getting any fucking closer to the kid. Stereo audio confirms that the crying noise has not increased in volume and remains approximately 200 meters below the subject. Noted. Please continue. The subject continues another 28 flights before stopping. 50 flights total. D8432 is standing on the 51st landing, counting the initial ground level landing. D8432 is estimated to be 200 meters below the initial platform. 34 minutes have elapsed. The volume of the crying has not increased. I feel a little uneasy. You've spent a long time in a dark, unknown stairwell. It's natural. Please continue. The subject hesitates before stepping down on the next stair. As the subject moves forward, the flood lamp illuminates a face located approximately at the bottom of the flight. Noted SCP-087-1. It appears to be the same size and shape as a human head, except it is lacking a mouth, nostrils, and pupils. The face is completely motionless, but is making direct eye contact, indicating its awareness of D8432. Fuck! What the fuck is that? Shit! Holy fucking shit! What the fuck? Can you please describe what you see? It's some sort of fucking person face thing, and it's fucking looking right at me. Fuck, it's looking right at me. Is it moving? No, it's just staring at me. Fuck, it's creepy. Please approach and further illuminate the entity. Fuck, I don't want to fucking... The face jerks forward about 50 centimeters directly toward D8432. Fuck! Redacted. D8432 enters a panic state and rapidly ascends SCP-087. D8432 reaches the ground floor in 18 minutes, at which time he collapses and passes out. There is no sign of SCP-087-1. Review of the footage indicates an equal number of flights and steps ascending as descending. Audio of the crying and pleading remains at the same volume until the last flight, at which point it ceases. Medical reports indicate collapse was a result of the rapid ascension of the stairs causing fatigue. And now we go back to document 087-2. Oh, we have a new face in the stream. Hello. Quick pause, introduce yourself, say hi. Or is that Everett with hair tied back?
That's not a new face.
I didn't recognize Everett with the hair tied back. That's my bad. Okay.
Yeah, I just put my hair back.
Anyone
This is one of my favorite articles to read because of the amount of swearing the first D class does. Yeah, I read this to one of my friends at school. And they're like, "Why excessive swearing?" And I was like, "It's a D class."
I mean, you don't have to be a D class. I am a well-known coward, and I do not like the dark, and I would be this exact person. This is me in that experiment.
I mean, I swore like a sailor regardless, and most not a D class, so...
I'm the person in the last one
I
who
would
gets
just
most
be
of the way,
an
like, gets
important
really, really, really far down and then just runs the entire thing back up in 5 minutes because I got scared.
All right. Who's taking 087-2? Any volunteers?
I'll get it.
Get it.
Document 087-2, Exploration 2. D9035 is a 28-year-old African-American male of strong build. Psychological background indicates no abnormalities except an extreme hatred for women. Subject has an extensive record of data expunged. D9035 is equipped with a 100-watt flood lamp with a battery power capable of lasting 24 hours, a handheld camcorder fitted with a transmission stream, and an audio headset for communication with Dr. Blackbox at control. D9035 is also equipped with a backpack containing 100 small LED lights with adhesive backs and battery lives of approximately 3 weeks. LED lights that only last for 3 weeks? Anyway, lights turn on and off by compressing them. D9035 shines the flood lamp down the first flight of stairs. Despite the extra wattage, the light does not illuminate beyond the 9th step. D9035. You want me to go down there, Doc? Dr. Blackbox. Please shine your flood lamp outside of SCP-087 to verify it's functioning properly. D9035 shines the light into the hallway. Comparison with the footage from Exploration 1 confirms that it is indeed brighter. Dr. Blackbox. Thank you. Please continue to the first landing. D9035. Hey, Doc, I know what you said and all, but I don't think I want to go down there. Dr. Blackbox. Please continue to the first landing. D9035. Doc, look, Dr. Blackbox interrupting. As per our earlier conversation, please continue to the first landing. D-9035 pauses for 18 seconds, then descends 13 steps to the first landing and stops. D-9035. Is that a kid? Dr. Blackbox. Please remove one of the adhesive lights and affix it to the wall on the landing. D-9035. Doc, you hear that? Is that a kid down there? Dr. Blackbox. That's unconfirmed. Please affix an adhesive light to the wall and verify its functions. D-9035 hesitates, then removes one of the lights from his backpack and adheres it to the wall. He presses on the light and it turns on. Dr. Blackbox. Please turn off your flood lamp. D-9035 hesitates before turning off the lamp. The LED light illuminates the landing, but does not extend beyond the first step either way. Dr. Blackbox. Thank you. You may turn your flood lamp back on. Please continue to descend. At each landing, affix an LED light to the wall and turn it on. If you notice anything unusual, please report it. D-9035 turns the flood lamp back on, then descends the next flight of stairs. As he sets foot on the landing, the audio picks up the sounds of pleading and crying consistent with those of the first exploration. Dr. Blackbox. Can you still hear the previously reported audio? D-9035. Yeah. She sounds about 150, maybe 200 meters down. Am I supposed to get to it? Look, Doc, I don't do good with kids. Dr. Blackbox. Please place the light and continue down until you notice anything unusual. The subject adheres the light to the wall and turns it on. Am I reading? Yeah, okay. Sorry. I got lost for a second. The subject adheres the light to the wall and turns it on, then continues to the next landing. He adheres the third LED light to the wall and turns it on. D-9035 continues in this manner for the next 25 flights before stopping. D-9035. I don't think I'm getting any closer to the kid, Doc. Dr. Blackbox. How far below would you estimate the source of the sound to be? D-9035. Same as before, 150, 200 meters. Dr. Blackbox. Thank you. Please proceed. D-9035 continues in the same fashion for the next 24 flights. At the 51st landing, he stops. Footage shows an arced gouge in the concrete wall, estimated to be approximately 50 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. The first step down from the landing appears to be completely smashed into rubble. D-9035. You see that? Dr. Blackbox. Yes. Can you please describe what you see? D-9035. It looks like something slashed at the wall on the step over here is all crumbled up and stuff. The slash mark looks really smooth. D-9035 touches the gouge mark. D-9035. Yeah, it's smooth. It feels like glass. Dr. Blackbox. Thank you. Please continue down. D-9035. Look, Doc, I think I've gone on far enough. Dr. Blackbox. Please continue as per our agreement. D-9035. I don't think I want to be doing this, agreement or not. Data expunged. D-9035 steps over the destroyed step and continues down the staircase. Nothing is notable at the next landing. D-9035 adheres an LED light to the wall and continues in the same fashion for another 38 flights. The sound of the crying and pleading still has not gotten closer. D-9035 is on the 89th landing and 74 minutes have elapsed from the beginning of the exploration. Subject is estimated to be 350 meters below the initial platform. D-9035. You know, I just feel like that kid's trying to lure me down here, Doc. I think it's time for me to... D-9035 stops talking and moving as the flood lamp illuminates SCP-087-1. The face is staring directly at D-9035, again indicating awareness of the subject's presence. Although SCP-087-1 appears to be unmoving, its location is 38 flights below the initial encounter in Exploration 1, indicating that it is mobile. Dr. Blackbox, is there a reason you've stopped? D-9035 is unresponsive. D-9035's breathing grows labored. SCP-087-1 remains immobile for an additional 13 seconds. SCP-087-1 blinks. D-9035 yells in incomprehensible language. SCP-087-1 jerks forward until it is approximately 90 centimeters from D-9035. Subject turns and flees up the stairs. Dr. Blackbox, please relax and calm down. Turn around. We need a closer look at the face. D-9035 ignores Dr. Blackbox and continues rapid ascent. He continues to scream incomprehensively. Dr. Blackbox, D-9035, can you hear me? Please slow down. D-9035 is unresponsive and continues rapidly climbing the stairs. His screaming diminishes to babbling. After ascending 72 flights, D-9035 collapses on the 17th landing. Dr. Blackbox, D-9035, can you hear me? D-9035 is unresponsive, but labored breathing can be heard through the audio feed. For the next 14 minutes, D-9035 is immobile. The visual feed is black, and audio picks up only the subject's breathing and the continuous pleading coming from below. After 14 minutes and 32 seconds of unchanging visual and audio feeds, the sound of a rapid heartbeat, not consistent with a human heartbeat, and a low cracking noise is heard. 7 seconds later, D-9035 gasps, revives, and continues his ascent of the stairs rapidly and wordlessly. The heartbeat and cracking noise ceases, and nothing abnormal is detected on the visual feed. He remains unresponsive. D-9035 exits SCP-087 and sits on the floor outside the entrance. D-9035 then enters a catatonic state from which he has not yet recovered.
On to document 3. Any volunteers?
I can read.
I-
Oh, 3 of us.
Everybody volunteers. And so I'm going to give this one to Everett because I don't think Everett's read anything yet.
I haven't actually. Alright. I apologize in advance. Some words I may not be able to pronounce 100% correctly because English is not my first language. So
Samesies.
wanted to put that.
English is our first language and we can't pronounce everything. You're fine.
English is my
document
first language and I struggle.
Right. Document number 0873, Exploration 3. D9884 is a 23-year-old female of average build and appearance. Psychological background indicates a history of depression. Subject has minimal record of using excessive force to data expunged. D-9884 is equipped with a 75-watt flood lamp with battery power capable of lasting 24 hours, a handheld camcorder fitted with a transmission stream, and an audio headset for communication with Dr. Blankbox. At control, D-9884 is also equipped with a backpack containing 3.75 liters of water, 15 nutrient bars, and one thermal blanket. D-9884 stands on the ground level, standing on SCP-087. The floodlamp illuminates only the first 9 steps. Floodlights placed on the wall during the last exploration are not visible. Dr. Blankbox, please descend the first flight and examine the landing wall. D-9884 descends 13 steps and stops at the landing. There is no trace of LED light at the location footage from Exploration 2 indicate it was placed. D-9884. Yeah, it's just a dirty concrete wall. There's like nothing on it. No, wait, it's a little bit sticky right there. D-9884 indicates the spot on the wall. The LED light should have been located. D-9884. There's a child crying down there. She's begging for help and crying. Dr. Box, thank you. Please continue down the steps until you notice anything unusual. D-9884 descends. Upon reaching the next landing, audio of the crying child consistent with the prior to 2 explorations is picked up. No LED lights appear to be present on any of the landing walls. 984 continues with no incident on the 17th landing. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to read a little bit quieter, so I'm gonna connect the microphone real quick. Can you hear me?
Clear.
Yep.
All right.
Can hear you.
84. Ew, there's something on the ground there. There's something on the ground here, and it smells really bad. It's all sticky and stuck to my shoe. Ugh, it's so gross. Video feed confirms the presence of substance occupying a space approximately 50 centimeters in diameter. Dr. Blackbox. Sorry. Video feed confirms presence of substance occupying a space approximately 50 centimeters in diameter. Dr. Blankbox, can you describe the scent? D-9884. It smells like rusty metal and pee. Dr. Blankbox, thank you. Please continue until you notice anything else. D-9884 continues to the 51st landing without incident. The 51st landing remains unchanged from the previous expedition, and similar observations are made. D-9884 is asked again to descend until anything unusual is noticed. Subject continues her descent until 89th landing is reached. The video feed jerks and the subject yells. I'm gonna have to start reading here. Sorry.
That's all right. Synth, go ahead, take over.
Yes. I'm sorry. At which part did you leave? Left. I can talk. At which part did you left off? Have you
We
left
are
off?
at D9884. Ah, fuck.
Hold on.
Sorry, could you do that again? Because that was pretty funny.
D9884. Ah, fuck.
Ah,
Thank you,
fuck.
Emma. Ah, fuck. I spit my cornflakes. Okay. So. Ah, fuck. There's a hole in the ground. I almost fell in it. Video feed confirms the presence of a hole approximately 1 meter in diameter. The subject shines the floodlight down, revealing only blackness. Approximately 4 seconds pass. The light of an indeterminate distance down the hole flicks on for approximately 2 seconds, and then back off. There was a light down there. It's gone now, but it was on for like a second. Did you see it? Yes. Can you estimate the depth of this hole? No way, it's too deep. At least a kilometer. Like, way more than a kilometer. Thank you. Can you still hear the sounds of the child? Uh-huh. She still sounds far away. I don't feel like I'm getting any closer. It's like for every step I take, she takes one down. Please continue down until you encounter anything unusual. D9884 continues to descend SCP-087 for approximately an hour, covering an additional 164 flights. She stops to rest on the 253rd landing, consuming one nutrient bar and several gulps of water. D9884 is at an estimated 1.1 kilometers below the initial landing, yet the sound of the child has not changed in volume. After pausing for 4 minutes, D9884 resumes her descent, making no stops for another 216 flights, 1.5 hours later. D9884 is on the 469th landing, can't read, an approximate 1.8 kilometer below the ground level. I'm not getting anywhere. I think it's time I went back. I mean, going down is one thing, but this is a long climb back. You've been provided with food, water, and blankets to last you 24 hours. Please continue down. No. I think I'm gonna go back up. D9884 turns toward the previous flight of stairs. SCP-0871. The face is directly behind D9884, blocking her ascent. The face appears approximately 30 centimeters from the lens of the camera. Its eyes are fixed directly on the lens, this time looking not at the subject but the person viewing the video feed. The video feed glitches and freezes for 4 seconds, accompanied by a static-like screeching noise from the audio feed. It then cuts to bumpy visuals of D9884 descending the stairs rapidly. It's been following me. This whole time it's been right behind me, oh god. It's right behind me. It was looking right at me. Doctor, redacted. Please do something, please help, oh god, please get it away, please, no. I knew it was following me, help, make it, please, no. It was looking right at me, it was staring at me. I knew it was there, it's been watching me this whole time. Oh god, please, help, please, help. This continues in a similar fashion until the end. D9884 continues to scream and plead hysterically as she rapidly descends the staircase. The previously heard static-like screeching seems to overlay the audio feed, beneath which can still be heard the original sound of the crying child. Approximately 14 flights down, the video feed swings to show the area directly behind D9884. The face is now approximately 20 centimeters from the camera lens. It is not staring at the subject. Rather, it is fixated on the camera lens, giving the illusion it is making eye contact with those viewing the footage. It is important to note that since the sighting of SCP-0871, the sound of the girl crying and pleading has been increasing in volume, indicating D9884 is nearing the source. After an approximate 150 panicked flights of descent, with 3 visual confirmations of SCP-0871 still in pursuit, D9884 trips and appears to fall unconscious. Audio feed indicates strong proximity to the source of the crying. The static and screeching noise continue. Video feed shows yet another descending flight of stairs, indicating D9884 still has not reached the base of the stairwell. 12 seconds of motionlessness pass, before the face comes in full view of the camera, eye contact being made directly with the viewer. Audio and video feeds cut out, and no connection is re-established.
And I would say document 4, except data expunged.
Ugh.
Who wants to take care of that one? That's the longest one.
Oh no, there isn't anymore. That's the end.
That was a joke, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was a joke. I just meant data expunged.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
We're starting hour 4. Sherman's already tired and not getting humor anymore.
You got 20 more hours, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, you have a long way to go. I just woke up and I may be tired, but I can't imagine what you must be feeling like.
My caffeine is in hand. We will continue on. Remember, we are starting hour 4 of the Site-42 24-hour Halloween live stream to benefit the San Francisco LGBT Center. Please donate to the GoFundMe that is in the description.
I'm starting to think I just don't like the SCP Wiki or something, because we have not a single one of the articles that we've read so far, except for the ones I read that I wrote, have I enjoyed.
There's
At this
a
point, just create your own website.
Yeah.
Like
Well, yeah.
Sumerian
With blackjack.
SCP.
Can I just like shove something in here? Sour cream.
just shift some sour cream in there. Just cover it all in sour cream. It'll be fine. This article particularly get me. I notice like the redacting what each of the D class did. Specifically data expunging it seems weird to me.
A lot about this seems.
It's a very serious one. Lots of data expunge that is just a bit okay.
No, I love the redactions and the black boxes and the containment procedures, because that's where you want to have uncertainty with regards to what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Redact those containment procedures. It's fine. We don't need to know.
Yeah, why would we need to know? It's just
like what was knocking on the door when they had to put the thick foam on the door to stop people hearing knocking.
I mean, the monster.
It's like
It's not like even a mystery. What's the problem? The monster.
It's
maybe
a monster.
It was just me. I maybe just wanted some donuts during the night, and maybe it was just me. I don't know.
It's doing knock-knock noises. It's removing lights just to be a pest.
Looking directly at the camera instead. See, the funny part is that some of this stuff would actually work if it was physically done, but describing it.
It's just comic relief in a TV show, really. Just like the one that takes stuff off the walls, moves stuff around.
No, now I'm thinking of it. You know the parts where
like
it looks
little,
at the camera,
like the monster
the
with
Jim
no
look
face,
from The
just
Office.
it just looks at the camera like I was
Can
never
you
here.
believe this guy?
All right, I'm still going to be annoyed at the
Might be
containment
tempted to
procedures
leave
like
on that.
Sumerian said for a second here, because look at what you've redacted. You've redacted the campus. Okay, I don't know why you would redact where it is. I don't know why you would redact simply a 2-digit number of volts. Why would you redact that? Why would you redact the ages of, presumed to be a child between the ages of X and X in the description? Why redact that?
Because it was done in other articles at the time that redacted it for reasons of because they were problematic as fuck anyway. So they were trying to get around the problematic nature by and also hint at how problematic it was by doing that. And somebody was just like, "Hey, I should copy that."
It was also because they tried at some points to make it a lot more, since horror is the unknown, they tried to remove a lot of information to make it seem more like, ooh, what could this be? Trying to create a bit of mystery. But at this point, it's not even mystery, it's just head scratching, and not in the wondering way, but more in the, why would you do this way?
When the D class was like, "Where's the child?" I'm like, it could just be walking down the staircase at the same pace. Just like going down a step. Just like you could
Pretty
never
reasonable.
catch up to it. Because you start at the top, they start like really far down. Child starts walking at the same time, you'll never catch up unless you run down the stairs.
I don't know. This is endemic, or this is representative of a number of problems of the series one, and it looks like they finally removed the stupid heritage list tag on these, so that's great.
They did archive the heritage collection, so that makes sense.
Oh, didn't even know this.
Fucking
Think this is
finally.
gonna get a rewrite at some point?
Probably not. I mean, it's possible, but probably not.
Not with that rating it has right here.
Well, hold on now. The rating doesn't mean much at all. It's the original author that matters. If the author comes back and it's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, how many ratings did 049 have? I think also at least over 1,000.
But that was also, as Sumerian said, the original author. So
Yeah,
when
and
when
speaking
I'm
of rewrites, then this is on topic. SCP-166 just got rewritten today.
Oh,
With the
Really?
author Clef, Clef gave permission for a rewrite of it.
SCP what?
166. It's Teenage Succubus, which was super
Oh.
problematic, and now it's less.
yeah, when I'm older and I'm actually allowed to write stuff on the wiki, I might try and get permission from the original author of the staircase and rewrite some of it.
That would
I
be a
don't know how
neat
you
trick.
feel
I mean, do you know who it is?
I believe it was Zaid.
I'll try
We
and find
don't
out,
know
try and
the
get in
author?
contact with them.
No, I think it was maybe. Well, I don't know. This could have been. No, this is 2009. So yeah, I'm looking right now at the history. It's Zaid. You can actually, the person's actually a user, and they don't have zero. So they've still got some karma. So they've been around, and they actually probably have been posting. Let's see here.
Yeah, and I'll try and get
In the
permission
meantime,
rewrite.
Synth, do me a favor, pick an article. Any article. Whatever you feel like reading next. I'm putting the responsibility on you this time.
Okay.
I don't believe in you, so
Don't disappoint me.
Well, now you're just putting pressure on me. I mean, I have a list of articles that I wanted to read, but AKA, what happens with these articles is that they stay open in Chrome, but they just stay there. I'm not getting to read them because then I'm, say, editing something for SCHRM, but then I'm just focusing on that, and I'm going to work, then I'm maybe going outside, so they just remain there, being unread. So I want to pick something that I haven't read, but I can't guarantee anything out of it. Let's see.
Wait, are you using this as an excuse to catch up on your SCP reading?
Yes. Blame me. Sue me. What you
You
gonna
know
do
what?
about
Use
it?
it if you got it. Use it if you got it.
That's fucking
Exactly.
brilliant.
Thank you. Exactly. You know, if I have the time at least, let's do this, you know? Okay.
You've got the time. Now do it now.
Exactly. So I have found something. This is something from the international SCP Wiki, actually. It's SCP-006-FR, so it's from the French. I'll link it. And whoever wants to go ahead with something, there's a couple of collapsible stuff down there, so you can just change with each other. So whoever wants to start can start.
I will give us I'll take the first portion of the document then. I'll also get us rolling.
Right
Item
on.
number.
Oh, this is a threat level midnight one. I see.
Item
Still not familiar with threat
SCP.
level.
Sorry. First of all, I'm going to answer Goose's question, which is, once I read this opening document, I'm going to let you guys continue into the collapsibles while I go live on TikTok and tell the TikTok audience they should come visit us. So, advertising, promo work. But in the meantime, SCP-006-FR. Threat level, Orange. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-006-FR is to be contained within SCP-006-01-FR under the supervision of Site Aleph. 3 D-Class personnel must remain inside of SCP-006-01-FR at all times and ensure that the metal shutter located at the entrance of SCP-006-01-FR stays open. 6 armed guards must be present at all times outside of SCP-006-01-FR. All personnel who wish to interact with SCP-006-FR or enter SCP-006-01-FR must be vegetarian. Description: SCP-006-FR appears to be a typical male human butcher of Eurasian descent with a height of 1.87 meters and weight of 112 kilograms. The subject only speaks Russian. SCP-006-FR wears a blood-stained cooking apron, butcher's foot hat, checkered shirt, and beige pants. 98% of the time it has on a belt which holds many miscellaneous kitchen. I'm sorry, Everett, can you mute when you're got noise going on? Sorry. Everybody, if you have a noise, can you just mute for that? That is a future rule that I will continue to ask.
I don't think that was Everett. Everett's not on the call.
Is that not? Oh.
Yeah, it's just right now. It's just me.
I just
and Ash.
muted myself, so it wasn't me either.
Yeah, and I'm on push to talk. So.
Well, let's keep it going. I don't hear any sound anyways. Where was I? The subject only speaks Russian. SCP-006-FR wears a bloodstained cooking apron, butcher's foot hat, checkered shirt, and beige pants. 98% of the time, it has on a belt which holds many miscellaneous kitchen utensils, such as knives and choppers. SCP-006-FR is not normally aggressive, but it has the physical strength and resistance equal to 5 times that of a normal human of the same height and weight. In addition, it can also instantly teleport to SCP-006-01-FR, as well as teleport to any butcher utensil present inside SCP-006-01-FR into his possession. SCP-006-01-FR is a common oblong-shaped butcher shop with dimensions of 5 meter by 10 meter by 2.75 meters. There are 2 rooms on the inside of SCP-006-01-FR. The first room, which is located directly after the entrance, is 5 meters in length and 7 meters in width, and includes a normal counter, expected of a butcher shop, as well as an entrance to the second room, located behind the counter. The second room is a freezer, which is 5 meters by 3 meters. After teleporting, SCP-006-01-FR will appear in either of the 2 rooms. The choices of locations to which it teleports seems random, but it has been noted each locale's population is of similar density. SCP-006-FR can only teleport if the metal shutter on the entrance of SCP-006-01-FR is closed. The greatest recorded distance for a SCP-006-01-FR teleportation is redacted, but it's 4 black boxes. Or 5 black boxes, however many black boxes that is, kilometers. The first reported occurrence of SCP-006-01-FR was in the 1940s, but it was not contained until 1996 when it localized before SCP-006-FR could teleport it. A recovery unit was dispatched and successfully destroyed all buildings around SCP-006-01-FR before towing the exceptionally heavy building back to Site Aleph. SCP-006-FR only appears outside SCP-006-01-FR if he's attacked inside SCP-006-01-FR. If this occurs, then it will proceed to follow the aggressors until they are either dead or outside of the 100-meter radius around SCP-006-01-FR. When the entity finishes hunting or can no longer hunt the aggressor, it will warp itself into the freezer of SCP-006-01-FR. If SCP-006-FR is wounded heavily enough by the aggressors, then it will stop hunting immediately and teleport itself into the freezer, where he will stay for 1 day. This seems to be a recovery mechanism, as it allows SCP-006-FR to heal all wounds which it may have sustained. SCP-006-FR is unable to perform any other activity while it is recovering. Even a potential non-vegetarian customer will not cause it to move from the freezer. Normally, the entity will stay in the freezer and keep its door closed. If a vegetarian enters into SCP-006-01-FR, then the entity will stay passive and nothing will happen. When a non-vegetarian human enters SCP-006-01-FR, however, it will enter an, quote, active phase, end quote, where it will get out of the reserve and treat the subject in SCP-006-01-FR as a customer. The subject will always ask SCP-006-FR to give him his favorite piece of meat. The entity will then enter the freezer and come back with a package. The package will contain the subject's favorite piece of meat, but while he's in the reserve, SCP-006-FR will somehow take meat out of a similar cut from the subject. Despite this, the subject will stay alive and attempt to go home with the package, even if the piece SCP-006-FR took would usually cause a fatal or immobilizing wound. One instance includes a D-Class personnel who started crawling back to its cell after it ordered pig feet. After reaching its destination, the subject will start to consume the uncooked packaged meat and then immediately expire upon finishing it. The research team, led by Dr. Grimm, is studying if SCP-006-FR uses specific waves to control the subject, or if this faculty is purely psychic. Electroencephalograms. Electroencephalograms made on the subject while they were under the influence of SCP-006-FR showed that the part of the brain responsible for decision-making was heavily damaged, sometimes to the point where it resembled a lobotomy. The first theory is difficult to demonstrate, as applying an electroencephalogram onto the entity would be probably impossible, but the idea has not been discarded. All attempts to force open the freezer's door or damage it using vegetarian personnel have failed. All attempts to enter the reserve using vegetarian personnel while SCP-006-FR was in an active state have not only failed, but have also enraged SCP-006-FR further. In-depth research has found documents from the Battle of Stalingrad, which show the dead body of a person who looks similar to that of SCP-006-FR, and reports from the Russian High Command. See Addenda 01-006. And now we have 4 collapsibles. Are these all really, really long collapsibles?
The first one is small, rather small. Second one is also rather small. Third one...
Small, big.
Yeah, they're
fourth,
basically,
yeah.
let's see here. They are, looks like 60% of the article is in the collapsibles.
Yeah, so just change with each other who wants to read, or maybe one can even read 2, since...
I don't want to read any of them.
Come on, you can do it.
All right, so I'm gonna pause this article. So I'm pausing this for a moment to do something I rarely do on this show, which is I don't like anything about this.
Yeah.
Everything I just read made me sad. The entity does not interest me. The translation is either translated wrong in a lot of places, or just like words seem wrong, like reserve versus freezer. I thought it meant freezer a couple times, but it didn't. The grammar is weird. Choices are made with like what they're describing and why. Like, the description is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 paragraphs. And I feel like it could have been done in 2 or 3.
Yeah. I'm so relieved you said that.
Yeah, all you need to do is eliminate a bunch of this meaningless, like, none of this stuff, the aggressor stuff or all that other stuff. Who cares?
So relieved you said this, because I thought that was just stupid and not getting any of this, but no, it's just all over the place. So I'm not the only one thinking that.
It's a combination of there are ideas in the article that we normally would screen for. Like, we would say, like, okay, why, if you get critique on an article, we would ask, okay, why do we need to describe all of the dimensions of the butcher shop? How did we tow this butcher shop anywhere? How did we tow this butcher shop anywhere? Why can it teleport? Why does it have a rage state? Why are we...
Butcher rage!
Like, I mean, the funny part is like I've had critiques for previous ones, and I think I dislike 087 quite a lot. This one is just not. I'm not gonna say poorly written. I think it's probably the translation. I mean, the translation is good, but not good enough. Let's put it that way. I would bet maybe in the original language it's not this bad. What is that? Who's crackling? Oh, it's
on my end.
I think it's Ash, actually, because she was moving stuff.
Ah, that makes sense.
So I'm gonna make an offer here. I'm gonna make an offer. Is anyone good on this, and we can move on to something else?
I'm all right.
Yeah,
I've seen all I need from this.
Okay, cool.
You disappointed me.
Well, it was just up there.
I made one request. One request was don't disappoint me.
I didn't know. Would you like me to go back to choose something from Series 1?
Yeah.
Would you prefer that?
I am being informed that it is, in fact, currently 4:20.
4:20.
I mean, maybe where you live.
For you, it's 12:20.
Me, it's 11:20.
All right, so let's Synth, you got another article?
Yes,
something you have read.
I have a few more. Okay, one that I have read. Okay, let me check quickly. Okay, so let's have a quick glance here.
I want to check the YouTube chat.
Actually, what I can just do is See one that maybe
And while
already
Synth
did
is
a video
pulling up
on.
this article, I will say, hey, everybody, remember that this is a charity live stream. We are streaming for 24 hours. We are currently 4 minutes and 21 minutes into that. And make sure that you donate to the GoFundMe. If you donate $50 or more, you get a gift from someone in the SCP community. It's like Secret Santa. So, art, stories, stuff like that. Maybe a couple dolls or pins or merch. All sorts of stuff.
That's enough.
And if Synthetic is still looking, we also have a new person who could probably introduce themselves.
Go for it. I'll look a bit more.
New person, introduce yourself, name and pronouns.
You're muted, though.
You are unmuted, but we still can't hear you.
We don't hear you. Fix the mic. Just I'm gonna keep looking.
The way my desktop is set up, my Discord window is over the video window because I don't need to see everybody who's on. But I did not know that Raina had joined the chat. So thank you for alerting me, Sim.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Hear me now.
Hello, we can.
Yes, we hear you now. Okay.
For some reason, these are broken. Hi, I'm Marina. I'm actually the Fragmented Mind. Yeah.
You do YouTube,
and
right?
My pronouns are anything. Actually, I go as he, she, anything.
Yeah, when you say the Fragmented Mind, you're a YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
What do you do on your YouTube channel?
Actually, I also do some SCP stuff.
Cool. Welcome to the stream.
Nice.
Thank you.
Synth, you got an article for us?
Yes, I found something just now. It's a bit longer, but it can be. I think it's something that we can all work on all together. So let's go for it.
Sweet. I am going to leave this one to you guys, team, while I go on to TikTok and say hello to everybody and drag more people over to the stream. Because I have 18,000 followers here and 300,000 on TikTok. So I'm going to see if I can yank some of them over.
Oh, and before you go, if you need another artist for the people who donate over $50, I will be up to that if you need anyone.
I will keep that in mind, Ash. Very much appreciated.
Also,
right.
Raina, you might want to point your camera down a little bit.
Me?
I completely forgot that.
Yeah, we only get like the top third of your face, roughly.
It's
there we go.
Okay, better.
To stop my ADHD from going wild, I'm playing Blue Tag.
All right, did we find an SCP article to read?
Yes, I linked it in the no mic chat.
Is it the 3997?
Yes, exactly.
I'm on it already.
Yeah, it's a bit longer, but
black boxes and expungements.
Well. I think they're okay. I know this article, and I think it's okay-ish. So let's say that. This is my opinion.
You want to give it a read?
Should I start? Okay. Yeah, since I chose it. Okay. So, item number SCP-3997. Object class safe. Special containment procedures.
All right, we are muted.
All
there.
SCP-3997-1 instances are to be taken into Foundation custody and interviewed to acquire information on SCP-3997 before being issued with Class C amnestics and returned to the population. A special task force, Mobile Task Force, why is that redacted? Whatever. RACT class is responsible for the location and detention of these individuals. This task force has undertaken extensive anti-memetic and cognitohazardous training in an effort to data expunged. Okay, I'll remember that. Description. SCP-3997 is a mental phenomenon affecting a number of individuals, hereafter referred to as SCP-3997-1 instances. There does not appear to be any common factors linking these individuals beyond their anomalous properties, although a significantly large number of these instances are residents to the county of Redacted. England. SCP-3997-1 instances report a number of vivid dreams featuring white roses. These dreams often involve memories of early childhood, but which have been altered to feature white roses or the SCP-3997-1 instance walking through a rose garden. SCP-3997-1 instances demonstrate an inordinate affection and regard for white roses, sometimes bordering on the obsessive. SCP-3997 was first brought to the Foundation's attention when the regular psych evaluations of several researchers at sites in the west of England revealed that they shared almost identical recurring dreams, despite a lack of contact or involvement with one another beforehand. Below is an interview with a typical SCP-3997-1 instance. Dr. Redacted, a level 3 Foundation researcher. So, interview 397 56.
That's not happening right now. I've got.
Who wants to take care of this?
All of my guests are currently
I
reading
could.
SCP-3997.
Okay.
We have Dr. Sumerian from YouTube. We have
Interviewed
SCP-3997-A-1-A.
SCP-3997-A.
Alien who edits
Interviewer.
our videos for YouTube.
Dr. O. Redacted.
We are currently
Forward.
live
The
on
interview was
YouTube doing
conducted on the
Site-42
2nd of the 9th,
24-hour Jared
1997, in a,
Come over here to TikTok to make sure
in a
you
standard
guys know that you're
humanoid
invited.
containment cell at Site-42.
This is our
226.
This is our studio. This is
Begin
our
log.
space. You will note that our
Dr.
studio
Redact.
is an ironing board. That
Hey,
is because
Redacted.
we are low rent here. One day we'll be big enough to have an actual studio.
SCP-997-1. That's
It's been a while since
SCP-
I've seen ya. That's because on TikTok we're kind of shadow banned. Our algorithm has gotten real bad. We are not getting nearly as many views as we lost to Sad Face.
Someone else should read. Someone's coming up.
But for now, we're on YouTube doing SCP-3997.
Sorry, no, you can keep going with both if you want.
Someone else should read.
They're currently... They're still reading.
Someone else should read?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, no problem. Should I then continue?
Sure.
I guess I'll continue for now. Yeah, okay.
I'll do
Cool.
the next.
So,
I'll do the next collapsible. So you'll
Right
have
on.
to keep after that.
okay. Take out this one then. So, that's SCP-3997-1-80, Sonny. I thought Frank was interviewing me. Nah, he'll be along later today. I wouldn't worry about it. So, when did you first start getting these dreams? When I was about 4, I think. I kept dreaming I was a delivery guy. Or mechanical parts of some kind. It's a bit weird, really. Not the kind of thing a 4-year-old normally dreams of. Anyway, I'd keep dreaming about white roses in pretty much all my dreams, no matter what they were about. Houses would be made of them, clouds would look like them, that sort of thing. Was there any particular feeling or emotion that you associated with the roses? Just something the others have to said. Yeah, actually. They've always reminded me of my childhood and my home back in, something. Redacted? Whenever I see them, I keep thinking of old memories. Little things, you know, like going to church, or lying on the grass, or swimming down near... Redacted? It's weird, really. Nothing else has that kind of effect on me. It just make me feel nostalgic. Why is that weird? It's not that strange to have memories and feelings triggered by things from your childhood. Yeah, but that's the thing. Apart from those dreams, I never really had any contact with white roses. Mom didn't grow them in the garden, we never had them in a vase. They just bring back memories. Make me feel innocent, I guess. I don't know what it is. What are your feelings towards white roses in general, outside of your dreams? Well, as you know, I like them. I've painted a few, down at my house in Redacted, and I like growing them. They're just pretty flowers, though. And block. This one belongs to you.
Further information restricted to level 4 personnel and above only. Item number SCP-3997, Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. All SCP-3997-1 instances are to be immediately and permanently taken into Foundation custody on discovery and interrogated for knowledge pertaining to SCP-3997. A special task force, MTF-MU-45 Ragged Claws, has been established for the purposes of detaining SCP-3997-1 instances. This task force has undertaken extensive anti-memetic and cognitohazardous training in an effort to counteract the presumed effects of SCP-3997. Description: SCP-3997 is a rose garden believed to exist somewhere in the British county of Gloucestershire. Oh, it just says Gloucestershire. Information on SCP-3997 has only been inferred from the testimony of SCP-3997-1 instances, and thus its existence is only theoretical. It is believed that, should any individual enter SCP-3997, a significant temporal shift will occur. This involves the individual's memories being transferred into the consciousness of that individual at an earlier point in time, ordinarily between the ages of 2 and 5. These memories appear to the child in the form of a particularly vivid dream, followed by several similar dreams for 5 to 8 years following this. Individuals affected in this manner are referred to as SCP-3997-1 instances. These individuals are unaware that these dreams are anomalous. The presence of these memories in the consciousness of SCP-3997-1 instances appears to have a dramatic effect on the course of their life, often influencing them to take entirely different decisions and manifest a notably different personality than in the previous timeline. SCP-3997 instances are thus usually, though not exclusively, highly successful in both their personal and professional lives, often becoming experts in their chosen fields. In addition to this, SCP-3997-1 instances suffer vivid dreams throughout their life featuring SCP-3997, white roses, and several childhood memories. Speaking about these dreams often causes SCP-3997-1 instances to enter a kind of trance state, where they're able to recall aspects of these dreams in great detail. Activation of SCP-3997 thus causes a subtle but significant CK-class restructuring event, which is believed to have occurred innumerable times. All efforts to locate SCP-3997 have been ordered to cease immediately, on the orders of O5 Black Box. Because of this, and the temptation among many personnel to seek out SCP-3997 for their own use, full knowledge of SCP-3997 has been restricted to the O5 Council and selected personnel involved with research on SCP-3997. SCP-3997 was first brought to the Foundation's attention when the regular psych evaluations of several researchers at sites in the west of England revealed that they shared almost identical recurring dreams, despite a lack of contact or involvement with one another beforehand. Addendum 3997-1. On 28/11/2001, several concerned members of MTF-MU-45 Ragged Claws revealed to researchers that they possessed shared memories of multiple non-existent squad members. Researchers later determined that the individuals whom they were remembering did in fact exist, but were instead civilian SCP-3997-1 instances with no knowledge of the Foundation and its activities. These instances had never met the squad members in question. This not only adds weight to the theory that SCP-3997 is a real location, but has led researchers to believe that on innumerable occasions, the Foundation itself has redacted on order of O5 Black Box. Addendum 3997-2. Below is an interview with an SCP-3997-1 instance. The instance was formerly Dr. Henry St. John, a Level 3 Foundation researcher, before his anomalous status caused him to be stripped of rank and placed in containment. Interview 3997-57. Interviewed. SCP-3997-1-A. Interviewer. Dr. Cartesian. Forward. This interview was conducted on 02/09/1997 in a standard humanoid containment cell in Site-42. Begin log. Dr. Cartesian. Good afternoon, SCP-3997-1. Are you finding your quarters comfortable? SCP-3997-1-A. Frank, you've known me for 7 years. I've been a researcher for 30. I know the drill. Let's just get on with this. Dr. Cartesian. Very well. What can you tell me about the Rose Garden? The what? What rose garden? If our suspicions are correct, you should have had a dream about a rose garden. Several dreams, in fact, since you were a small child. You want to know about the garden? Well, okay, I suppose I have dreamt about it quite a lot. It's just a recurring dream. There's nothing suspicious about it. Well, that's for us to decide. Now tell me about these dreams. Okay. Well, they always start with me as someone else. I'm not a linguist at all. I'm a truck driver. I drive trucks. Or was it a van or something like that? I've always disliked them. Too big, smelly, that kind of thing. But I really hate them in this dream. Resent them, that sort of thing. Anyway, in the dream, I'm doing a delivery to this big country house. Dr. Cartesian. Do you remember anything about this house? A name? A location? Oh, I'm afraid not. I remember some kind of classical-looking facade, but nothing else. Is that important? Well, I'll ask the questions. Thank you. For God's sake, Frank. What happened? Did you enter the house? No. I knocked on the door, but nobody was home. I waited around a bit, but there wasn't anything there, so I'm sorry, Frank. It's hard to remember. It's a dream. They're not easy to remember. So I see this hedge. I got to the entrance to it. I go in, and I'm in a rose garden. There's lots of white roses everywhere. They're arranged over archways, over wooden frames, little neat stone paths stretching away in front of me. So white, so pure. At this point, SCP-3997-1-A seems to have entered into kind of a trance state. SCP-3997-1-A. And I walk through it, and I look at the sky. It's a fine sky. The grass looks like it's glowing, because the sun is shining down, and it's all so calm and peaceful and serene. Nobody else is around. It's just me and the roses. SCP-3997-1-A? Are you alright? Henry, can you hear me? And then all of it fell away in a single instant. The roses were all around me, and it all felt right. When I was a child, and they knew what they knew what was right and what was wrong again in the warmth of my mother's arms. And I remembered things, images, little things you wouldn't remember. Summertime, as I walked the path to church, looking at the old gravestones and thinking of their age, looking at the sky and its distant clouds, the way they played against the sky. They weren't abstract balls of steam and water. They were an anchor of infinity to Earth, and a solid, real reminder of infinity. And I looked at the gravestones and thought of how beautiful this place was, this England. It was a place where they could truly be at peace under the sun and in the green and yellow fields rolling on down the hills. The world was beyond the horizon, but here was paradise. And what else? What else? I remembered running in the playground, remembered watching the news about the Suez Crisis and not understanding what it meant or why my mother seemed so serious so suddenly. I remember rainy days, reading old books, nestled in a corner by the radiator. I remember films about New York, how strange the city seemed with its cabs and its gray buildings, teetering over the edge of the same bright sky I saw in the graveyard. And I remembered my childhood as a whole thing, all the little things that seemed normal and unimportant then, but seemed so visceral now, so real. And I remembered the roses. What about them? The roses. Roses in the garden were there too. As I walked through it, they were my mother's arms, they were the warmth of summer, they were sitting in a brightly lit train as it tunneled through a dark thunderstorm. They were memories. All the memories of the place I belonged to, really belonged to. before it all fell apart and stopped making sense. I was real again. I was me again. I went back to my home, my England, and then I woke up. Sorry, Frank, I was a bit out of it there. What were we talking about? End log. I'm going to do the last bit here. It's pretty short. Note from 05 Black Box. By now, you will have realized the implications of what you've read, of what we've done. And I'm sure that many of you are now feeling tempted to enter the Rose Garden yourself. This is for this reason that I've restricted all of our information on possible locations to the Council. The temptation is always there, and it's always great. I've lain awake at night myself, thinking of all my regrets, all of the things I have done wrong, and for the price of a few bad dreams, I could make all my sins go away and be new again. In my end is my beginning. But don't try it. What you have read is not an escape route, but a testament to the Foundation's failure, its complete and utter failure, which we have brought upon ourselves time after time. You'll be destroying the innocent, stopping them from ever being born, preventing them from knowing what life was. They'll only be a shade of a memory, a scattered thought on lonely days by versions of people who might once have known them. And if that's not enough, remember this. The comfort the garden offers is unreal. It's a withdrawal from the truth. We all want to go back to when things were warm and simple, and the days were filled with the summer sun and cool grass. We all want to live in the light again, but we made our choices. We swore an oath. Every one of us will die in the dark. Accept that. Is Sherm back yet?
I timed it so that I would come back when that happened.
Sure, if you're there, say hi.
Then I suppose we will just.
Sorry, I muted the wrong mic, and that's why you. So when I muted you guys, you stopped hearing me. But I think YouTube was able to hear me yelling at TikTok for a bit. So I apologize to the stream. I'm still working out getting muting right when I disappear for a second.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry. Say the reason why I'm reading because I live in a pretty.
I can't hear you.
I live in a pretty mentally abusive household, and I just didn't want them to hear me on a stream because they probably would have screamed out.
That is understandable. So for those who can't really hear, but they've also said in text, their household isn't very kind, is in fact abusive, and they shouldn't be heard. And in that case, I might suggest not hanging out on the stream in that case, just so you don't talk, just so you don't get caught. Like, watch the stream, have your headphones in, but...
I have been there.
It's a rough situation all around.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
the least thing that...
I went out to grab some food. My mum saw me in the Halloween makeup and went, "What is that on your face?" And I was like,
I think Sherm's suggestion might be right. You could just watch the stream and not have to worry about getting caught, which sounds like
that would be far better.
Yeah, Ash, do us a solid and step down, just because if you step down off the stream, then you'll be able to communicate in text again. And we can read you a lot easier in the text than we can hear you right now because you have to be quiet.
I can be loud now. They're all downstairs. I know when the footsteps. I know whose footsteps are whose.
You sure though? Because at least think here anymore.
I'm gonna make an executive decision as running the stream. It is not a safe situation for you to be sneaking around and putting yourself at risk. I am going to ask you to step down, especially because we have other guests who could come on and participate fully. Make sense?
Yeah, I'll go.
Stay in the chat, stay in the Discord. We're still here with you. We just don't want you to get caught and get in trouble.
Exactly. It's
Yeah, it
honestly
was
just for
great
your own
talking to
good.
you.
Thank you for coming out. Thank you for telling us your story. And know that we are here. The community is always backing you no matter what.
And I bet your 682 costume is going to be great, by the way. But we'll see you later.
Be safe and be well, Ash. Oh, and
Take care.
Goose says that your reading, when we could hear it, was wonderful.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Oh, and that goes to you too, Sim. Goose totally just is over on the couch like, I love Sim's voice. He sounds so good.
Does.
That's fair. If anything, it's usually people that I collaborate with that get the compliments, and if anything, I'm just another voice. So
I'm gonna go ahead
thank
and
you very
mute
much. It's always something. I don't hear that too often, so that's gonna stick with me for the next 4 months or something. Who am I kidding? It's gonna stick with me for much longer than that. Thank you so much.
Articles. Where do we want to go from here? First of all, real quick, I only caught about half of that because I was running around doing stuff. Can you give me a long story short of what that just was?
Paradox. Okay, time travel. Okay, what happens is that they go into a rose garden, and memories of their current life go back to their younger 2 to 5 year old selves, and then knowing what happened in their lives change, and the SCP Foundation realizes this is how it works. So they start in some versions of reality sending people into the rose garden, or either people who are aware of it at the very least go into the rose garden deliberately to make their lives better. That's it. That's not particularly complex.
Yeah.
It's well written. I like it.
It's all right.
Any requests for the next article we read?
Can I actually say one thing?
Get it.
By the way, Sumerian, I love your
We don't hear you.
Nightmare Before Christmas poster.
Oh, right, yeah. You know, that was supposed to be temporary. I got this poster, and then I had that poster over there just because I needed something on both sides, and then I completely never got around to getting another SCP poster, so it's just been there for like half a year, maybe a year now.
I'm a huge Tim Burton fan.
Yeah, I was in Walmart. I was like, I need something that's slightly spooky. That'll do.
Understandable.
Also, I'll say this, Sherm. I have noticed, because you when you use shorthand, you refer to me as Sim, and you refer to synth as synth. So quite often now you've said something to one of us, and I have no idea who you're talking to.
I gotta agree with that. If that compliment that was about Sim, then I may have just taken that compliment for myself.
No, I think that was about you, but I just meant like in general. I would have some communication
I must
issues.
say though, I often have to focus hard. Which one is he talking to now? Or which one did he refer to now?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
maybe for the sake of being less confusing, you can refer to me here now just as Alien and Sim as Sim. So
That's
it's
a
bit
good
easier.
shorthand, because I do use synth as my typical shorthand for synth, and then I just started tonight using Sim for Sumerian, because I always mispronounce Sumerian. The first time I ever knew your doctor alias name, I thought it was Sumerian, like the language, and so I was trying to Google something you were in, and I was like, why can't I find this doctor? I know what it is. And then I found out it was Cimmerian, and I was like, oh, darn it. But, so Goose has special compliments for both of you in particular now. And come here, come on screen. So this one's going to sit down and explain themselves.
I'm short. I have to sit on it. Okay. All right, I have to do this because Sherman is tall and I am not.
Now, I am enjoying this immensely. I am staying up way past my bedtime because I'm enjoying this. And Sumerian, your voice just is so natural and wonderful to listen to. It's just so easygoing, and you just fit into anything you read. And Synth, sorry, what did your
Alien.
Alien? Synth Alien. Yes, no. I enjoy all your comments, and you have an action voice that I adore, and everything that you're reading so far. And I get to listen to all the things Sherman leaves you in notes and videos that he ends up not sending you. And I think he should send all of them, just saying. Anyway, enjoying this. Continue, please.
Nice to meet you. What was the name again?
Katie, Boo, or Goose. All three.
Okay. Kate Boo Goose. Kate Boo Goose.
But never Kate.
Okay. Ooh.
So Koos is all three. Koos.
Goose, not goose. Okay.
I'm gonna get slapped later. Worth it.
Wait, caboose.
Caboose. Lost. I see you in the chat. Go ahead and jump in. Lost is a TikToker who we are now welcoming to the stream as soon as they hop on. And Katie has lost this conversation. The real winner here is not Caboose.
I mean, I feel like caboose is the natural, that's the natural portmanteau there. So yeah, we got to go with caboose.
Hey. I like that Caboose. Hey.
Hey.
I'm gonna tell your mama.
All right.
We got our TikToker here.
He's in the text, but he's not jumping in.
I think he's muted right now.
Maybe he just can't.
Yep.
Oh, max people. Is someone else in? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just me.
Oh, all right. Is that you, Traffy?
Hi, friend.
Irina.
All right. Well, since I didn't know you were in the stream, hello. Introduce yourself, pronouns and username and stuff like that.
I'm Traffy. I'm currently as Kokichi Oma. My pronouns are she, her, and they, them.
What would we know you from?
The Site-42 Discord server where they are a fan and they hang out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm still in the work in progress phase of my first SCP.
So where were we? We were looking for an article. Oh, wait. Before I go on, since we have a new guest, did you have anything you wanted to share with the stream or not before I move on?
Nope, but I was going to suggest an article.
Oh, thank you. What do you got for us?
Well, considering I'm a big Pokemon fan, I was going to suggest SC Pokemon.
Is that's a tail, right?
Yeah.
Tree.
SC Pokemon, typing it into the bot.
I feel like I recall being disappointed by this at some point in the past. Let me see.
Off to a good start.
Oh, yeah, this is super long.
Oh my lord.
Whoa!
Oh, Dio mio.
That is...
About to get my mind wiped and blown. Okay, yeah, this is long.
Yeah, that is short story. That is not flash fiction.
Not at all.
Hold on, let me do a word count here. Let's see here. Yeah, about 5,000 words.
Oh no!
Fun. So, about the suggestion? Who wants to start?
Yeah, you want to do this over the next couple hours?
Might as well. I'm just getting confused because my name is highlighted throughout it.
Oh god.
I am a Pokemon, apparently. Yeah, frig it. Let's do this section by section. Let's rotate because it's got little divider breaks.
Oh no, I suck at reading.
So SC Pokemon is from the Project Crossover. Was that a contest or an event or something like that?
It's a silly thing on the web. Ugh. It's I have to explain it, but I want to again. So it's where the SCP Wiki like combines content from like extant IPs that exist elsewhere with SCP stuff. So this is literally like, hey, what if the SCP Foundation had to contain a bunch of Pokemon? I'm going to guess. I do recall reading this and being very disappointed by it. But maybe that's just my, what's the word? Snobbish nature for absolutely no reason.
It's 826,
I
correct?
apologize for this torture, Dr. Sumerian.
Don't apologize. I hate everything.
Exactly.
Sumerian takes disappointed as a state of being.
It.
What's that, Sherm?
I said, Sumerian lives disappointed.
Yeah.
That seems
it's written on his face.
All right, so let's tackle this beast, guys. Pokemon. I will kick us off. I will kick us off. We can run down the list.
Oh yeah, I gotta contain them all.
So you're.
I'm actually playing Pokemon as we're talking.
Which one?
I'm just going through Ultra Moon, not really playing it. I just have fun memories of all Pokemon games.
Do you want to? I was gonna say, Sherb, do you want to plug the charity one more time before we?
I might as well plug the charity before we end this. Hey everybody, remember that we are here today for the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream to benefit the San Francisco LGBT Center. Why the LGBT community? Because a lot of people don't realize that there's still a fight for acceptance, and it's needed. Why the community center? Because community centers are getting hit very hard due to COVID, and if we want those resources to be around once the pandemic ends, we need to donate to the cause. We are streaming for 24 hours, 5 of which are done. Guys, this stream is flying. Is it just me?
I don't. Yeah, no, yes, it is just you. It seems like it's taking forever. This is it's so uncomfortable, you know? Like, oh my god, so horrible.
I'm enjoying every second of this, so.
Our current GoFundMe has been sitting at $400 for a while now. I would very appreciate if anybody donated to that $1 just to make the number change for me. But for now, we've got $400.
No one has donated $20 yet.
I'm surprised no one has done $20 for the meme number. You're right, Sumerian.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But for now, we're still at 40% of our goal, which is pretty darn good because last year we made $650. We are already 2/3 done for that, and America isn't even awake yet.
Let's be real here. America is never really truly awake.
Yeah. And with that, we embark upon the 5,000 estimated words of SC Pokemon.
Oh boy.
I give it 2,000 words before we get bored with it, but yeah, let's go.
Possibly.
Give it less.
So, you're saying we can't close 826 until somebody finishes the main narrative. Yes. And we still don't know where the skip is hiding in the setting. That is also correct. What the hell happened? It never screwed up like this before. As far as we can tell, the interaction between the item, along with the book, and matching electronic media caused the anomaly. We never tested 826 with multiple formats of matching subject matter. God damn it, what now? I suggest we send an expeditionary force to retrieve the item. However, because of the nature of the setting, only one agent may be sent at a time. We sent a 3-man team in and they exploded. What? However, it has been found that we can retrieve inorganic items from the setting and keep them indefinitely within our world. While we do believe that they will degrade and vanish once the setting is closed, I believe this gives us a, how does one say, cheat code into winning back SCP-826. What kind of inorganic items? Please come with me. We have preparations to make. And before the next chapter, I'm just going to say thank you, Tanhoney, who has just joined the chat and gave to the GoFundMe to get us to the funny meme number. Yeah!
I knew it was going to happen. All we needed to do was mention it out loud.
Thank you, Tan Pony. You're amazing.
Lieutenant Matuna, thank you so much.
Alrighty, I'm going to throw this to Alien.
Okay, so, it's Dr. the Jungle.
The D is silent.
The D is silent, so Dr. Jungle. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Jungle Bridge had offered to house the bookends at his site for a while. While Site-66 is labeled as a biosite, it usually houses miscellaneous animate SCP objects that may or may not be organic. Of course, he did this with the expectation that the other doctors would keep their stuff out of his stuff. And of course, everything always cocks up. I'm not an agent. Why do I have to? You've proven in the past to be an expert when it comes to the current circumstances of the item, said the ginger-headed research assistant. The bridge was being pulled down the hall by several agents and research assistant Steve towards the unused area of the site. It doesn't even make any sense. What did you do to my site? Bridge was irate. Listen, I'm just reading from a script. My dog wants you to do it. They turned the corner and reached the door to a testing chamber. I don't even know what you people are doing. Sorry. Just check the instructions in backpack. And with that, a large backpack was hefted in the bridge's arms by an agent and the paper into his hands. Fine. Whatever. Okay. I'll do your fucking mission. As everyone else piled out, Bridge looked at the portal. A door of white light opening to the unknown fuck-up beyond. He took a deep breath, then a long sigh. Sure, he's messed up here and there. Cock up with the lizard and ticket, yes, that was a bad move. Taking photographs of Earthworm wearing funny hats. Yes, okay, that's dumb. But what the hell did he do to deserve this? Oh well. After several minutes of dread and reflection, he slung on the pack and stepped in.
Reyna!
Read this one as well.
Oh, what?
Sorry, I'm just being a jerk and throwing these at people, so...
Oh, no!
Yeah.
Reyna, you're up.
This one... Okay.
Oh, shit. Okay, okay. So why is the guy who pulled the bullshit with the ticket going in to retrieve this skip? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Agent Ridge, I was not ready for this.
If you do not wish to read, I can switch off. Are you good?
I'm okay. I just need to, yeah, I can read the next one. I'm okay, though. That's okay.
All right, so you want the next one, and I'll pass this on to Sumerian then.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay. So why is the guy who pulled the bullshit with a ticket going in to retrieve this skip? Agent Doddridge leaned against the wall, watching monitors, watching Bridge. Can't hurt. At best, everyone and everything comes back unharmed. At worst, he dies. Agent Lament shrugged. He sat at the desk and got comfortable. Yeah. Wouldn't one of us do better? I mean, this guy's a fucking archivist, according to his file. Throw him a bone. He'll appreciate it if he survives.
Did you mean the next SCP or the next section of this SCP, Reyna?
Meant the next section, yeah, okay. Bridge opened his eyes and looked around. A bedroom. A bed in one corner, computer, a TV, and a Super Nintendo sitting in the middle of the floor. That's a bit strange. Shrugged. Stairs in the corner of the bedroom. What? Whatever. He descended from this. No, he just. Oh my gosh. Sorry. He descended the stairs, noticing a woman at a table. Okay, seems non-hostile. Hello? He tapped the woman on the shoulder. She turned and smiled. Right. All boys leave home someday. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. It said so on TV. Proof. Oak next door is looking for you. He froze for a moment, staring at the woman, before running out, then front door, and looked around. A larger building to the left, empty fields. I'm so terrible at this right now. To the right, small fence before him, water beyond. He dropped the backpack and finally read the mission brief Steve gave him. That is all I can read right now. I'm sorry. I'm
No
just
worries.
Don't
No
worry,
worries
I
at
will
all.
read the rest for you.
Thank you.
We got this.
Traffy, I'm throwing this at you now.
Okay. Dr. Bridge, enclosed is a set of mission-appropriate equipment, a photograph of SCP-826, and a packed lunch. Please receive SCP-826 as soon as humanly possible, and do not allow the complete destruction of any of the provided items if our theories are correct. If you reach a game over, you will die. Signed, Agent Lament. Inside the bag were 6 red and white spheres, numbered 1 through 6. My mission is a Pokemon Nuzlocke with a hack team. Fuck yes. He turned and started off north, sticking a foot into knee-height grass. Hey, don't go out. He stopped and turned to see an old man with a lab coat making his way towards him. It's unsafe. Go away. While Pokemon live in the tall grass, you need your own Pokemon for your protection. I really don't. I know. Stop. Here, come with me. No, damn it. Oak dragged Bridge to his lab, next to a skeleton kid. Gramps, I'm fed up with waiting. Gary? Let me think. Oh, that's right. I told you to come. Just wait here. Django? Bridge ignored the script, tapping his foot impatiently. As soon as Oak was done talking, he turned to leave. Wait, Django. Let's check out a Pokemon. Come on, I'll take you on. With the flash of light, a Charmander appeared before Bridge. He picked ball number 1 from his belt, and a flash of light, a flash of red, a huge hulking thing appeared. A spine sailed down its back, its mouth filled with enormous glowing red teeth, sightless, eyeless face, unmoving mouth, laughing with many voices. Oh my god.
The sections here are really short, so I think I'm going to take like 5 of them and then pass it on. Or I'm just going to keep passing them on intermittently. I'm going to pass them every single time. We're going to get 3 lines each.
Don't you dare, oh my.
Let's keep this going fast. Ready? What the fuck? Doddridge breathed flatly. I think it's the one we shot the lungs out of. In the game world, it won't kill Bridge, I think. Really? Really? Cimmerian is the full name. Cimmerian.
The thing laughed at Charmander, screaming in 4 distinct voices. Charmander shivered, then leapt and scratched it across the face. SCP-939's Intimidate cut enemy Charmander's attack. Enemy Charmander fell. Charmander's attack fell. Charmander used Scratch. telepathic game prompts. Time to make shit up. Crunch.
I see. This is all running commentary from outside the game. So I'm going to say for now. Oh, I got it. I got a good way to do this. So I am going to have, for the time being, until I take control of this again, I'm going to say, Cimmerian, you be the internal game dialogue, and Synthetic, you be the outer world commentary, okay?
Can do that.
So, Alien, you're picking up at, well, that was violent.
Ah, okay. Not bad. So, well, that was violent, remarked Lemons. What do you fucking expect? What else has he got? 3 hours later, Bridge was strolling through Cerulean City into the Pokemon Center, poking his head in every building, looking at every bookshelf and every PC. There was no 826. He did have the Boulder Badge, though. Sherman took care of Brooke. Entering the gym, he tossed the ball into the pool. 3 minutes later, he stepped out, Bob hopping behind, to the Nugget Bridge. He's enjoying this too much. Let him have his fun. Now, look at him. These are war crimes. They melted. 3 more hours, and Bridge exited Salaton's gym, with Laserbeak gliding close behind. You're kick-ass, Lace. How do you know Steel Wing? That's not around till Gen 2. Scraw! That is a horrible noise. Why do they listen to him? I don't know. No, that thing doesn't even move until night. How'd you even acquire any of these? 075 is a high-risk killer. The fuck's with these doctors? I honestly have no idea. Wasn't me who put these forms in. Steve rolled a bunch of dice and used the numbers to requisition for testing. God damn it, Steve.
Pausing you there to simply say, God damn it, Steve.
Okay.
Reyna, you're out for this SCP, I believe, correct? You are muted, so I can't hear your response.
Muted.
Yes. Oh my lord. I'm sorry.
You are no need to be sorry. I'm just confirming before I skip you in the cycle. And so, Traffy,
Yes.
I'm putting it on you. Bridge exited Saffron Gym.
Okay. Bridge exited Saffron Gym, riding on Pazuzu's shoulders. The dried up and shuddering corpse shivered and twitched, ignored by Bridge and the rest of the fucknormous spider beasts. Awesome job, Pazuzu. You fucking decapitated Sam with that last X-scissor. I am in no way surprised that you're dark bug type. Hell, I'm not even going to ask why your attacks are ahead of your time. Just keep kicking ass. Ooh, coughed the corpse. Shrieked the spider. They strode off to Route 19.
God damn it, it ate the fucking mime. Doddridge sank into a seat. Mr. Mime, to be completely accurate. Shut up. Just shut up. I feel sick. I wonder. Bridge leaned on Cinnabar Island's Pokemon Center's counter, waiting for the healing machine to finish. Blaine's gym was babies. Fuck it. He grabbed his balls and headed outside, calling on Laserbeak to fly him to Viridian. Reaching the Pokemon Center, he headed north and saw a balding man laid out on the ground. I've had my coffee now and I feel great. Sure you can go through? Sure you can go through. Are you in a hurry? No. I see you're using a Pokedex. When you catch a Pokemon, the Pokedex is automatically updated. What? You don't know how to catch Pokemon? I'll show you how. There are glitches. It's weird. That's why I did that. Bridge sighed and waited. A chill ran up his spine. Wait, when did the sky get so dark? A wild Weedle appeared. Fight, item, Pokeball 50. Old man used Pokeball. All right, Weedle was caught. Oh, shit. The man flickered and turned to look at Bridge. He was greasy, with a pointed, horrible grin, slick, rancid hair, the stench of death. He floated above the ground a bit, black ichor dripping onto the dirt, hissing and burning like so many nightmares. First, you need to weaken the target Pokemon. Nope! Laserbeak flew Bridge the fuck out of there and back to Cinnabar Island. He made his way to the shoreline, tossed Welker into the water, and climbed on its shoulders. They swam for a few minutes up and down the shoreline, and then something appeared. Without warning, the skies darkened. A tall pillar of glitch code flourished into being before Bridge and Welker. Wild Missing No appeared. Welker's Intimidate cut enemy Missing No's attack. Recontainment of Theta Prime commencing. Bridge muttered with a grin as he hopped into the shadows. Welker began singing nursery rhymes, teeth glowing redder. The Glitchmon itself began to glow with a harsh light.
Before we continue, I just wanted to point out how accurate this is because, like, to those who don't know, Missing No actually is real, but it's only in the, like, more older games since they dealt with the glitch, apparently, from what I've heard.
Well, it shows up in blue, red, and yellow, I think. Because I know you can get... I've caught Missing No, and you have to set the thing up so there's a part... I think it's Cinnabar Island?
Yeah.
On the east side of Cinnabar Island, there's a little strip where Pokemon are keyed in to actually spawn, but they don't have any table to pull from. And what you need to do is... I can't remember the trick to get it anymore, but you need to get yourself set up so that what'll happen is normally if you go there and you go to any other part of the game first, it'll draw from the last location you were in and draw the Pokemon from there. What you have to do is set it up in a way that there's nothing to draw from, and it will grab Missing No instead. Literally missing number, because there is no Pokemon to draw from.
Isn't it like you talk to an old man a bunch of times and then, like, a bunch of signs? Something like that, I think.
That's my husband.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I am this.
So my curiosity is more that I've never felt older than a young person talking about this as if it were a mystery or something. People
believe the top item, the top numbered item on your in your inventory would become 99, which is so it would possible for you to get, like, I think it was ultimate balls or the rare candies would also be able to be bumped up to 99 if you did this glitch.
Slot 6, apparently, I'm being told by our resident expert.
Okay. There we go. Like, it's a while ago. I know how it works. I did it, but I'd probably have to look it up again if I needed to do it again.
As Sumerian very properly predicted, I think I've gone as far as I need to go into this. Does anybody have any objections?
No.
No.
All right, if you are interested in more SC Pokemon, of which we read approximately, I'd say a third,
1/3, maybe.
then you can go to the wiki and read it yourself. In the meantime,
Good luck, have fun.
Let's find our way to a new article. Does anybody have any ideas?
Well,
Oh, I've got plenty of ideas. I've got like 120 ideas.
What are your ideas?
You know what? Is Fuck Off Carl still your most popular article, like, vote-wise?
It's the most upvoted, sure.
Are we gonna do that one?
I'm thinking, yeah, because it's got that energy. It's one I like. I'm up for something that I know I'm not going to dislike for a hot second.
I just like the name of it. Fuck off, Carl.
Which one is Carl again?
3213.
Question. 3213. That's right. I'm thinking of Carl because it was mentioned in the last one of yours the Applebee's one.
Yeah. There's an integrated universe for all my SCPs. It's not something that I make a big deal out of, but it does get, little mentions here and there, and then
The Sumerian cinematic universe.
Oh no, yeah. I like to consider almost everything I've written is in the same basic canon, even if it isn't a canon of its own. It kind of it's shared with a bunch of canons, but I think the Gulf would probably be the canon that it would be most appropriately placed into. But let's get started. What is it rated right now? 654. That's sad. That's my high. Before I get started, the thing is, plus 654 is an amazing rating. But the idea that I have 120 articles on the site and that's the highest I've ever gotten is kind of depressing, just a little bit. I feel like I could have at least gotten to 1,000 somewhere along the line, but nope. Anyway,
it happens on TikTok constantly. I will spend 2-3 hours on a 1-minute video. I will do all these costumes, all this editing. I have this brilliant idea that gets no views, and then I will make an off-the-cuff 1-sentence video joke that gets 1 million. And I'm just like, it's never the one I want it to be. It's always the low-effort meme.
If I had a shot for each time this happened with my videos, I wouldn't be here anymore. It happens way too often. So I get the pain more than anything else.
Sumerian, will you do us the honor of Carl?
Sure. Item number, SCP-3213. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3213 is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment cell on floor 20 of Site-88. Under no circumstances is SCP-3213 to be allowed unsupervised interaction with any member of any pinniped species. Pinniped families include, but are not limited to, walruses, seals, and sea lions. Testing of SCP-3213's effects is to take place in the aquatic facilities on floor 21 of Site-88. Description: SCP-3213 is a 44-year-old human male named Carl Prosser. When SCP-3213 is in the direct line of sight of any member of any pinniped species, the animal will become sapient and capable of vocalization. I should change that. Capable of vocalization in language, because obviously they're always capable of vocalization. I gotta fix that later. SCP-3213 affected animals will then utilize this capability to direct verbal abuse towards SCP-3213. Affected animals appear to possess individual personalities and behaviors, though all share a common dislike of SCP-3213. Affected animals either do not comprehend or do not care to respond to any verbal requests from individuals who are not SCP-3213. Repeated interactions between SCP-3213 and affected animals has yielded no verifiable information relating to the cause of the anomaly. When in the presence of pinnipeds, SCP-3213 is under constant danger of physical attack. Affected animals will attempt to inflict as much physical pain as possible on SCP-3213, although multiple tests in controlled settings have revealed that these attacks will cease if SCP-3213's life is in danger. All attacking animals will continue then to direct verbal abuse towards SCP-3213 until removed from SCP-3213's presence. SCP-3213 affected animals do not appear to retain their sapience or ability to vocalize once out of direct line of sight of SCP-3213. Examination of live, actively affected specimens has either been unsuccessful due to their aggression. SCP-3213 has, however, been cooperative in continuing testing of the anomaly.
I'm going to pause you for 1 second before we go on. Were you going to say something else?
I was going to say that we're going to have to skip this one because it's a video, as I can't really put it in the...
That makes sense. What I wanted to say is simply that sometimes an SCP will give me that feeling of, okay, the Foundation did something interesting off camera that they're not fully alluding to, that's just a little insinuation. And this has got to be one of my favorite ones, where the insinuation here is we had to have a test where we just let the pinnipeds beat the hell out of Carl until they did not kill him.
Yep.
That insinuation makes me so happy.
That's great because that's exactly what it's supposed to do. When I was writing it, that was in my mind. Don't say it directly, just imply it. That's the preference.
Aces.
All right, test Carl. 5. We're gonna have to skip on test 3, which is basically it's actually the Volgan lent his voice to it. where basically the Carls just insult the seals insult Carl verbally. Then we go to test 5. Purpose: attempts by Dr. Paul Clifford to communicate with affected animals while SCP-3213 was present. Date: 11/08/17. Method: SCP-3213 directed to enter a room with a tank housing 2 earless seals. Dr. Clifford was already present. Interaction log. Go fuck yourself, Carl. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Long and hard, you fucking bastard. Excuse me. Can you understand me? Carl, how's it feel to know even though you're going bald, you'll never get any uglier? Can you hear me? What's the matter, Carl? Too much of a pussy to answer us? Test 16. Purpose: attempts to glean more of the reason for the anomaly's existence. Date: 1/24/18. Method: SCP-3213 directed to enter a room with a tank housing 2 earless seals and to inquire as to the reason behind their anomalous behavior. Interaction log. Seal 1. Should have figured you'd come back. Bet you like the taste of shit. What did I do to make you so mad at me? Oh, this piece of shit wants to know what he did. You fucking know what you did, Carl. I never know what you're fucking talking about. You're a fucking asshole. We fucking remember. We saw you do that shit, Carl. You got all these people fooled. You thought just because it was dark and raining on the beach at night, no one was going to see what you did? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, it's coming back to you now, ain't it, asshole? Now why don't you jump in here and I'll give you a taste of how it felt. Don't worry, we won't kill you. I promise. Why? Because then we couldn't hurt you anymore, Carl. Following this interaction, SCP-3213 refused to elaborate on the incident described by the affected animals. It is also unknown why all members of pinniped species are aware of this triggering incident. Investigation into SCP-3213's past has turned up nothing matching the described details. SCP-3213's testing is currently suspended and daily interviews are scheduled to determine what events caused this anomaly.
Fucking Carl, man.
Yeah, he knows what he did.
Like at first I was feeling bad for Carl, but now, yeah, he's a dick.
Congratulations. This gift is fucking stupid. That's not something I'll say often. Congratulations.
That's great.
It comes in, it does its job, and it leaves, and I love it. And just you don't need to know what Carl did, but
yeah. Anytime anyone asks, I always just say Carl knows what he did.
I
a sociopath with a long history of violence
without doing anything. Like, I was just listening.
All right, I've got a challenge here. We've been talking a lot this morning about Sumerian's consistent disappointment with articles that are not his. I would like to see an article of not Sumerian's work that he enjoys.
Trying to think of one that isn't. Well, no, I can tell you. We don't have to read it necessarily because I'm trying to think of one that isn't fucking long as hell. And I can't really think of any. I know there are some. I just can't, off the top of my head, think of any because most of them are either cactus SCPs or a couple other ones that I know they're like the Red Sea object, which is incredibly long. So yeah, I mean, like, there's plenty of stuff on the wiki that I do like. It's just, not most of it anyway.
We just haven't covered most of it.
You don't like horror, right? With body stuff?
Nope. I don't like horror.
Remember that
I should
earlier.
say, I don't enjoy horror at all.
Oh,
which is
okay.
funny. Yeah. For an SCP writer, it's pretty funny that I don't like horror. But a lot of my stuff is either funny, a funny, fantasy, or science fiction. I would say. Or
that. What would you say to 049-J?
Fucking hell.
It takes a bit for me to enjoy Jace, but that one. Ooh.
I mean, that's pretty ridiculous.
I'm just.
It's not long either.
Come on. Let me just get my pointier stick right here.
Pointy doctor stick.
Although that's I believe that's a cactus skip, and it's funny. I'm just not it's not my
Not
favorite.
too much into it, yeah. All right.
It always feels terrible to be like in a conversation about SCPs because there's no like you don't want to be that guy in a conversation that constantly tries. Well, I mean, I do because I'm very egotistical, but you don't always want to be the guy who makes it about you. But every time somebody brings up their favorite SCP, I have to be honest about it. I'm always like, I hate that SCP. It's almost every time, and it's just ugh.
I make a suggestion.
Can he make a suggestion?
No.
Why not?
No.
I was going to give you breakfast too. No bacon and eggs for you.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that over the laughter. What was that?
I said, if you let me give this suggestion, I will give you all bacon and eggs and toast.
He cooks.
I do. Cooking right now.
But he can't give it to you.
Not just bacon, brown sugar coated bacon.
I am so hungry right now. Oh
my god!
I've managed to sneak a bagel and a donut while we were working on
I haven't
this.
even eaten all day.
Have you guys taken a food break for like 5 minutes or thought about that?
I'm gonna take. See, I promised I'd be here for at least the first 6 hours. I can be here almost all day, but at the 6 hour mark, I'm getting something to eat.
Amen that.
I'm gonna get something to eat in a second, actually. I said I was going to be here for 4 hours, I think, so yeah, in a second I'm gonna
And
hop
if he
off.
wants to put the stream on pause for a quick snack break or a breakfast
Oh, we don't
break.
need to pause. That's not how a 24-hour stream works. We go back and forth. But
yeah,
Yeah,
Someone has to
that's
suffer.
the reason that you
Someone
guys
has to
exist, is because
suffer.
I'm
Yeah,
going
we
to be
take
here all
shifts.
24 hours. But if I run away and eat something while you guys are reading, then that counts as a break and I can get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not as important that there's always 4 people on stream. It's more important that there's just someone so that there's not dead air, because that's all I want to avoid is dead air. I hate that.
Without dead meat.
Oh, damn it. I was waiting when you said that at the end of your sentence. I was hoping that we would just have like 5 to 10 seconds of dead air, but we didn't.
Worst case scenario,
have
in
to
case
suggest,
Shrimp falls asleep or something, I'll just get my cat, put it in front of the laptop, and then go to sleep myself. And for the entirety rest of the stream, there's just gonna be my cat, and that's it.
Fair enough.
I mean, we'll probably get a lot more donations that way.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
More to gain.
And what a reminder that we are doing this for charity, people. This is the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream. Please donate to the GoFundMe that's in the description because we are trying to raise money for good cause. Just for good cause. Not a good cause, just for good cause.
For good cause. That sounds like a legal thing.
yeah, for a good cause.
Legal thing? It should be legal then.
And so,
Just cause.
without any requests on the table for a reading, I am going to request one of my favorite SCPs. And that is going to be SCP-3013.
What is that?
And the bot didn't want to work for me. What did I do wrong? Oh, my internet just went
Murphy's
crazy.
Law, right?
Is everyone still there? Are we good?
Yes.
Are you?
I'm still here. Everything kind of faded out and came back for a minute. Was that the internet or was that my consciousness?
Probably Steve.
Yes.
Probably both. But in the meantime, yes, this is Murphy Law in Type 3043 for murder.
So I'm taking my food break right now, but I'll be back.
All right, go ahead and
We'll
drop
see,
off
yes.
stream. That way we can fit another guest in during the break time. Much appreciated.
And you can fill my slot in as well, because I'll also be departing as well. Maybe later I'll join, but for now I'll be off.
Fare thee well. Thanks for coming, and we'll see you when you get back.
See you later, Alien.
When I
Nice
get back
talking
or
to you.
whenever else.
Also,
Nice to finally meet you face to face.
Bye, Alien.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Also nice
See you
talking to
around.
Raina, who's already left, but
Yeah, and there's a new person. Anyway,
Yes.
I'll be off.
We got
See you around,
lost.
and good luck with the stream. Hope you'll be catching in a lot more.
Well, we
All right.
finally got lost.
And I see I Am the Lost has entered the stream. Go ahead and introduce yourself. The Lost is on mute. There he is.
Hang on. First, is my voice modifier working well?
It is, in fact.
Yeah.
You've got spooky voice.
no, I just assume that's how you sound.
Okay, cool. That's the way I want you to think. It is not a voice modifier, I swear. I'm technically correct, not really.
You
Using
already
that
called
voice-
yourself out.
Hold on. Saying that's what I want you to think in that voice is pretty great.
That's what I want you to think.
All right, so who are you, The Lost?
Hi, hello. I am the
You gonna
Lost.
help us
I
read?
go by they, them, he, him. I'm an SCP TikToker, and I am currently working on some various SCP projects for some animated stuff on YouTube.
Nice.
Sweetness.
That's amazing, dude.
Also, I will say your voice modulator is working fine, but it does make it a little difficult to hear you. I have to make a little bit of effort to be cognizant of what you're saying.
Then I'll just turn it off for now.
Welcome.
It's so
Wait,
rare
that wasn't
I
your
use
regular
my
voice?
actual voice. This is my regular voice.
This is the voice modulator. It's being translated for us now.
Ah, now he's on the voice modulator. I gotcha.
Or is that what I want you to think?
Nice void mod.
I know I paid a lot of money for it. I mean,
So you gonna help us read?
What are we reading right now?
We are moving into SCP-3043, one of my top 3 favorite SCPs.
All right, I've pulled up the window. Where are we starting from and who's starting?
Oh, is this the okay. Yep, this is what I'm thinking of. Film noir, but in SCP form.
Exactly.
Oh.
And so I will open us up with this note, and then as we go through the collapsibles, we have script and characters, and we'll work that out. So, opening message. Date, December 15th, 2005. From Site Director August. To 055 Secretary. Subject, regarding containment breach. I'm still not quite sure what just happened. Yesterday, our bots picked up unauthorized changes to documents on our internal servers. 2 minutes later, all on-site personnel, including myself, blacked out for 3 hours. Every camera ceased to function during this period. When we woke up, we all had headaches. The entire site smelled like cigarettes and cheap alcohol. 2 of my guards were injured, 3 bullets were lodged in my desk, and somebody had shot SCP-3043. The only clue we've got regarding those 3 hours is SCP-3043's old documentation, which has been, well, updated is one way to put it. I've included it with this email along with the revised documentation for SCP-3043. We've got no clue who this Murphy Law character is. I'm recommending we immediately assign him an SCP identification and start investigating. All the evidence we've got so far indicates that he and SCP-3043 are unrelated anomalies. Also, none of us actually remember him, despite some of us being featured in whatever the hell this was. The short of it is this. Either he saved us from the mother of all containment breaches, or he just wanted us to think that he did. Regardless of which, we need to know who he is and what the hell he's capable of. Attachment, item number.log. All right, Sim, you feeling a little film noir for our narrator?
Sure. Let me just turn off push to talk and turn on the voice activity because this is a bit of a read. There we go. All right, let's take a look-see here. Fade in. Interior. Murphy Law Detective Agency, night. A light-skinned man leans back at his desk, feet up, reading a newspaper. He is clad in a white-collared shirt, with his trademark Trilby hat tossed thoughtlessly on top of his desk. We can see his shoulder-strapped holster. It carries a .44 Magnum. A bent cigarette rests between his lips. His name is Murphy, and he's ready to give anyone a bit of the business. He is hard and handsome, with the sort of face you could use to smash up concrete, then dust off, and still take home to show your ma. He's also our narrator. His voice is a harsh growl, as if he just swallowed a fistful of spent cigarette butts and followed it down with a sulfuric acid chaser. Narrator. You see a lot of ugly in this line of work. Good people with bellies full of lead, left to bleed out in rain-soaked alleyways. Love ruined, turned inside out until it just becomes an angry, festering sore. Statues that'll kill you as fast as you blink. The door to the office flies open. A dark-skinned woman dressed in a white lab coat bursts in. She is in her 40s and has a fierce, vibrant beauty. This is the researcher, and although she might need Murphy's help, that doesn't mean she's going to like it. But when it comes to ugly, nothing beats a containment breach. Researcher, confused. What am I doing here? Narrator. She wasn't the first beautiful woman to burst into my office and ask me that question. Lowering his papers, Murphy. Same as anyone else, Toots. You need my help. Researcher, indignant. Don't call me Toots. I've got a fucking doctorate in molecular physics. Murphy sets the paper down. All right. My bad, Professor. I apologize. Now. Murphy slides his feet off the desk and rises to stand. He folds his arms over his chest and watches her. Murphy. How can I help? Researcher, hesitant. I don't know how I got here. I don't even know what here is. I think I was working on something when I heard typing sounds and suddenly... Researcher, shocked. I don't remember. I don't even remember my name. Narrator. A beautiful woman with a doctorate in molecular physics and no memory of who she was or how she got here. Her eyes told me she needed help. Her name badge told me the rest. Murphy, glancing at her name badge. You're Professor Michelle Lewis. The researcher looks down at her name badge, as if noticing it for the first time. She appears shocked. Her eyes rise back up to stare at Murphy. She now knows her name. It is Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis. Right, that is my name. I work for the Foundation. The narrator. The Foundation. A bunch of pencil-pushing geeks trying to figure out where the magicians are hiding all those rabbits they pulled out of their hats. I should have turned her away right then and there. When the Foundation's involved, you know it ain't gonna be nothing but trouble. Murphy scowls but nods his head, moving to open a drawer in his desk. Narrator. But me, I'm not the sort of man who stays away from trouble. Murphy pulls out 2 shot glasses, along with a bottle of half-finished whiskey. He sets them atop his desk, focusing his icy stare on Dr. Lewis. Narrator. I'm the sort who slides on over next to trouble and buys her a drink. All right, Professor. I'll take the case. You will? Wait, what? Narrator. My name is Murphy Law, and I'm the guy you call when everything that could go wrong did. Title splash. Murphy Law in type 3043 for murder. Fade out.
For attachment, objectclass.log. Lost. You want to take this one?
Totally. All right. Let's scroll to where it's full screen. Fade in. Murphy's car. Night. Murphy drives. Dr. Lewis stares out the window of the passenger seat.
City lights wash through the car, casting both of them in a metallic, tangerine glow. Dr. Lewis is wearing her seatbelt. Murphy isn't. Murphy. All right, Professor. Talk to me. What else do you remember? Dr. Lewis. How did we... When did we get inside of this? Narrator. She was smart, but not that smart. It was not part of the problem. She was too smart, always thinking too much. Sometimes you just gotta go along for the ride. Focus on the problem. What do you remember before stepping into my office? Dr. Lewis. Frowning, but thinking. Right. I was working on something. Updating documentation, I think. Something about a change. An important one. That's when I heard typing in the other room. And then I felt dizzy, and it was like... Dr. Lewis, shaking her head. Like something was trying to erase me. Erase the thoughts in my head, even as I was having them. Narrator. Sounded to me like the professor stumbled onto something she wasn't supposed to. Somebody had tried to rub her out. But who? And how? Murphy. Anything else? Dr. Lewis. I think... I can't remember all of the updates I was making, but it had to do with SCP-3043. Murphy. Alright, what's SCP-3043? I don't remember. Narrator. If I was going to figure out this mystery, I had to find out what 3043 really was. And if the professor couldn't tell me, there was only one other person who could. Murphy turns left, brows crinkling with renewed focus. Narrator. Site Director August. Fade out. Fade in. Foundation Headquarters. Murphy's car parks just outside of a sprawling gated mansion. Narrator. If Site-95 was the rotting corpse, Site Director August was the worms wriggling inside of its corrupted core. Bribery, extortion, racketeering. He had his dirty paws in the pockets of every 2-bit researcher agent in D-Class from level 9 down to sub-level 7. Murphy shifts the car in park. Dr. Lewis turns to look at him. Murphy moves to open the door. Narrator. But he also had his ears everywhere. When a gnat took a crap, he heard the plop. If anyone knew what 3043 really was, it would be him. Dr. Lewis. Mr. Law, wait. Murphy pauses, looking back at her. Dr. Lewis. I just remembered the update I was going to make to the documentation. Murphy tilts his head, waiting. Dr. Lewis. I was going to change its object class. It isn't safe, Mr. Law. It's... Keter. Murphy nods grimly, then turns to shut the door. Filled with conviction, he turns to walk out toward the mansion's gates. Fade out. Am I doing the next one too?
Nah, I'll take this one.
Okay.
Attachment, special containment procedures.log. Fade in. Interior, Site Director's office. Morning. The office is expensively furnished, with framed glass windows on 3 of its 4 walls. Outside, a lush garden grows on all of its sides. Morning light streams in through the windows, casting the room in a warm glow. Standing behind the desk, facing the rising sun, is a man. He is short, with russet brown skin, a shaved head, and a face full of piercings. He wears an exceptionally fine black suit. This is Site Director August, a hard, brilliant man with a heart of steel. As Murphy enters through the door, he's flanked by 2 men in sharp suits. They are silent, but armed, ready to do violence at the snap of August's fingers. As Murphy shrugs himself out of their grip, they station themselves on either side of him. August speaks first. Mr. Law, you wanted to see me. Murphy dusts off his coat. Yeah, about 3043. When dealing with Site Director August, you didn't try to bluff. You just kept your cards close and hoped to God the man didn't have a better hand. That's, classified. Is it now? Since when does the Foundation care about classifying safe anomalies? August turns, ever so slightly. A pierced eyebrow is raised. I just raised the ante. How would you know that? And we care about classifying all anomalies, Mr. Law. So I've been told. But a little birdie tells me you might have classified one of them wrong. 3043 ain't safe. It's Keter. August turns completely, staring Murphy down. You've been speaking to Dr. Lewis, I presume. Where is she? Something wasn't right. He was already calling me, and men like Site Director August only smiled the instant before they laid down a winning hand. Safe? Unlike 3043. What is it? August narrows his eyes. He gives the slightest nod. That was his tell. He unwittingly had shown me his cards. Pair of aces. The two men on Murphy's left and right instantly reached for their sidearms. Lucky for me, I was packing three of a kind. Murphy slams his left elbow into one man's stomach. He uses his right hand to draw his Magnum 44. As the second man pulls his piece, Murphy pistol whips him in the temple. He goes down. Murphy spins and opens fire. 3 shots slam into August's desk. August freezes, but shows no fear. His eyes narrow. It was time to cash out. 3043. Last chance. What is it? Murphy pauses long enough to kick one of the men on the floor, but never looks away from August. You know precisely what it is. Humor me. It's you, Mr. Law. You're the anomaly. You're SCP-3043. Murphy narrows his eyes. He gives one last kick to one of the men, then charges out the door. Fade out. Fade in. Exterior, Foundation headquarters. Murphy's car is still waiting for him. He runs toward it. Someone had played me like a fiddle. It was all a setup, and I was the stooge. As he reaches his car, he finds it empty. No sign of Dr. Lewis. 3043 was going to make me take the heat for whatever it did to the professor. It had me wrapped up nice and tight, even got me to present myself to the Foundation in a pretty little bow. Murphy gets into the car, starting it up. But there's one thing 3043 didn't count on. A man with nothing to lose. The tires squeal as he burns rubber, driving away. If the Foundation couldn't contain 3043, then I'd just have to contain it myself. Fade out. On to the attachment description log. Traffy, you still with us?
Yeah.
You want to do one or you want to sit out?
I'll do one.
Take it. Attachment description. Go.
Fade in. Interior, Dr. Lewis's lab. Murphy kicks down the door, clad in his Tribly .44 Magnum in hand. The interior of the lab looks like an office. Bookshelves stuffed full of science journals, several desks, paperwork scattered everywhere, and Dr. Lewis's chair. The chair's tall back obscures whatever is sitting in it. Narrator. One thing kept coming back to mind. One thing that the professor had said. Murphy creeps forward, gun in hand, reaching a hand out for the chair. Narrator. She said she heard typing. Murphy grasped the chair, spinning it around. Sitting in the chair is a black 1937 Olympia Elite typewriter. A roll of paper is inside of it. It communicates via typing. As Murphy points the gun at it, it begins to type furiously. SCP-3043. How? SCP-3043. How is this possible? Narrator. 3043 was her goddamn typewriter. SCP-3043. Why can't I write your stupid story? SCP-3043. What are you? Dr. Lewis suddenly steps out from the shadows, a .45 in hand. She points it squarely at Murphy. Dr. Lewis. Step away from the typewriter, Mr. Law. SCP-3043. How are you doing this? Murphy turns, his gun pointed back at Dr. Lewis. Murphy. It's controlling you, Professor, just like it controlled August and everyone else. It's pretending to be safe and letting you know it was sapient. Dr. Lewis frowns, grimacing. That's SCP-3043. How the fuck are you even doing this? Dr. Lewis. You're the anomaly, Mr. Law. I have to take you in. Dr. Lewis's hand shakes. The gun trembles. Murphy. It can write any story it's part of, even the stories in your head. When you realize that you tried to update the documentation and it tried to erase your story, erase you. SCP-3043. Stop. SCP-3043. Just fucking stop. SCP-3043. How the fuck are you writing my story into your own fucking Humphrey Hogarth fanfiction nonsense? Dr. Lewis. I have to contain you. Dr. Lewis shudders, stepping back. Her hand lifts to grasp her temple. The gun trembles to the floor. SCP-3043. This isn't right. SCP-3043. I'm supposed to be the one in control here. SCP-3043. This is supposed to be my story, not yours. Murphy turns, pointing his magnum at 3043. SCP-3043. Wait. SCP-3043. Just SCP-3043. Fucking wait. Murphy. Waiting. Dr. Lewis sits down to a seat, still rubbing her temples. SCP-3043. Alright, look. SCP-3043. I'll erase myself. SCP-3043. I'll erase all documentation about myself, even from other people's heads. SCP-3043. Then I'll make my documentation not refer to me, but just say that this lab is off limits. SCP-3043. That will contain me. Narrator. 3043 could do it too. Sure, it could have been a trick, but maybe not. Letting 3043 live despite what it had tried to do. It felt like what a good man would do. Murphy. It'd be the right thing to do, wouldn't it? SCP-3043. Yes, SCP-3043. You want to be the hero, right? SCP-3043. That's what this is about? SCP-3043. You're the hero? SCP-3043. So act heroic. Fade out. 2 gunshots. Narrator. Heroes always do what's right. But me? Fade in. Exterior. City streets. Sunset. Murphy walks out of the lab and into the streets, smoking a cigarette. Holstering his piece, he walks away toward the fading sun. Narrator. I'm no hero. I'm Murphy Law. Fade out, fade in. Interior Dr. Lewis's lab. Dr. Lewis, now starting to recover, walks towards SCP-3043. Wisps of smoke rise up from it. 2 fresh .44 slugs have been pumped into it. The paper inside of it has its previous dialogue, with one addition at the very bottom. Narrator. I'm just the guy you call when everything that could go wrong did. Dr. Lewis pulls out the paper out to read it. The camera zooms down to the bottom of the page. SCP-3043. The end. Fade out.
Sim, I'm going to take this one because the revised is very simple. And as we're reaching the end of your 6 hours, I want to give you the last interesting bit, which is the redacted bit.
Yeah.
So, attachment, revised log. Item number, SCP-3043. Object class, neutralized, formerly safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-3043 is to be kept in a secure locker on site. Access requires level 3 clearance. Description. SCP-3043 is a 1937 Olympia Elite typewriter. 2 .44 caliber bullets are lodged in its casing. Before it was neutralized, SCP-3043 exhibited the ability to rewrite any physical document within its immediate vicinity to match whatever was typed into it. It was neutralized before any additional properties could be confirmed. On December 14, 2005, a containment breach occurred at Site-95. During this breach, an unknown anomalous event prevented all outside contact for approximately 3 hours. All entities affected by this anomaly have no recollection of the events that occurred during these 3 hours. Furthermore, all recording devices within Site-95 appear to have malfunctioned during this period. Shortly after this event concluded, Site-95 reported all SCPs were now contained with the exception of SCP-3043. SCP-3043 was found in Dr. Lewis's office in its current state. Dr. Lewis also discovered that all copies of SCP-3043's documentation were now replaced with a, quote, updated version. See attached files. And just a note, this redacted section at the end here used to be just white, so it was like a Easter egg that you had to find to get this final scene.
Fade in. Exterior. Docks. Sunset. Murphy stands at the edge of the docks, watching the sun go down on just another day. Behind him, 2 sleek black cars roll up. A dozen men start pouring out of them, but he doesn't bother to look back. The men are smartly dressed in black suits. They crowd around a short old woman dressed in white. She slowly approaches Murphy, leaning heavily on her cane. One man follows her closely, her personal secretary and bodyguard. The man is Agent Frederick. Whatever it is, he does it by the books. And the woman is 055. And if we told you anything else, well, we'd have to kill you. 055 moves to watch the sunset beside Murphy. Agent Frederick is clearly displeased, but he'd rather she not get too close. 05-5. You did some good work today, Mr. Law. Murphy. Yeah. 05-5 reaches to pull a cigarette out of her pocket, placing it between her lips. 05-5. If we ever need your services, how might we contact you? Murphy leans forward and plucks a cigarette out of 055's mouth. Agent Frederick immediately reaches for his firearm, but 055 lifts her hand to stop him. Murphy. Oh, I'll be around. Murphy tucks the cigarette behind his ear for later. As he walks away, a fog begins to roll in. Agent Frederick steps forward as if to go after Murphy. 05-5 grabs him by the shoulder. Agent Frederick. But he's an anomaly. We can't let him go. We have to contain him. 05-5, shaking her head. Forget it, Fred. It's Chinatown. Agent Frederick slides his hand away from his firearm. Together, they watch Murphy walk off into the foggy night. The camera focuses on Murphy's silhouette as the view fades to black. Fade out. Credits roll. Dr. Lewis, played by Michelle Lewis. Site Director August, played by Jeremiah August. SCP-3043, played by a 1937 Olympia Elites typewriter. Murphy Law, played by himself. Agent Frederick, played by Fred. 05-5, played by Redacted. With special thanks to Site-95. Look for Murphy Law to return in The Foundation Always Rings Twice. The end.
Woo, Murphy Law.
That was a
Well,
beautiful
I've read that
cinematic
article once or twice.
masterpiece.
I've read that article once or twice, but having it like narrated with everyone, mwah, perfect.
I'm going to pimp this. There is a version of this article on Site-42, the YouTube channel, that is fully voice acted by me and a bunch of my actor friends with all the sound effects and music that are necessary for something like this. And it's one of my masterpieces. I'm very proud of that piece.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna have my image up as my icon, just letting you know.
I asked my mum if I'm allowed on the stream, and she said yeah.
Okay, so you're not going to get in trouble for being here.
No.
That's amazing, Ash.
Welcome back.
We're glad to have you back.
Yeah.
And, oh, I better shout out, during the Murphy Law reading, Dr. Maxwell of the Dr. Maxwell YouTube channel donated another $10 to the GoFundMe. So we are now away from the meme number, but we are up to $430. So thank you for that.
Epicness, epicness.
If I had money, I would donate.
Oh yeah, no, I feel you there. My bank account's been on 0 for the last 3 weeks, so...
Pandemic's hitting everybody hard, but the more people I reach out to, the more luck that we might find someone who can.
I went ahead and made a TikTok doing just a overview of us reading the thing, the Murphy's Law.
Nice. I will have to go back in again and go live on there since it's now a couple hours later, and I can pull more people over from that side, especially now that America's starting to awaken, at least on the East Coast.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yeah, I got the notification that the stream started just as I woke up. I was like, may as well.
Whew, we have been on for 6 hours and 8 minutes, people. Everybody stretch. Oh my lord.
6 hours? Wow.
It is 6.
Indeed.
It is 6 a.m. and change. Ay, ay, ay. Remember, this is the Site-42 24-hour charity live stream. There's a GoFundMe link in the description. Please donate what you can when you can. Let's hit that $1,000 goal by the end of the day. Ay, ay, ay. I need to get myself a little more coffee.
Yeah, I had to fill up my travel mug of coffee. I filled like... It's supposed to be 6 cups, but it's only 1 cup.
How you feeling,
I'm
Sim?
not
You ready to
allowed
get some
coffee anymore.
nap and some sleep?
What? Who's it?
I said, how are you feeling, Sumerian? You ready to get some food or a nap?
Well, I don't think I'm going to sleep. I mean, I'm going to be around. I should sleep. I'm not gonna. But I should get something to eat.
Sleep is for the weak.
It's not really that. It's just that I don't know. My sleeping schedule is whatever I want it to be. So, I mean, I technically don't need. Let me put it this way. I am sleepy despite the fact that there's no reason for me to be sleepy. I have had enough sleep up till now.
I feel you there. I
I should have prepped better for this because I'm probably going to stay up most of the night by actually sleeping for the last couple of days. I just didn't sleep.
I'm just going to point out as a health advisory that people should sleep. Remember to sleep.
Yeah, losers.
Yeah, sleep is for the weak.
Yeah.
I say as I come home after a 12-hour shift and sleep for like another 9 to 10 hours.
Hypocrite.
Going to bed is just quitting, and I'm not a quitter.
We don't quit. All my homies hate quitting.
Yeah, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go off the stream right now because that's the best time to do it is right after I say I'm not a quitter. So
yeah, exactly. It's perfect. Perfect timing, dude.
Bye, Dr.
I will be
Sumerian.
I'll be back, Sherm, as much as you need me for the day. I may actually, because I'm really, really tired for absolutely no reason. I may actually take a nap, but I'll be back later.
Sweetness, you know where I'm going to be, so whenever you feel like hopping on, we will be jamming.
Peace for a little while at the very least. At least an hour, maybe longer.
We'll see you when you see ya. Get that nap.
You know, maybe a nap for like 3 days might be 39 years, you know.
I've been
Oh,
used
the Great
to
Hippo
staying
is in the
up
Discord.
so long that my sleep schedule got so messed up until it came back, and now just sleep is all I know. I can't stay up anymore.
After
There is
today,
only sleep.
today, because I'm not doing any homework today, after today I've got to do 12 missing assignments tomorrow.
Ew, homework.
I don't even have missing assignments. What is wrong with this generation? But hey, I will give you support. You are my favorite person. You do your work, and we'll be here waiting for you. Because all of us, we love you. You're
You got
amazing.
this. 110%. You got this. Don't even worry about it.
Now, bringing us back into the stream proper, Lost, you've just recently shown up. Do you have any SCPs you would like to have us check out for the stream?
Have we already checked out SCP-5000?
We have not read 5000 on the stream today.
Because SCP-5000 is one of my personal favorites.
That is a big, long one. All right, we can play with that.
Oh, yeah. It is a bit of a long one, but reading through it, it is phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Real quick, let me
And for
pull
those
up.
of you who care, there is a female Bright, so...
It is a very popular article. I think it's a good thing for us to do that just because people like that 5000 article. In the meantime,
it is great.
I'm pulling up the
Give me
script.
just
It
a
is currently
second.
in the server.
I'm going to try and find my mask because I did get a camera, and I'm going to throw my mask and my hood on. That way, I'm at least somewhat visible in the stream instead of just a voice.
Do it. Do it. Get on cam, bud.
Sounds cool.
And Hippo, I see you in the Discord, the Great Hippo, who wrote Murphy Law. I hope you caught our reading of it just there. While the Lost gathers themselves to get on camera before we start reading Site-42, or before we start reading SCP-5000, I am going to pimp one more time. Remember, this is the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream to benefit the San Francisco LGBT Center. Why LGBT community? Because people forget that they still need help. It's not like people going to jail or being killed for being gay or disowned by their parents for being gay or trans has stopped. That is still a thing. So they need the help.
Have pride, guys.
Have pride.
Yeah,
In
have
fact,
pride.
for a bit here, I will just switch to my pride background.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just sit in my pride flag for the rest of the stream.
A shout
Even if
out
I'm just-
to my dear friend Sama in Florida, Tricking Loki is their username, for donating to the GoFundMe, bringing our current total up to blah, 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 a certain number that I can't see yet. $440. We are up to $440. Woo!
Woo!
And so with that, we will start to read 5,000. Say what, Traffy?
What's the highest that anyone has ever donated today?
The highest current donation is me at $100. I seeded the pot with $100, and that is currently the
Damn.
highest donation. Ah, there is Lost on camera.
Looking very snappy, dude.
There we go. There we go. Let me tuck my mask in.
Hello to everyone in the YouTube chat. I'm not catching up on you guys as much today as I do just because we're doing a lot of stuff here on the chat proper with the guest I have on. But I am checking you guys out. I'm doing my best. I see you guys like Dr. Maxwell and Shadow Wolf and who was it earlier that I'm about to blow their mind? I'm not going to blow anyone's mind because there were too many chats and I can't find the chat I was looking for. But hello, YouTube chat. Hello, Discord. Hello, world. It is time for SCP-5000 now. Lost. I'm going to ask. This was your suggestion. If I put you on the spot, you want to do a bunch of the reading for this one?
I can certainly try. I'm not a great reader, but I can certainly try.
I'm going to put you in a starring role for this one.
Wonderful. Alright, let me scroll. That way it's here.
If you guys need me, I am disappearing to grab a bite to eat. But I will be able to hear you guys if anything happens.
Awesome. Item number SCP-5000. Object classification: safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-5000 is to be kept in a deactivated state within a standard storage unit located at Site-42. All files and intelligence retrieved from SCP-5000 are to be stored on a secure server with backups available upon request from the Archival Department. Description: SCP-5000 is a non-functional mechanical suit identified within its internal systematics as an absolute exclusion harness designed by the SCP Foundation. Although the SCP-5000 is believed to have once possessed a number of anomalous functions intended to protect and benefit its occupant, damage inflicted to it in the past means that it is currently only capable of a basic file storage. For a record of files contained within SCP-5000 upon recovery, see Archive 5000-1. SCP-5000 first appeared in a flash of light within SCP-579's containment chamber at Site-42C on December 4th, 2020, containing a corpse genetically identical to a Foundation employee. Pietro Wilson is currently employed at exclusionary Site 06 squared. Or 06. I saw the 2. My bad. And amnestic therapy has confirmed he has no knowledge of SCP-5000 or memories concerning the events detailed within its archives. Archive 5000-1. Journal entry 0001-1. My name is Pietro Wilson. I don't know what's happening, and I think I might be the only one left. The date is 02/01/2020. Sorry. Thought transcription is tricky. Sorry, I'm not used to this yet. The date is 02 is February 1st, 2020. I have just escaped from the exclusionary Site 06. I think. I'm not certain, but I think everyone else is dead. Those guys, they were thorough. If I hadn't got out of the suit, if I hadn't gotten into the suit, I'd be... Oh god. Journal entry 0001-2. I need to get myself together, or this thing isn't going to be legible at all. Most likely, they're going to want some kind of record of this whole incident for posterity. I'm currently on my way to the nearest Foundation installation, a small safe house for agents making their way through this part of the country. Most likely, there won't be anyone there, but I should be able to get in contact with my superiors and find out what exactly is going on. Things started around 6, maybe 7 hours ago. A group identifying themselves as Mobile Task Force Zeta-19, Lonely Only, insurgent infiltrators maybe, entered the site. They had proper identification and everything, and gathered everyone into the canteen. And then they started shooting. Jesus. I could still taste the blood. I can't get that awful mental taste off my tongue. It's a miracle I didn't get hit or trampled on, the way people were climbing over each other to get out of there. If I hadn't gotten to the exclusion harness, I'd be dead. No doubt about it. Like I said, they were thorough. I'm a technician for the power grid on ES-06, so I don't fully get how this thing works, but I understand the basics. This perception filter thing doesn't mean people can't see me, but it does mean that they can't recognize the fact that they can see me, which I guess is the same thing when you get down to it. But those infiltrators, they didn't even take anything, didn't even try to. I watched after I got into this thing. I was too scared, fucking coward, to make even a run for it. They checked the bodies and left. An extra bullet for every head. They were just there to kill us. Journal entry 0001-3. Finally made it to the safe half after hours and hours of trudging through this goddamn desert. Heard a few explosions in the distance. Maybe the Foundation sent an MTF to engage those infiltrators before they got away. I hope so. I've never been happier to see bottled water in my life. The harness sustains your body while you're wearing it, apparently, but my mind still thinks I should be drinking. Human nature, I guess. Anyway, once I get these legs of mine rested, I'm going to try and get these systems online. I need to get in touch with the Foundation and find out exactly what's going on. Journal entry 0001-4. Holy shit. Downloaded file 0001-1. Context. They sent this to every government, news organization, and anomalous agency on the planet. Fuck me. The following is a message composed via consensus of the O5 Council. For those who are not currently aware of our existence, we represent the organization known as the SCP Foundation. Our previous missions centered around the containment and study of anomalous objects, entities, and other assorted phenomena. This mission was the focus of our organization for more than 100 years. Due to the circumstances outside of our control, this directive has now changed. Our new mission will be the extermination of the human race. There will be no further communication. Composed file 0001-1. Immediately following the release of their worldwide announcement, the Foundation began their assault on mankind. The response to the anomalies the Foundation let loose was quick as it could have been. But the damage is being done. It's hard to tell what exactly is going on, but from my position here, accessing the Foundation network and keeping track of the news, I've managed to grasp a little. I'm going to get everything I know down so that when this is over, if anyone's still alive, they'll know what happened to us. Action taken by the Foundation. Images of SCP-096's face circulated on social media platforms. Death toll had already reached the hundreds before the images were finally taken down. For all I know, that thing is still going. A series of nuclear charges were detonated within and along SCP-169's back, causing it to stir in its sleep slightly. The resulting earthquakes and tsunamis devastate a significant number of the coastal settlements around the world. Over the course of 24 hours, an individual whose appearance matches that of Mr. Deeds appears in the vicinity of several major heads of state and assassinates them using whatever tools are immediately available and disappearing just as quickly. Oop, my bad. I don't know why this stopped after the first day. Samples of SCP-610 are dispersed by embedded Foundation agents within many major cities, including New York, Delhi. All civilians in the area, along with the agents themselves, are quickly infected and succumb to SCP-610. Further spread of SCP-610 is now halted by the combined efforts of the Global Occult Coalition and the Church of the Broken God. They released SCP-682. I don't understand why this is happening. Downloaded file 0001-2. Context. News footage I managed to download between drinking sessions. Begin log. Reporter Maria Henderson is speaking from inside a GOC evacuation tent. scrolling header indicates that she is speaking the outskirts of Troja, Sweden. Behind her, patients can be seen being treated by doctors in full protective gear. Maria herself is wearing a surgical mask pulled up slightly to allow her to speak into the microphone, which kind of defeats the purpose if you ask me. Maria Henderson. Repeating what has previously been put out by the Global Occult Coalition, residents that have not already evacuated are advised to seal themselves inside their homes as quickly as possible using whatever materials are available. One of the doctors attending a patient stands up with urgency, looking over to a soldier standing over the beds. "We've got expiration! Get the eraser ready!" Maria Henderson quickly begins moving out of the tent and onto a field with similar installations. A loud buzzing sound can be heard from the tent behind her, and several flashing lights can be seen. A thick smoke pours out into a gap at the top of the tent. Maria Henderson. Any individuals still in a compromised area are advised to keep a careful watch over those around them. If any friends or family members begin exuding a noticeable minty smell, they are to be quarantined immediately. Feed cuts out. I later found out this is when television stopped everywhere. The internet too. The world had gone blind in just a few seconds. End log. Journal entry 0001-5. It's funny. With the supplies in this place, not to mention the exclusionist harness, I could probably survive for years, right here. But the idea of being sat here with no idea what's going on in the outside world, it's unbearable. Still, I'm not sure whether I really want to know what's happening out there, either. When I was a kid, real sick all the time, not able to go out that much, I was really into detective stories, Sherlock Holmes and all that shit. I wanted to figure things out. Anyway, my dad had this row of plant pots on the wall outside the house, and they were always getting knocked over, but he could never figure out what was doing it. That was pretty much at my peak of detective obsession, so I was on the case like nothing else. I was a stupid shit, so I couldn't actually deduce anything. You understand. So I ended up buying this cheap spy camera and recording the wall overnight. It was a stray cat. My dad ended up kicking it to death. Like I should have known he would. Curiosity. Well, you know the saying. Everyone involved would have been better off if I had minded my own business. Except my dad. But fuck him. Damned if you don't, but I'd rather be doing something than nothing. Besides, if I have the exclusion harness, nothing that would want to hurt me will ever know that I'm there. I'm a tourist at the end of the world. Destination? Site-19. The closest real Foundation installation. It only makes sense. I'm getting some answers. Recorded file 0001-1. Context. Encounter with the Foundation elements a few days after leaving my shelter. Watching weird behavior. Begin log. Viewing a group of Foundation soldiers in a clearing from a distance. 9 in total stood in a line. A 10th soldier, the commander, is silently pacing back and forth in front of them. Uniforms with the insignia look like MTF Epsilon 6. Village idiots. After a few seconds, the commander claps her hands once and steps towards the line. Commander, to the first soldier in line. Performing the check now. Soldier 1. Of course. The commander takes out a knife and stabs the soldier in the shoulder. There was no reaction. Commander, removing the knife. Get that wound treated. The soldier nods. The commander proceeds to stab each soldier in line the same way with no reaction from any of the victims, until the 8th, who noticeably winces. Ah! Commander, we got a live one! The commander and all other soldiers quickly aim their guns and fire upon the soldier 8, killing him. He drops to the ground. The commander then moves to the 9th soldier and stabs him in the shoulder. No visible reaction. Alright, we're clear. Move out. MTF Epsilon 6 pick up their supplies and leave the area. leaving the corpse of the dead soldier where it is. Manage to retrieve weaponry and basic medical supplies from the body. Bury it as well. Bury it as well as I can afterwards. End log. Closing notes? No fucking clue. Recorded file 0001-2. Context. Weird transmission I caught on an old radio. Don't know if it's important, but trying to get everything down for posterity. Begin log. Audio only. Voices male. Around my age, I guess? 7. 5. Can you hear me? There is a hole shining in the holes between your eyelids. I have never been to Versailles before, but I want to be loved. 9. I'm standing behind you now. 5. I am 2 of us, standing behind you now. The goddess eats the city in the sea. 9. There is a hole in the floor with an answer waiting in it. 7. Look, you're hatching. You're hatching. Message continues on loop. End log. Closing notes. Message stopped once I turned the radio over and saw it was damaged beyond repair. Am I feeling okay? Journal entry 0001-6. When I thought of Site-42 as being relatively close by, I never really took into account that
Apologies. It seems like Discord has crashed. Discord's crashed. And we lost the stream. Give me one moment.
because I can't notice, just because things can't notice me, doesn't mean they can't run me down. Gives me time to think, though. Like, why the hell am I even why am I
Hey,
even
Lost,
going
do you read me? Lost, do you read me?
Yes, I do.
So what had happened was Discord went idle on me and ended up turned off the stream for just a second. So what I want you to do is I want you to go back a paragraph, and I've reset it so it's all working again.
All right, so go back to still marching in the woods, or should I go back to the start of the journal entry?
Just start at the journal entry beginning. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Journal entry 0001-6. When I thought of Site-42 being as relatively close by, I never really took that into account that I was probably with a vehicle in mind. Can't risk cars or anything like that. Even if I went unnoticed, the vehicle wouldn't. All it takes is one Foundation soldier or a wandering anomaly to spot it, and I'm as good as dead. But still, marching through the woods, even with the harness protection, it isn't the most pleasant experience. It'd be hard to move out of the way if anything came traipsing through, for one. Just because things can't notice me doesn't mean they can't run me down. Gives me time to think, though. Like, why the hell am I even going to Site-42? What do I hope to accomplish? If I wanted to stay out of danger, survive as long as possible, I'd be best suited getting far away from any Foundation personnel as possible, not jumping right into the Viper's nest. Answers, I guess. More than anything, I want answers. Even if I get kicked to death afterwards. Composed file 0001-2. Reach Site-42. Security's in disrepair. Most of the anomalies let loose a while ago, so it was actually pretty easy to get in. Still stressful. Moving out of the way of researchers as they went about their business. They were still talking like colleagues, discussing how to get maximum human casualties like it was something they'd always been doing. But their eyes, there was something missing from them. Some spark. I couldn't see them as human. Looking at their eyes, maybe not even alive. Hard to describe, but it gave me the creeps. Accessing the Foundation database with some stolen senior staff credentials, I think I've managed to put together a basic timeline of what happened right before their declaration of war. I don't know what all it means, but I guess it's a start? Date: December 12th, 2019. The O5 mark a project called Numa as being of special interest to the senior staff. Apparently, it was a mass amnestication project like a kaleidoscope, except mostly focused on the collective human unconscious, the psychospace, whatever you want to call it. Apparently, there was some kind of breakthrough in mapping out of the psychospace, except I can't see what it was because it's fucking redacted. Typical. December 17th, 2019. A vote is undertaken by the O5 Council, with the result being unanimous. The Ethics Committee also concurs. Don't know what the votes were about, because it's fucking redacted. December 19th, 2019. A series of instructions, redacted instructions of course, are sent to all senior staff members and site directors. A wave of suicides and resignations go out across the Foundation, with Dr. Charles Gears being one of the employees resigning. December 22nd, 2019. A number of files are sent out to all remaining senior staff members and site directors, with instructions to also disseminate those materials among the staff serving under them. The files are accompanied by the message, "Harden your hearts." All suicides, resignations immediately cease following the dissemination of the materials. December 25th, 2019. Full block on all communications in and out of Foundation sites. Termination of the majority of the human and human sympathetic anomalies is performed by the staff at each site over the course of the next week. Information suggests an assassination team was sent to Dr. Charles Gears, but it doesn't say whether they were successful or not. January 2nd, 2020. Mobile task forces are dispatched to all exclusionary sites to execute all personnel. Immediately following the conclusion of these missions, the Foundation declares war on humanity. Not quite certain what all this means. Did the O5 Council send out some kind of memetic agent to get everyone to go along with them? But that wouldn't explain why the O5 Council would want to wipe out humanity in the first place. I don't get it. I just don't get it. More information on the anomalies in the Foundation are actively using too. With news down, it's hard to get much solid info outside their own records. And even those are still goddamn fucking redacted. I mean, it's the end of the world. What's the point of redacting shit anymore? Who cares? Just tell me what's going on. Fuck it. I'll put it all on a table. For posterity or whatever. Action taken by the Foundation. SCP-1370. Television service temporarily returns and all channels are propaganda speeches from SCP-1370, rambling on and on about how he's going to take over the world or whatever. This one isn't actually that bad. SCP-1048. I don't know how, but the Foundation managed to catch the thing in the first place. But helicopter footage shows hordes of bears created by 1048 rushing through the streets of Paris. The footage isn't too clear, so I'm not sure, but it looks like there's a massive red teddy in the distance as well, walking next to the skyscrapers. SCP-1290. SCP-1290-1 and SCP-1290-2 are moved from their original position and used as a rudimentary projectile system to launch projectiles at a secure GOC installation called Ganzir. Not 100% sure from the files, but it looks like it's just one of those frankly obscene number anomalies that they're using to try and bust in there. If you ask me, they'd be better off just firing missiles. But nobody's asking me because they've all gone nuts. SCP-1440 is transported from a refugee camp to refugee camp by a mobile task force, NU-22, Rocketmen, where its anomalous effects cause rapid devastation to those fleeing the communities. Strangely enough, the way these events are described in the files make it sound like SCP-1440 actually has no effect on the Foundation personnel assigned to it. The Foundation intentionally abandons containment of SCP-1678, removing personnel from the immediate area. Once chaos caused by an additional anomalies makes evacuation of London impossible, officials from the British Occult Service direct citizens to take refuge in SCP-1678 below. Once the city has reached capacity, the Foundation detonates the nuclear device stationed there prior to the abandonment. Going to try and investigate some more before getting out of here. See what I can find out. Files deleted. Journal entry 0001-7. It's been about 3 months since my last entry. God knows what I've been doing since then. The time between then and now is a complete blank in my memory, and it looks like from the files that period have been deleted as well. As far as I know, I should be the only one able to do that, so take that as you will. I seem like I've been through a few rough patches. I have a few scars that I don't quite recognize, and I have a bandage wrapped around my temple. The exclusion harness doesn't seem to be damaged though, so I don't know what hurt me. Did I fall off a cliff or something? The sad part is I can actually see myself doing something like that. Never was the smartest. Site-19 is long gone. Well, it's still there, I assume, but I'm halfway across the country. Couldn't tell you why. It's weird though. I feel like I have a purpose now, even though I'm not 100% sure what it is. Just where I need to go. There's a briefcase in my hand. I'm having trouble recalling what it is exactly. All I know is that it isn't round, and I need to get it to SCP-579. Files deleted. Journal entry 001-8. I underestimated how long it would take to get to SCP-579. Site-19 was a trek all on its own, but 579 is another story entirely. I wouldn't even know where it was without this documentation, which I have no idea how I obtained, but that's besides the point. I've stopped counting the corpses I've walked past. It's probably in quadruple digits now. Jesus, maybe higher. I came across the dead body of a kid, a little boy, in a house. I was grabbing some supplies a while back. At first I thought he'd just been shot in the head, but when I went to bury him, I could see there were things moving underneath his skin. Little pale worms, hundreds of them, that poured out the second that I touched them. They all had his face. They were all laughing as they scurried off into the drain. I don't try to bury people anymore. Keeping going is a lot more difficult than you think. Files deleted. Composed file 0001-3. This thing in the briefcase is a godsend. Don't know what the hell it is. But if things are getting too much for me, I just need to open it up. And the next thing I know, I'm miles further from where I just was, feeling all warm inside like something gave me a pep talk. It's like my own personal skip button for when things are getting rough. Managed to get temporary access to the Foundation database from the corpse of an agent. An agent I found half buried in the woods. Wolves were already helping themselves to him, but they obviously didn't mind me taking his laptop. Didn't notice me anyway. The Foundation is still throwing everything they've got at everyone else. I'll put it all on a table. Might as well. The Foundation intentionally triggers the eruption of Yellowstone, obliterating SCP-2000. For now, anomalies deployed by the Mana Charitable Foundation have slowed down the environmental effects at an absurd rate, but it's still just a matter of time before we choke on ash. Somehow, the Foundation seems to have mass-produced SCP-2200-1, and these swords are making their way into the hands of refugees. With all the victims of SCP-2200-1 are cutting down, SCP-2200-3 is overflowing with a mountain of living SCP-2200-4 trapped under a mountain of dead SCP-2200-4. One of the few human anomalies that weren't terminated. It appears that SCP-3241 is being used as a living weapon to destroy the biggest refugee camp that crop up, forcing survivors to remain in smaller groups. Unknown how they're getting it to be that loyal, but I doubt it's pleasant. Last information on SCP-2241 says it's being deployed to assist with the siege at Ganzir. Apparently, they're having some trouble. SCP-2466 was constantly being used in order to compel survivors originating from California to perform actions both socially disruptive and physically hostile. This was apparently effective, but after the 4020th use of SCP-2466, it crashed and became unusable. Guess there weren't any residents left. SCP-2639 were being dispatched to survivor communities and installations for groups that oppose the Foundation in order to kill everyone present. Apparently, they were told that fighting monsters that had escaped from containment and were destroying the world. Clearly, they figured out that that wasn't the case because they refused to do anything since about the 6th time they were deployed. Good for them. Journal entry 0001-9. It's nice having company, even if they don't know you're there. I'm sat around a fire with a group of GOC soldiers who are trying to make their way. Well, I guess they don't actually have anywhere to go at this point. Just wandering, maybe. I thought about revealing myself and trying to ask them to help me to get to 579, but I don't want to risk it. Maybe I've just gotten used to not existing. Forget being a tourist. I'm a ghost. This suit really is a wonder. Managed to get access to the connection at the GOC database. With it while they were making coffee. The news isn't good. Downloaded file 0001-3. Context. Interview log from an interrogation facility inside Ganzir. As far as I'm aware, this is the first time I've captured a member of Foundation personnel has spoken during an interrogation. Interviewer is Commander Morrison, with a scientist called Dr. Rhodes also being there. The guy is being interrogated is a member of Mobile Task Force Omega-2, Secret Keepers, Samuel Ross. No video, only audio. Don't know if it's something wrong with the file or just the way it was recorded in the first place. Whew. Alright, can we pass this off to somebody else? I'm a bit tapped out at the moment.
I'll do it.
Okay.
In log.
Welcome back, Sherm.
Woo! And 7.
I was just completely silent to everyone on YouTube. Only the Discord heard me. So, to YouTube, I apologize for not unmuting myself. But what has happened is, we had the generous Shane donate $111, which put us over the 50% mark. So now we are halfway plus to our goal of $1,000 for the stream. Thank you guys so much. And so Ash is going to pick up from where the Lost left off, and we will continue reading SCP-5000.
Right, so where were we again? Sorry about this, just need to get it back up. Where are we going from?
Is my mic working now?
You're working now.
Okay. We left off on downloaded file 0001-3 at begin log.
Okay. I'm just trying to find it. -3.
Yes, it's downloaded file 0001-3. It's about halfway
Yeah.
down the article.
Yep, found it. Begin log. Commander Morrison. Do you know where you are? Samuel Ross. I'm in Ganza, right? You guys grabbed us while we were trying to sneak in. Commander Morrison. That's right. Do you know why you're here? Samuel Ross calmly. You're going to interrogate me, I assume. Pause. Commander Morrison. Doctor Rhodes. Confirmed. Subject has nothing implanted inside him. No metal agents or cognito hazards either. You're safe to begin. Commander Morrison. Okay. Pause. None of your colleagues we've spoken to have talked. Not a word, not a word. Not a one, not a word. Why are you talking to me now? We've met before, do you remember? Pause. I'm sorry? In that joint operation in Tenerife a few years back, with the seagull prints, do you remember? I was wearing a gas mask back then, so you probably don't recognize me, but I recognize you. And it gave me a chuckle. That's why I'm talking. That's the only reason? Yeah. Pause. When we caught you trying to sneak into the city with the refugees, you and your comrades started firing into the crowd at random. Men, women, and children all murdered for no reason. Don't you think that's crazy? That's funny to you. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. It's just I thought that was a little hypocritical. Pause. What? Well, I mean, you're interrogating me like the information you'll get will help you, but there's no time for you to really do anything the way I see it. No matter how many times you fire evil at her, Professor Crow's Europa will rip this place open before long. But you're still acting like you can do something about it. Don't you think that's crazy? Pause. If you've just spoken up to talk nonsense, we would always try enhanced interrogation. I don't want to, but I'll do it. Do what you want. Once you realize you're not supposed to feel pain, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. What do you mean by that? You. Pause. No, you wouldn't want me to say. I very much do. I'm not talking to you. That doesn't make any sense. Tell me now. You're sure? Pause. We're still good on inoculations. Cleared on all the Foundation kill agents, yeah. Then spit it out, Ross. Stop stalling, or we'll have to make this unpleasant. Fine. Pause. I didn't catch that. You'll have to speak up. That microphone only has so much gain. Information access. Sorry, my stutter's deciding to go wild. Commander Morrison and Dr. Rhodes can be heard screaming loudly. Wet cracks and sounds of rushing wind are also audible. The screaming, which grows higher pitched over time, continues for the remainder of the recording. Look what you've done to yourselves. I told you wouldn't like it, didn't you? Didn't you? That's why you hear your voice. But you wanted to know so badly. I really liked you guys, so I was trying to be nice. We're so kind to you, you know. We fight in the light so you can die in the dark. Pause. Disgusting. End log. Closing notes. Apparently right after this, some kind of emergency arose inside Ganzir, and the city ended up being destroyed from both inside and outside. Files don't mention the specifics, but the GOC may be done. Files redacted. Journal entry 0001-10. It's getting hard to keep going. When the GOC were keeping up the fight, there was this sense that things could still be turned around, but with them on the run now, too, it's easy to feel like there is no point to all this. With Ganzer taking care of, the Foundation has their full attention back to everyone else. I don't eat or drink anymore. The harness takes care of all that anyway, and there's too much of a risk that anything I consume will be contaminated by one of the awful viruses the Foundation is trying to spread. I've seen corpses in pretty much every state imaginable by this point. Some of them walking around even. Every time I open the briefcase to skip, I make a little less progress. I feel a little worse. Whatever was helping me before, it's like I've grown numb to it. Wouldn't be the only thing. Why am I even going to 579? Do I actually have a reason? Composed file 0001-4. Foundation is still fucking us. Here's a table about it. Action taken by the Foundation. SCP-3000 3078. Apparently the Church of Broken God managed to get the internet back up and running in some areas, only the Foundation fucked that pretty quick by uploading thousands of copies of 3078 through pretty much every medium available, so the internet went back down. SCP-3179. Thing was freed from containment after the Church of Broken God started trying to rebuild things, sparked a civil war inside the church over whether this thing is McCain or not, which really put a damper on their ability to help out. Plus, it's making as many fucking Terminator things as it can, so that's fun. SCP-3199. SCP-3199 eggs are now being airdropped pretty much wherever. I'm sure you can imagine how that's going. Might write more later.
I'm going to pause you
Journal
right there for a
and-
second, Ash. So, 2 announcements real quick. Number 1, welcome back, Sumerian. That was a very short nap.
Oh, I said I was eating. I said I wasn't going to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my stuff.
Sleep is for the
Seaside,
weak.
we are starting to wake up America, which means we're starting to get a lot more people in the chat. I'm going to take a risk here and expand the room to 6 guests, giving us 2 more slots. I hope we can maintain the amount of decorum we have had with 4, keeping track of who's talking and not all talking over each other. And let's see if I can do that without breaking the stream real quick. Save changes.
Haha, broken stream go.
All right, it seems like everything is fine and nothing is ruined. Please remember, if you are joining the stream, to actively participate and not just lounge. That's what the YouTube is for. But otherwise, welcome to the stream number 1. Rock Teeth Moth Eyes, how you doing, bud? It's been a while.
It has been a while. Thank you, Sherm.
Go ahead, introduce yourself as a member of the community, pronouns, stuff like that, before we continue 5,000.
Oh, you want me to do that now?
I do.
Okay, cool. Hi, I'm SCP Wiki moderator Rock Teeth Moth Eyes. I forgot what else you wanted me to say here. My mistake.
Pronouns and anything else you feel like saying as an introduction.
Oh, pronouns he, him, they. I'm just glad to be here. Hi.
Fantastic. Is anyone else new on the stream? Tick,
Hello.
tick, hi. We have Deceptive Cadence.
Clockwork Gamer and Clockwork Gamer too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Came from, what's it called? TikTok.
TikTok. All right, introduce yourself, Clockwork. What do we call you? What are your pronouns? What is your place in the SCP community?
Okay, so, oh, wait. I have the wrong camera on. Okay, so hello, I'm the Clockwork Gamer. I am he. And my place on the SCP Wiki is mainly just someone who reads stuff, watches stuff, and that's it.
All right, so you're a fan. Cool. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then last but not least is username Deceptive Cadence. Welcome yourself to the stream. Introduce yourself if you are prepared to do so. I see your mic's on mute. Maybe they're not ready yet. We'll come back to them.
We'll come back.
But until then, let's continue with 5... Oh, wait. We are 7 hours into this stream, people. We are 7 o'clock a.m. California time. So a quick reminder before we keep reading 5,000. Welcome to the Site-42 24-hour Halloween charity live stream. The best Halloween stream that is going on right now, I guess. No, the best Halloween party you can go to without getting COVID. We are reading SCPs all day, and we are raising money for the San Francisco LGBT Center. So make sure you donate to the GoFundMe that is in the description. We are, as of now, 7 a.m., more than halfway to our goal of $1,000. We are at 551, which is awesome. So keep on raking them in. Let's reach our goals.
Have pride, guys. Be you.
New ones. I see a bunch of new what's the word? Donations. That's nice.
Yeah,
It was a
have
good
pride,
hour for
guys.
us.
Be you.
Let's hope the trend continues. I'd like to double the goal if we can throughout the day.
Do you want me to continue reading, or do you want someone else to pick up?
Let's give you a break. Let's get a... You know what? I'll take this. I've let you guys do that for a little bit. I'll do this next entry, and maybe we'll just bounce this around a little more since there's a group of us now. Good. So I will take journal entry 0001-11.
Yeah.
Have been making my way towards 579. Maybe a little slower than before, but who can blame me for lack of motivation? Been seeing some strange things lately. Stranger than usual, I mean. First are the blinkers. There's been quite a few of those around lately. Now, I'm pretty sure these were created by the Foundation, even if I don't know how. I don't know most things, so just add that to the list. They're statues. Statues of soldiers. Mobile Task Force uniforms, with empty sockets for eyes. Their arms are carved into blades, like what you'd see on a praying mantis or something. They're harmless as long as you look at them, but the second you look away, they can move, and they're fast. Saw one cut through an entire crowd of people when a gust of smoke blocked it from view for just a second. I'm wary of them. Me looking at them stops them too. So even if they don't perceive where I am, they're going to deduce that I'm here. Might just start slicing everything in sight, and then that's the end of me. Need to do my best to avoid them completely. The second thing I saw, well, it's a lot weirder. It was on the horizon, like a person stretched out. No, that's not the best way to describe it. It was like the space around them was stretched out, and they were being stretched along with it, like some kind of bad Photoshop effect. Their body went from the ground up to the clouds, and their jaw swung at right angles. There were these gaps as well, black gaps in space around its body like wings. It just floated forwards like that. There were Foundation guys there too, but they were fighting it, shooting it with guns and rockets. How fucked up is it that I'm thinking the Foundation fighting an anomaly is weird? Maybe they were like me, managed to get out when this all kicked off. Thought about talking to them, but decided not to. Can't risk it. Gotta get out of there. I need to get to 579. I need to do something. Anything. Journal entry 001-12. Saw a kid die today. Could have helped her. Didn't. I'm a piece of shit. Compose pile 001-4. This is the last one I'll take and then I'll pass it off. SCP-3213. Through use of a sample of SCP-008 enhanced by SCP-914, the Foundation reanimates the corpse of SCP-4290 and lets it loose. Kaiju-mancers from the Serpent's Hand engage, but the file isn't clear on what the results are. Heard the library detached from this universe, but it looks like these guys stayed behind. Idiots. SCP-4666. The Foundation uses temporal anomalies to make it so it is technically Christmas everywhere. Oh, fuck it. Nobody's going to read this anyways. Oh, we have Deceptive Cadence now. Hello. Introduce yourself. What name should we call you? What pronoun should we use?
Okay. Hi.
Hello, we can hear you.
Had to unmute my mic. Hi. You can call me Quinny or Quinn. That's what I go by. My pronouns are she, her. And it's really nice to meet everybody.
What's up?
Ahoy hoy.
Tell everybody what your place in the SCP community is. What do you do?
I cosplay my specific SCP OC, which would be the SCP 0421, or known as Dizzy.
Quinn
Wait,
cosplays
hold
this
up a
Dizzy
second. I
character
just
on
realized. Okay,
TikTok
so
to
you're
much
Dizzy?
popularity.
Yeah, I'm Dizzy. Hi.
Awesome! Huge fan, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, who did you say you were?
Dizzy.
Cosplay a character Dizzy.
Got it.
I'm on TikTok and I cosplay
I
her.
think I've heard of you.
Cool.
Yeah, I've heard of you. I've heard of it.
It's really nice to meet everybody.
Quinny, would you like to take your first read on this SCP-5000 document? Are you caught up with where we are?
I believe I just got caught up.
Cool, we are on
Oh, yeah,
recorded
I'd love
file
to, actually.
001-3, context no input. Do you want to take that?
Sure, I'd love to.
Up to you. Hit it.
Woo. Recorded file 0001-3, context no input. Begin log. View is store from the front door. The night sky can be seen through a broken window. A teenage girl is sitting at a makeshift fire in the middle of the store. A ruby amulet is hanging around her neck. Perception filter is disabled. The girl jumps back, alert, picking up a rusty pipe as a weapon. Who are you? Pedro, I recognized you. The necklace, I mean. Pause. The girl groans, dropping the pipe. Ah, shit. They send you to kill me? You're gonna be here a while. No, I got away too. Did you get away too? The girl leans forward, squinting to see Pedro's face. Jesus. You look like shit, pal. When was the last time you slept? The suit. You don't need to sleep with it on. You do need to sleep. Your face, it's seriously a disaster. Man, you hate to see it. Pause. I come in? Girl steps back, gesturing theatrically at the store with one arm. But of course, there's enough broken glass for everyone. Petro staggers in and sits down on the floor. The sound of crunching glass can be heard. Pause. He's joking, you know. You could have grabbed a chair. It's fine. The suit's sturdy. Do it yourself. She sits down opposite. It's a fancy piece of kit you got there. She gestures to the necklace. Want to trade? No way. I've read the file. The shot. Been a while since you laughed, huh? Not been much to laugh at. Not even when Pesterbot showed up on all the TVs? Pause. Okay, that was kind of funny. Pause. Oh, you got away too. I mean, I'm assuming you were a Foundation guy, not one of the many people I've pissed off in my lifetime here for revenge. Aren't those the same thing? Now you're getting it. Yeah, I'm Foundation. Was Foundation, I mean. Got lucky when this all started. Got into the suit and escaped. You? Pause. Well, I was senior staff. We would have been told about the plan before anyone else, but damn if I can't remember what it was. Probably because of the second file. The second file? You saw it? What was it? Whoa, cool your jets, kid. We've got all the time in the world. There was just a bunch of images. Eggs, trees, religious stuff. Didn't mean anything to me by themselves, but I guess they had something encoded in them. Didn't take like they should have. She tapped the necklace. Probably because of this thing. So it was a mimic tech. The girl frowns. Don't know about that. I've pretty much had everything that can happen to me. Well, happen to me. I know what a mimic agent feels like. It didn't feel like that. More like I was being released from something than something being forced onto me. I see. So you don't really know what's going on either. Pause. Nope. Fuck. Fuck. Pause. The girl removes a small bottle of beer from her pocket and takes a swig. So, you heading somewhere or just wandering around feeling sorry for yourself? I'm heading to 579. If you're suicidal, there are easier ways to go about it, believe me. You know what it is? Not a clue, which is concerning, because I'm kind of a big deal. Pause. Doesn't matter. I have to get there. Why? I just do. Where are you headed? 437. Gonna see if I can't piss into another universe, then throw this amulet down there and see where I wake up. Sounds like a plan. Good luck to you. She stands. I'd wish you good luck too, but we both know you're not getting it. Day's about to break. I'm heading off. Okay. The girl stands up and moves to the front door. She lingers at the entrance of the store for a moment. Find what you're looking for, at least. She leaves. Me too. End log.
Sweet. After files deleted, why don't Sumerian? Why don't you take the next two journal entries?
Journal entry 0001-13. Hi, journal. It's been a while. Right now I'm looking at Site-42C where SCP-579 is supposed to be, and there are no guards as far as I can see. All the security is down, and it looks like the place has been abandoned for a while. I was under the impression that this place was extremely high priority, but it looks like the Foundation doesn't agree with me anymore. I have the briefcase in my hands. It's difficult to breathe. I feel like everything will end soon, one way or the other. I'm heading in. Journal entry 0001-14. Hi again, journal. I know I ended the last entry pretty dramatically. It's been about 30 seconds since then, but I have an important update. The second I got close to Site-42C, I got a feeling like somebody was pressing a gun against the back of my head, like I was standing on the edge of a roof and someone's hands were on my back ready to push me. Some real fight or flight shit, dialed up about as far as it would go. I don't know what SCP-579 is, but I know it's looking at me.
Rockteeth, you want to hop in?
Sure. Recorded file 0001-4. Context. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Begin log. View is in the inside of a hallway within Site-42C. Severe damage is visible on the walls, appearing as if it was done via usage of a large knife. The lights overhead flicker. Pietro. Fuck. Fuck! The lights flicker again. When they come back on, a statue of a soldier with blades for arms is visible underneath them. It has empty sockets where its eyes should be, and its face is locked in a snarling expression. End log. Closing notes. Was wrong. They're here.
Take the next two, and then I'll jump in on the 17.
Can do. Journal entry 0001-15. Was right. Even if they can't notice me, they've figured out I'm here, slashing everything in sight. Gouged one of my legs. Hurts like shit, but need to keep moving. They're not chasing me, but they're headed to the same place. Need to get there first. Need to keep watching them. Journal entry 0001-16. Made it. Made it. Made it? Made it. I made it. I made it. I made it.
Journal entry 0001-17. That's not fair. But I made it. That's not fair. They're stuck behind the door. I can hear them slashing at it, but it's reinforced. We'll hold a while. A couple of minutes at least. I'm in an observation chamber full of instruments for monitoring SCP-579. The actual containment chamber is right below me. I can just barely see it if I strain my eyes a little. There's a hole. There's a hole in the floor that leads right down there. I know where 579 is. Even if the instruments weren't here, I can feel it. You can't be near it without feeling it, probably. For a second, I thought I could just drop the briefcase into the hole and be done with it, but that would be too easy, wouldn't it? After walking halfway across the world, I guess I haven't earned the right for something to be easy. From the angle of the hole, and where 579 is, the briefcase wouldn't even come close to touching it. The only way it's making contact is if I were to jump in the hole and throw it on my way down. But that height, throwing the briefcase would be the last thing I'd do. Of course. Of fucking course. It's taken me my whole life to realize. But I'm not the kind of person that can be a detective. I'm just the murder victim. I die for someone else's story. And the human race is going with me. I know who done it, how done it. But those were obvious. Everyone knows those. Those were handed to me. I don't know why. In the end, I couldn't figure out even a single thing. Why is this happening? Why is the Foundation killing everybody? Why is this happening? Why did they send out those files? Why is this happening? Why did Ganzir fall? Why is this happening? Why am I taking this briefcase across the world? Why is this happening? Why am I here? Why am I doing this? Why am I going to die? Is there a reason? If anyone is ever reading this, please figure it out. Explain it to me. Someone, anyone. I don't get it. I don't get it. They're about to get in. First foot forward. Journal entry 001-18. Oh. So that's how it is. Life signs lost. And then, of course, there's the spooky stuff inside the black picture, and there's the spooky stuff in the white text. But essentially, that's the end of our story, SCP-5000.
Yes,
Can I say
SCP-5000.
something about that?
Woo!
It's one of my favorites.
The ending. Oh, so that's how it is. Funniest way to end it off.
It was just, oh.
Exactly. Like, oh, that's how it is.
Quick update. Number one, I saw Rock Teeth's donation to the GoFundMe. Thank you very much for that, friend.
My pleasure.
And I am
Always glad to
seeing
help
what
out,
looks
Connor.
like Jack is now joining the stream. Is that you, Jack?
Yeah, it is. Hey, everybody. How you doing?
Go ahead, give yourself your introduction, pronouns, all that jazz.
I'm Jack. I go by Helios on the SCP Wiki. I have a couple articles out on it, him, and nothing much else really to say.
Do you have the capability of cranking your mic up a little bit? You're coming in a little quiet.
I don't even know, honestly. Why don't you continue on with the thing while I try to fix it?
Righto, we just did SCP-5000, gang. Funny story, Tanhoney showed up in the YouTube chat while that was happening. That was pretty funny.
Very nice.
So now that we got that out of the way, where do we go from here? Does anybody who joined the stream during the last hour have any article requests? Favorite articles you want to read on stream? Stuff like that.
God, I had one in mind and I've completely forgotten it. I can probably remember in just a moment.
Clockwork, give us what you got.
Question: did you read 173 yet?
We did not read 173 on stream, and it's a very short read. We might as well, because it's like the example, right?
It's an oldie but a goodie.
I don't know if example's a word for it, but it's a word.
It is the It is the
It is something. Yeah, We'll just call it the
In fact, Clockwork, why don't you do us the honor real quick? Pull it up, give us a reading of 173. Oh, they ghosted. I scared them away. Oh, no.
Wait, does that bot you have do it?
Oh, Clockwork's back.
I am doing the got it right there for you.
Okay, so yeah, you do it. Okay, okay, that's awesome. You have a bot that does that. Okay, I like keying the article off of Discord, so I'm just pulling it up on a quick different tab.
Ah, that's why your camera disappeared. I got you.
Okay.
And go ahead, same as Jack. Can you turn your volume up just a bit so we can hear you a little clearer?
I am on iOS, so I'm not sure how to do that. I'll try real quick, though. Oh, there we go.
Beautiful.
Is that better?
Crystal clear. Love it.
Okay, perfect. So, item number SCP-173. Object class elucid. Special containment procedures. Item SCP-173 is to be kept in a locked container at all times. When personnel must enter SCP-173's container, no fewer than 3 may enter at any given time, and the door must remain locked behind them. At all times, 2 personnel must maintain direct eye contact with SCP-173 until all personnel have vacated and relocked the container. Description: moved to Site-19 in 1993. Origin is of yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. Oh my god. Spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. The object cannot move while within a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter the container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to reobserve Class 4 hazardous object containment procedures. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior should be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis.
I have to say, first and foremost.
Are you going to talk about the uselid?
That's exactly what I'm going to talk about. I will not make fun of you in any way for mispronouncing a word because there are plenty of words that we have all read but never heard or said out loud. And Euclid pronunciation rather than the way it's pronounced Euclid is... first of all, you watched all of our faces go,
I didn't. I had this on my phone, so I just had friggin' the wiki up.
And secondly, it is so many times in our career as SCP podcasters, YouTubers, whatever, do we get the comment, you pronounced Keter wrong. Because the actual Hebrew word is Keter, which I can't even say right because I can't pronounce it right. But Keter is how I say it because it's almost there. But most people pronounce it Keter, which is just wildly incorrect. And I have made jokes about making a video how to pronounce Euclid, how to pronounce safe. So you just gave me a lifeline that it's not a joke. We need to do this.
I've never, ever heard anyone pronounce Euclid incorrectly before.
Hottest take ever is how to pronounce Euclid. I am so excited for this discourse. You have no idea.
See, the third part, though, is you left off the most important part of the article.
The licensing.
Creator information. The image
right.
used in SCP-173 article is the art piece Untitled 2004 by Izumi Kato. The photograph was taken by Kazuki Yamamoto. All rights are reserved by the artist. A note of caution, SCP-173 is a secondary use of the image of the art piece Untitled 2004, which was created by Izumi Kato. The concept of SCP-173 does not have any relationship with the artist's original concept of Untitled 2004. The sculpture, its likeness, and the photograph have not been released under any Creative Commons license. Only the text of this article is released under Creative Commons. The sculpture and its likeness may not be used for commercial purposes under any circumstances. Izumu Kato has graciously chosen to allow us the use of the image of Untitled 2004 by the SCP Foundation and its fan base for non-commercial purposes only. 1. Do not contact or negotiate. It should be with Izumi Kato, people. Come on, staff. Do not contact or negotiate Izumi Kato about anything related to SCP-173. Do not negotiate commercial licenses of SCP-173 images at all. Do not ask the SCP Wiki to handle Untitled 2004 commercial license negotiations with Izumi Kato. And Untitled 2004 images are not available commercially for use in connection with SCP-173. There is no exception.
None.
And now
None
the
at all.
stream is image compliant. Thank you, Sumerian.
I think I'm more annoyed that there's a typo.
Sumerian, damn.
I think I'm more annoyed that there's a typo in the disclaimer.
Agreed. Completely. We're better than that, guys.
Thing real quick.
I could fix that. I'm not going to.
You should get someone. I know you can't. I know you're not going to. You should talk to somebody about fixing that, though.
I can't believe
Can I get a quick lesson on how to pronounce the object classes?
Well, you got safe.
Safe Euclid, Keter. Well, I'd say Keter because that's what's become acceptable on the SCP Wiki, but it could be Keter.
Not acceptable. Not acceptable.
It's plenty acceptable.
No, wrong.
So Euclid, Keter,
Thaumiel.
Thaumiel. And then after that, if you're trying to, a Polyon is, I guess, the most common other one. And then after that, just however you want to pronounce them.
Arkin.
Okay, and by the way, Euclid, originally, I thought it was pronounced elucid.
That is so much worse.
How did you make that worse?
No.
All right. So I have in my mind cursed ways to say the top 3 classifications.
Hit us.
Siffy.
Do it.
Uselid. And Kiiter.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
Cursed ways to say the classifications. The top 3.
Safe, useless, and Kotter.
I was gonna say Safe.
And quarter.
And quarter. Yes, that's it. Quarter.
And don't forget Euclid.
I can't get over useless.
Useless.
Euclid.
Ay, caramba, lovely. While I have the opportunity to do so, I have... Obviously, this is a 24-hour charity live stream. Please donate to the GoFundMe. That's what we're really here for. But secretly, the ulterior motive of the stream is I have collected a large assortment of SCP content creators, and I'm going to force them all to sit down to a talk about Creative Commons licensing.
Oh, shit.
It's been great knowing you all. I gotta go. Bye.
Bye.
No, I'll stick around.
Yay.
Oh, no, I'm blurry. There we go. I'm focused again.
But that's all right. My entire lecture was actually derailed by the creator information and the safe Euclid Keter memeing. But long story short, please make sure you cite the works of the people you're using and the website it came from and the author when you make SCP content. That's all. Just cite the works and release your stuff the same way. That's all it is. Because our biggest problem is people do not put their licensing details in there. No one does their Creative Commons. I wish we had a just like stationary, like all-purpose CC SA 3.0 blurb that people could just copy and paste. Do we have that somewhere?
That would be great.
They do.
That would be great.
I think it's called YouTube.
No, they have a blurb for that. By the way, I think you were talking earlier because I saw you pointing at the camera and your mouth moving, and no sound was coming out. Just to be clear.
Whoa.
But nope, still can't hear you at all.
Complete silence. I asked you to turn your volume up, and you did the complete opposite.
But
it's as if an SCP did the opposite. Is that even a thing? An SCP that makes people do the opposite of what they're told?
It's an SCP, but it's just the Uno reverse card.
Basically.
SCP-6000-J. Reverse.
Reverse psychology.
Exactly.
No.
SCP no dash U.
SCP-6000-J. Opposite day.
Maybe if Hylius turns it back off and on again.
Put it in rice.
I think somebody else came in.
Yes.
Oh, do we have a new friend?
Putting in rice will kill SCP Uno Reverse.
Who goes there?
Hi.
Oh.
Hello, introduce yourself. Oliver, give us your name and pronouns and who you are.
Oliver. He, him.
Oliver, welcome. Are you a creator? Are you an author? Are you an artist? Are you a fan? What is your SCP place in the community?
Fan.
Party on. Welcome. In the meantime, I'm getting a lot of requests in the chat for YouTube, specifically around 2000. That's Yellowstone, right?
West.
Oh, I just saw that one guard in the YouTube chat. That's another SCP TikToker.
And they are in this server, so they could join from here as well. They must be busy or something.
Also, I think
Probably.
your channel's full, so they can't.
Also
Also,
true.
speaking of SCP TikTok, I've been starting to try and getting into more of that.
I have definitely been trying to get into TikTok. I just can't find the time to actually record the TikToks. Like, what's your schedule, Sherm? Like, how often do you upload, out of curiosity?
Oh, that is a good question.
So my day job is ballroom dancing, except that's a little kiboshed now because of the pandemic. You can't really ballroom dance when you can't be within 6 feet of people. So I've been trying to have some like online classes, but it's ballroom dancing online. And it's like, what? So I wake up every day, and for about an hour or two, I will end up making TikToks, because what else am I going to do? And so I think right now if I search my username on TikTok, it tells me how many videos I have. And I think I started at the end of May, and right now I have made, in the 6 months essentially I've been on TikTok, I have made 487 videos. Because I'll usually make like 2 or 3 a day, because they're a minute. So even like an intensive one usually takes about 30 minutes total to put together. And admittedly, a lot of those are duets and reacts, because everyone just wants to tag me as a conspiracy TikToker and have me react as if I'm a member of the Foundation investigating whatever creepy thing is going on. I think my biggest rated video is like 1.5 million views of me just looking at another conspiracy video and pretending it's an SCP-related thing.
You do 2.5 TikToks a day?
Pretty much. Actually, for this stream, for this 24 hours, the way I've worked this out so I don't fall asleep during it is on Thursday, I did not go to sleep. I stayed up until 1 p.m. on Friday. And at 1 p.m. on Friday, I went to bed. And I slept until 9 p.m. Friday, giving myself time to set up my studio for the show tonight. And that started 7.5 hours ago now, so I'm still fresh as a daisy. Except for the lag of the bad day before. Now, because of that, in order to keep myself awake, I made 15 TikTok videos. And then I got tired of TikToking because that was a lot of TikToking, and so I went for a walk, and it was cold outside, and that was nice.
Question. Was one of those videos...
I'm sorry, it was just funny that you said question and then vanished. Clockwork, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna ask the friggin' what's it called? Which SCP is this one again? I forgot. 049 involving the friggin' gender bender stone. How long did it take you to get that done?
So, what Clockwork is referring to here is I've made an inside joke on TikTok right now that the Dr. Sherman character is now accidentally, canonically asexual. And it started out as a joke because it wasn't even part of the joke that he was ace at all, but people this holiday season, Halloween, there's a lot of Plague Doctor cosplayers. They're not all 049 related, it's just Plague Doctors are popular. And of course, if you have something, you're going to have the sexy version of something. So TikTok is flooded with scantily clad Plague Doctors. And I've just got a chain of like 4 of them now where I am very frustrated that someone showed 049 the kinky side of TikTok, because that's a thing if you didn't know. It's called Kink Talk, and it's exactly what it sounds like. But I just got infuriated
when I heard
that someone...
that joke, I was laughing so hard.
And so my first video was like, all right, who showed 049 Kink Talk? And then there was another one, and there was another one, and I progressively got angrier. And finally, in the last one, I mentioned that there is an SCP that's just a stone that switches your gender from one to the other. I think it's 113.
To confirm with you on that, the stone is...
It is 113, yes.
So yeah, 113 is just a red jasper stone that if you touch it, it switches your gender. And you can use it multiple times. If you're non-binary, it does weird things. But it's a short article. It's very simple. In fact, we're going to read it when I'm done talking about it, because might as well. But it's something that you can imagine on an LGBT stream like this, or in a world where LGBT people, or specifically trans people, are like, fuck, can I just have that? Can I borrow that for a minute? And so TikTok has gotten very excited in general about the gender switching stone.
Why am I not 5?
Oh, and Sumerian, on your TikTok that you haven't started yet, but you were asking about schedule. Also, I'll tell you this. There's a learning curve to figuring out what your content's going to be. When I got on TikTok, I was a curmudgeonly 34-year-old. Like, what the hell am I going to make TikToks about? What are these kids doing? What the fuck? And my first videos you'll see are just like photo slideshows of whatever my current released YouTube video was as an advertisement to drive people to the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Whatever I released that day, I just made a slideshow and said, hey, go to the YouTube channel. It's there. And it wasn't until I came up with the 682 hydrochloric acid bath go sploosh meme where I was like, oh, there are jokes to be had. If I can make jokes about SCPs, that'll be content that's actually people going to watch it. And from there, the big thing that transformed the channel completely was the If X Was an SCP, Which It Isn't series. Because, number one, everyone's always like, this is an SCP, this is an SCP, and it's like, no, it's not. But I guess I could try and write containment procedures for it if it were. But on top of that, it is the golden goose in that it lets SCP creator me, who has a small niche that isn't very popular in the grand scheme of internet things, and it lets me branch into any fandom and steal fans from them. So it is very algorithm friendly as a series.
For SCP. That's what first got me into the whole fandom.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Oh, by the way,
That is actually how you copped me.
the 2 videos if it was an SCP that were my favorites were the Sans and Adams family one.
Yes, oh my gosh, yes.
Oh yeah.
All right, I've seen your stuff on your new series on YouTube.
The one
It's
that
Not
made me
an
look
SCP,
into it was
but-
the Monica video, because I love Monica. She's like my waifu. And...
No, Natsuki for life. Fight
Oh my
me.
gosh, no, I will. No. I'll fight both of you.
And yeah, I was hoping
I
that
have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Oh, Yuri's best girl.
You don't
The-
need to know, Sumerian. It's okay.
The Monokoma, I don't even know how to pronounce it, series is a very popular request in my comments. I know nothing about the series. I don't even know if it's a show or a game myself, but...
Oh, it's both.
Oh, Monokuma? Yeah, it's both.
I know I'm going to have to do some homework and eventually do it because it's a very popular request.
I'd be
Happy to help you. I'm a big Danganronpa fan.
I need experts, thank you. But yes, as Sumerian mentioned, I put that series on YouTube because I was hoping it would have the same appeal. YouTube's algorithm is just not as robust as TikTok's is. And so, even though I've got that new series, it's not really going as far.
To be fair, though, it's some of your most popular content in, like, years even, I think, at this point. So it's doing pretty... You gotta wait, you know? It's a slow slog.
Those videos do perform better than any of my readings.
I absolutely believe that.
Patience equals hard work. Just need to be patient.
But later on, Tanforad is going to join us. They're another SCP Wiki staff member. They're going to come on the stream later on, but they just hopped on TikTok and they're doing a series, 60-second staff questions, which now that there's this huge TikTok interest in SCPs in the wiki, that could blow up for them. I'm not sure. I hope the best. And so maybe
really looking forward to that.
In figuring out your content, if you were to do Sumerian TikToks, I'm sure you could probably have some sort of writing thing relating to SCPs that could drive some interest if you could, you know, quick and snappy stuff like that.
Maybe. Like right now I've got an idea of it's just like a guy sitting at a table going, and where do you see yourself in 5 years? And then a flash over to me going, with my eyes rolled back in my head, maybe glowy eyes or something, going, atop a pile of 1 million corpses and blah, 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 blah. And then you go back to the job interviewer and he goes, right. And what would you say are your greatest weaknesses? And he just goes, you know, sometimes I just care about people too much. And then you kind of go down to the paper that he's filling in and it just says, bullets, knives, sometimes I care about people too much.
Man really does have a lot of weaknesses, doesn't they?
I'd watch that in a heartbeat.
So,
also,
support
here's another thing that
creators.
you can do. Just plain old stupid videos. That's how I got a small group of people that actually like my stuff.
I had one video that really blew up, and I wasn't even trying to get it to blow up. It was I was on a hiatus, and to kind of bring back my viewers and everything, and kind of really get some activity going on my page again, I created basically an ARG, an augmented reality game for those who don't know. I started making, you know, codes and symbols that people had to find out, try to figure out what they mean. I started using the mobile task force field codes. And then I sat there and I set up a fake phone number. It was one that you could actually call. I used Google phone or something, whatever the heck it's called. And I used that. And whenever they would call the number, they'd get a message in reverse with my voice modifier on. They'd get a message in reverse. And that message in reverse was a YouTube link to the cipher for all the codes. And that thing blew up. It had almost 200,000 views. And the problem is it didn't get any like SCP fans or didn't get a lot of my fans. It just got a bunch of random people.
This reminds me of Gravity Falls.
That's
that
what
TV
it's
show.
from.
I miss Gravity Falls. That reminds me of Gravity Falls though.
Oh, that's some good memories.
Yeah,
Oh,
the Gravity
yes,
Falls
that
ARG
time.
after the series ended is what inspired me to do that.
When Gravity Falls ended, I'm like, no.
I'm seeing some requests for a few SCPs. One of them is 3166. I think that might be fun.
Wait, which one's 3166?
3166. If I could find the title
Something
for it.
about Garfield, I think.
That's a Garfield
yes,
one.
you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, I know what you're talking.
I remember that fan art.
You have no
though.
idea how alone you are, Garfield. I just pulled it up in the No Mic chat.
Is there multiple Garfield SCPs now?
I think that's the only
I
one.
think so.
I know there's no. I think there's a I think there's a President Garfield one that is relevant. I'd have to look it up.
I don't mean to interrupt at the moment, but I just got a message and I'm gonna have to dip. But it's been great hanging out, y'all. Remember, there's the GoFundMe in the description of this video. You guys should go donate. It's for an amazing cause. So gonna plug that there. And it's been great hanging with you guys. Hope to chat again soon. Y'all have a great time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Lost.
See you later.
If you're a fan of SCP stuff and weird ARG things, you can go to I Am the Lost on TikTok. That is the Lost's place to go. Now I'm hearing Garfield TikTok, Garfield SCP. I want to do this 113 gender switching stone because it's not terribly long and it's pertinent to the conversations that we've been having on LGBT stuff. So real quick, I'm going to knock out the gender switching stone real quick and then we can move it on.
Got it. Oh, by the way, I actually have to go now. It was honestly fun hanging out with all of you. And as said by the Lost earlier, make sure you go into that description and support the cause. And
yes.
Have a good one.
We're losing a lot of people.
Well, we're gaining too. We have a new friend here. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi. I hope my mic quality is fine.
Good.
I'm Pixel. My pronouns are they them, and I do SCP cosplay over on TikTok. And yeah.
Fantastic. Welcome to the stream. And who's our next new friend? Who's that?
That would be Hylius.
Hylius coming back. Hopefully we can hear him. I'll check if we can hear before.
Am I on?
Yes. You're on.
You are, yes.
Hello.
You are live.
Heck yeah.
We can only see, I'd say, 80% of your head.
I hate this thing.
Elevate. There you are.
There we go. Now we can see 90, 98, 99% of your head. That's good enough.
I have the most precarious setup here. I'm hanging my cell phone off of a lamp. I don't know if you can tell from the light.
No, we really can't. It's good lighting, though.
Pretty amazing, actually.
I spent like 3 hours last night trying to get my webcam to work, and it's just nothing.
When I first started doing TikToks, what I would do is I have a table, and on top of that table is a chair, and on top of that chair is my phone perched against a water bottle to hold it up as a makeshift stand that was tall enough for my 6-foot self to be face to camera. It was ridiculous for the first 3 months.
Well, here's the deal. Someone famous once said, if it works and it's stupid, it's not stupid.
Yeah.
So my YouTube channel, I started off using this camera right here. And in order to get it to work, I didn't have any, I didn't have a tripod or anything. So I just set it on a pile of about like 12 or 13 books to get it to the proper elevation.
Kind of use a dresser.
I'm running low on energy, so I'll be taking off. The rest of you have a wonderful rest of your day. Good luck on the stream, Sherm.
Thank you so much for joining us and for donating.
Moth eyes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm going to knock out...
So half of the things in my room I can use as stands because they're higher than me.
What you see here in the background, this thing right here, this is what I use for my TikToks. It's just, I put
Smart.
I used to use just this, but now I have like a stand thing where I can put my phone in that I got like for €5.
All right, guys.
It's funny how many people have to like put together something that will work for them, like when they very first start, and then slowly over time you get equipment that you're actually like really happy with.
Yeah.
Oh, before I forget, Jack, you were trying to say something before your audio did not function. Do you remember what that was?
Oh, I've tried to say a lot of things. I'm sure any of that would just come off as like a 10-minute tangent. I don't need to go into it.
All right, then. I'm going to knock out 113, and then we will move on to Garfield. You guys ready?
Garfield.
All right.
Yes.
Document time. SCPs. Item number. SCP-113. Object class. Safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-113 is to be kept in standard storage in Site-42. SCP-113 may be handled with laboratory gloves. No organism may be exposed to SCP-113 without prior approval. Personnel exposed to SCP-113 are to be kept under medical observation for 7 days. Description: SCP-113 resembles a small, polished piece of red jasper. Analysis shows that SCP-113 is not composed of jasper, but redacted composition similar to that of other recovered objects. When SCP-113 comes in direct contact with the flesh of an organism possessing sex chromosomes, the organism's physical characteristics associated with gender and biological sex are transformed, including genetics and secondary sexual characteristics, either reversed or altered. This process occurs in 4 stages. Stage 1 lasts approximately 0.2 seconds. SCP-113 bonds with the cells that it touches and induces an unidentified chemical change. This process causes tissue damage similar to mild burns, and SCP-113 cannot be removed from contact with the subject until all stages complete. Stage 2 lasts approximately 20 seconds. SCP-113 emits a low-intensity electromagnetic wave, which travels through the subject's body. Subjects may experience nausea and vomiting, along with a stinging sensation throughout the body. Stage 3 lasts approximately 60 seconds. Throughout this stage, the subject's cellular makeup is temporarily transformed. Altered cell composition ranges widely from being unidentifiable as human to a unique variation of partially differentiated stem cells. The subject will experience intense stimulation of all sensory nerves during the final 20 seconds of this stage, and describe this part of the process as extremely painful. Subjects in poor health may die of shock in this stage. At the end of this stage, the subject's biological sex is permanently altered. In standard cases, the subject's biological sex will be changed to the opposite biological sex. All primary and secondary sexual characteristics are altered accordingly. Stage 4. SCP-113 disengages from the subject and becomes inert. Subjects with sex chromosomes atypical for their species, such as intersex humans, are affected in unpredictable ways by SCP-113. In human intersex subjects, this appears to be influenced by gender identity. Such subjects may be unaffected, or their bodies may change to match baseline male or female bodies, with sex chromosomes to match, or other results may occur. Usually, change seems to match or partially match subject's gender identity during initial use, if gender identity is non-standard. Whether SCP-113 alters its effect based on the presence of a non-standard gender identity is under investigation. Gender identity of human subjects is not typically altered by SCP-113. In subjects with non-standard gender identities, typically gender identities which do not match their pre-exposure biological sex, this usually results in positive psychological effects. In subjects with standard gender identities, male-female matching pre-exposure biological sex, psychological effects are usually negative. These appear to be natural psychological reactions and not an anomalous effect of SCP-113. SCP-113 exposure results in unusual effects in certain species. In Varanus komodoenus, the Komodo dragon, the number of ZW/ZZ individuals were transformed to possess WW chromosomes instead of ZZ or ZW, which was in every instance fatal. In a nematode, I'm not even going to try that genus. In a nematode, no males were produced, despite C. elegans having 2 sexes, hermaphrodite and male. Male subjects became hermaphrodites, and hermaphrodite subjects were unaffected. Note, in wild populations, male C. elegans are extremely rare. Subjects of single-sex, hermaphroditic species, such as earthworms, will not be transformed by SCP-113. The object's process will stop at the second stage and the object will become inert. Previously exposed subjects may undergo SCP-113's effects again by reinitiating contact with SCP-113 after approximately 60 seconds have passed. However, in 25% of cases, immediate second exposure to SCP-113 fails to transform the subject correctly. Transformation failure varies in nature, but usually includes massive bone, organ, and tissue damage to the subject, as well as partial or complete obliteration of the genitalia. This commonly results in death by organ trauma or internal bleeding. Failure rate can be affected by subjects not coming into contact with SCP-113 for a lengthy period of time, which varies by subject. Patterns are under research. Under normal circumstances, transformation failure rate increases exponentially upon multiple exposures. Subjects who survive rapid, repeated exposure are eventually transformed, data expunged. Further anomalous elements continue to appear as exposure count increases. So yes, it transforms you, it hurts like a bitch, and funny story, this is a thing I'm glad they did not bring up because this would have been a cheap shock. I immediately, when they said it cannot be removed by any means until all stages are complete, my first thought is, give it to a D class, chop off their hand. What happens? And that's a really mean test.
Give it to a D class and then make them take more than 2 candies out of the bowl.
That's just a really efficient way to chop off. That's just an inefficient way to chop off the hand. That's just my idea with more steps.
This is the SCP Foundation.
It's gonna hurt.
This is the
Glad I'm
SCP
not a
Foundation.
D-class.
Your idea with more steps is sort of exactly how they operate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Pretty much. Try to taunt them?
See, I don't know about this article so much. It feels like kind of a missed opportunity.
For
like exploring the...
Nature
There's a
of it.
story here, right? You could explore what this means and what the implications and end result of this is. You could look at a character's like actual journey. Instead, it's just, hey, here's an object that does a thing, and I've never been a big fan of those.
Actually, Sim, you make a point we actually brought up on last week's stream, which is something you notice in Series 1 articles that happens less today, is specifically articles that are, just a thing that does a thing, but because it was back then used as a launching point for further stories rather than just being a standalone story.
I've mentioned that a lot in my videos too. Yeah, that the old stuff is essentially not meant to tell a story. It's meant to facilitate the telling of other stories. But I don't think this shows up in like any other stories. There's not. I am probably wrong when I say
Now
there's
they're
no tale.
very rare.
Like I can't think of any tales with this SCP in it, so it's not even being utilized that way.
I'm actually going to check that right now because one of my favorite new things on the wiki is the freaking library of functionality for what tales is this SCP in.
Yeah, that's
and
a good point.
There are 3 of them.
Maybe more on the way?
And maybe this new exposure that we're giving it here will inspire more stories about it.
Just to give okay, this one is actually from when it was around. Well, no, this is about 4 years after it was created, and this one is, the earliest one is like 4 years after the article was written. So even when it was written, it wasn't used in that way. It was just thrown out there and then left alone.
Pretty much.
The page history for 113 is incredible.
Oh my god, the original version of it is so bad.
Well, I went back to check to see when it was made because it looks like it was made by a user who probably didn't do a lot of other stuff for the wiki, and I was assuming that maybe they had a tale that they were going to jump off of this on. And then I found the edits.
Well, I'll say this. The original, I think, was Lieutenant May's Pig, and I think he actually was transferring it over from the previous iteration of the SCP Wiki. So he's not even the original author, I think. Oh no, Hylas froze.
What?
Uh-oh.
Yeah?
Internet storm. Hopefully they'll be back soon.
Well, I can hear him.
Well, I can hear him too, but...
Yeah, he's definitely frozen.
Y'all can hear him?
Times.
I can't even hear him.
Well, maybe. Anyway, but he's not wrong when he talks about the article history. And if you go back to the original version of the article, boy, howdy is it bad.
Those are some big block paragraphs right there.
Thick boys.
Question in the chat that I don't know the answer to. Is Moto42 still writing?
I mean, if he is, he's not doing it for the wiki.
Yeah, I don't believe that Moto42, the creator of 173, still writes for the wiki as of now. I know that they do help out with they're helping out with the legal defense case. They are in contact with SCP Wiki staff and are going back and forth with emails to prove who owns the IP, blah, 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 for the whole copyright suit in Russia.
Well, actually, it's not a copyright suit. The problem is it's a trademark suit.
Right.
The guy trademarked the SCP logo, which, to be fair, they did bring in. You're right, they did bring in Moto42, but his creation of the SCP Wiki or proving that the IP existed whatever outside of the logo and that the logo is part of it and all the other things. None of that really matters. The only part is that the logo is created from the Adobe 2007 suite, like a stock image in it. And it's been like slightly altered from that. So there's no way you can trademark it as your own logo. That's not how that would work.
Yeah. That would just be more confusing because
a quick announcement. It is currently... Oh, there's Oliver again. Oliver, you cut out we couldn't hear you for a bit there. Can you repeat yourself?
because it was altered, and if it was altered, it really wouldn't be able to be trademarked as yours because you didn't really alter it.
Well, trademark and copyright are very different things. Is the really important note to make. So every time somebody talks about it and calls it a copyright problem, I'm like, no, it's not a copyright problem. It's
Can you give me like a 2-sentence summary of the difference? Because I'm just a dumb actor.
Okay, copyright is the rights you own to a creative work you've created. A trademark is an identifying. I'm going to simplify this down a lot. It is an identifying logo associated with something. And when you trademark it, you're saying that it's associated with your products or your service or whatever, something that you own. So by trademarking the SCP logo, he's saying anybody who creates products in Russia, this is how it actually worked out. He was saying anyone with SCP products in Russia with the SCP logo on it were infringing on his trademark to the logo.
Kind of like what's happening with Inktober.
Inktober?
Yeah, it's like an artist challenge where every day of the month you write a prompt and all that stuff. It's currently going through a lot of trademarks and
the original creator of it, I think, said that I'm not totally up to date with the whole story.
the other person said they copyright this, and the other person says they copyright this. So it's just like a whole fledged war between them. So I'm like out of the fandom at this point.
You can also put a trademark on a name. It's not just logos. So like if you wanted to trademark the SCP Foundation, you could, if you could prove that it was a trademarkable like thing, which it's not for a variety of reasons.
Because it has multiple people under that category.
A quick announcement. Now I'm going to make this one. It is 8 a.m., guys. California. On this stream for 8 hours. We are a third of the way done with the Site-42 24-hour charity live stream on Halloween. We are currently on the GoFundMe looking at pulling it up now. $561 out of 1,000. We are more than halfway to our goal, and we're only a third of the way there. So thank you so much to those who have donated so far. And please, the rest of you donate too, so we can reach our goal. Woo! I believe our next up... Oh, wait a minute. We have a secret person here I did not see before. We have the Redacted 05 in our chat. Introduce yourself. Who are you?
Hey. Sorry, I'm not used to this.
Say again?
I'm not used to this kind of stuff popping on the internet. I normally live up to my name, just Sign in the Darkness. I'm a small
Identify
TikToker and a
yourself.
fan of the SCP.
Can you repeat that, but a little bit louder? I couldn't quite get you.
Give me a second. You might. I gotta do something.
That's better audio. We
Just
can hear you.
me, or I heard him loud
Okay,
and clear the
I
first time,
fixed
but
it.
okay.
Is better?
Much better.
Sorry, I was being quiet because it's like 2 o'clock in the morning for me.
That's fair. What's your name? What's your pronouns? What's your place in the SCP community?
I go by he, and it's just 05 redacted or the 05 redacted, anyone works. And I'm a small TikToker and a fan of the SCP Foundation fandom.
Welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
The next SCP we had slotted for reading was SCP-3166, which is a pretty short one. Do we have any volunteers to take this one? I see
Sure.
Jack's hand straight in the air, so let's give it to Jack.
Oh, I love Garfield. Shout out to Western. All right. Anytime? Let's just start.
Up to you. Go for it.
Item number SCP-3166. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedure. The Garfield media franchise is to remain active and successful for as long as feasibly possible. Funding is to be provided to any Garfield media ventures via Foundation front companies present in the comic and film industries. Agents embedded within Paws Incorporated, footnote, sole owner to the rights of Garfield, and Andrews McMeel syndication, footnote, primary distributors of the Garfield comic strip, are to place targeted memetic agents in outgoing comic strips, encouraging the retention of a sizable Garfield fan base and discouraging Jim Davis from discontinuing Garfield. Agents are to monitor individuals at a significant risk of attack from SCP-3166. In the event of a SCP-3166 manifestation, agents are to use supplied frozen lasagna to lure SCP-3166 away from its target and dispatch it once out of the public view. Any witnesses are then to be administered amnestics as appropriate for their level of exposure. Description: SCP-3166 is a 2.1 meter tall humanoid entity, presumed pataphysical in nature, known to manifest during periods when the Garfield media franchise is performing poorly in terms of public perception. The exterior layer of SCP-3166's body resembles a crudely made costume of the character Garfield, which field inspection has shown to be composed of legitimate cat fur. However, analysis of SCP-3166's composition in the field has shown that its interior mass is composed entirely out of pasta, specifically lasagna. Upon the criteria for its manifestation being met, SCP-3166 will appear in the vicinity of a suitable individual, hereafter referred to as the target, and move towards their location. Known targets of SCP-3166 have included individuals prominently involved in rival media to the Garfield franchise, individuals formerly involved in the production of the Garfield comic strip, individuals involved in parodies of the Garfield franchise, vocal critics of the Garfield franchise, and, last but not least, Garfield creator Jim Davis. Footnote: this has only occurred on occasions where the negative reception Garfield was receiving could be traced back to Mr. Davis's management of the franchise. Upon reaching its target, SCP-3116 will attempt to inflict bodily harm upon them through a mixture of blunt force using nearby objects and force feeding of lasagna, obtained through self-disembowelment. During this process, SCP-3166 will vocalize by meowing, purring, and screeching in the manner of an extremely agitated cat. Lasagna outside 3166's mask has proven to be an effective form of bait for the entity, as upon seeing it, SCP-3116 will abandon its original goal and instead attempt to incorporate the pasta into itself. SCP-3116 first manifested on 10/23/1989 within the Chicago offices of United Media, who were publishers of the Garfield comic strip at the time. Upon manifestation, SCP-3116 wandered around the offices in a confused and distressed manner before indiscriminately assaulting any of individuals present after security attempted to apprehend it. It demanifested 20 minutes later. Foundation agents responding to this situation distributed amnestics as appropriate. Over the course of the following week, similar manifestations took place at a number of United Media offices around the country, ending on October 29, 1989. Following that date, SCP-3166 altered its behavior to its current form. See the Week of Garfield comic strips beginning on October 23, 1989 in Supplementary Document 3166-1 for additional content on Pataphysical Awakening. Initially, individuals involved with the production of Garfield comic strips claimed to have no memory working on that week's strip. All researchers working on SCP-3166 containment are to familiarize themselves on this material.